Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2602. 2602. Translator 549690339. Eamon was stunned. Then, he quickly took out the name list. He quickly found the name in the middle of the list. Great. Eamon immediately sent a party request. The novice player was ecstatic. The boss of his guild had actually formed a party with him. This was simply a great honor. Follow that leeway, said Eamon. In. The player agreed. Eamon pulled out the map and looked. The novice who formed a team with him was in the novice zone below the safe zone. It looked like he was an absolute novice who had just entered the game. Any player who had played for more than a month would definitely not stay in the novice zone. Eamon guessed in his heart. If that Li Wei was a newbie, it would not be good news for them to complete their missions in the future. Then, Eamon piloted a spaceship and flew towards the coordinates of his teammates. After about 2 hours, Eamon arrived in front of a space station. There are no spaceships around. Eamon looked around in confusion. There wasn't even a small novice ship around. Eamon asked in the team. The novice replied. Eamon asked again. Yes, he's right beside me, the novice said. Okay. Eamon immediately sent a docking request to the space station after hearing the answer. Soon, Eamon's docking request was accepted. His spaceship was guided into the space station and then docked at a berth. After getting off the spaceship, Eamon looked around. This space station seemed to have been built later. When he was doing missions in the newbie zone, it did not seem to have this space station. He opened the map again and confirmed the location of his teammates. Then, he walked towards the other party. 10 minutes later, Eamon passed through an automatic door and entered a hall. At this moment, not far away from him, there were 2 players standing. One of the players took the initiative to greet Eamon. The other did not need to ask to know that it was Li Wei. Eamon first greeted his own member, then came to Li Wei's side. Li Wei took the initiative to ask, Hello. I'm the guild leader of the War Soul tribe. Eamon first introduced himself. I know you. Li Wei smiled. Hee, you flatter me. Eamon smiled modestly, then said to Li Wei, I came to look for you this time because I really have something to trouble you with. Oh, Levi asked curiously. It's like this. There's a lucky draw mission. You're one of the lucky ones. You need to be the team leader to accept it. Eamon said straightforwardly because this matter could not be hidden. Oh, Levi frowned. Not really. You're just one of them. There are others who can do it too. Eamon said. Levi's vigilance was slightly lowered. Many apostles had been in trouble recently, so Levi had been extra careful. Of course, he was on guard. However, when Eamon showed him the list, Levi relaxed. There were more than 100 names on the list, and there were no other apostles. That was why Levi let his guard down. Levi said to himself, he had heard of this kind of lucky draw mission before. Although he was an apostle with cheats, he was still a player based on his identity. Therefore, there was a possibility that he would be chosen. Levi asked, I'm not sure, but you don't have to worry. Our War Soul tribe is very powerful. I'm sure you know about it. You just need to accept the mission. Eamon said, Oh, Levi asked. Eamon really put in all his effort. Okay, Li Wei immediately nodded. Although he didn't know what the specific mission rewards were, if it included a Titan, how could the other rewards be less? When he sold these mission rewards, it would be a lot of money. At this time, wasn't Li Wei playing the game for the money? If the development team didn't give him money, how could he continue to take risks and cheat? And now, Li Wei would definitely continue to stay in the game. This risk was something he had to take anyway. It would be even better if he could earn some money along the way. Anyway, it was just a quest. As for how to execute it, it was all up to Eamon. He didn't need Li Wei to do anything. Wouldn't this money be like picking up for free? That's great. After saying that, Eamon handed over the party request. Li Wei immediately agreed to form a party. Very quickly, the party arrived near the berth. At this time, the newbie player was very self-aware and said, Guild leader, I still have to continue with the newbie quest, so I won't disturb you guys. That's good too. I'll inform the management later, said Eamon. The newbie said with a loving expression. After all, Changing a ship after leveling up would cost a lot of money. Now that the guild had all these items, it was much easier for him to play the game. Let's go. When he saw the newbie leaving the team, Aaron said to Levy. Levy nodded and boarded his ship with Aaron. Then, Aaron drove the ship straight to Jiang Fei's yacht. After more than an hour, Aaron once again returned to the vicinity of Jiang Fei's yacht. Come, I'll give you the captain, Aaron said as he handed the captain to Levy. Li Wei nodded and went to contact Jiang Fei. Hello, General. I'm Li Wei. Li Wei smiled and said to Jiang Fei through the screen. Jiang Fei looked at this guy through the screen. He looked like a man in his 30s. He had a white face and no beard, but he was quite energetic. Chapter 2603. 2603. Translator 549690339. Yes, Grand Marshal. Li Wei nodded from the other end of the screen. Although he knew that someone was chasing after the apostles, the development team did not tell them about Jiang Fei's identity, although the development team had paid the apostles to work for them. In the eyes of the development team, these cheaters were not good people. If they were to spread the news, it would be troublesome. Therefore, regardless of whether they killed Jiang Fei or Jiang Fei, in the eyes of the development team, it was not a loss. Jiang Fei frowned. He could not confirm the identity of the other party through the screen. Li Wei confirmed. Good, Jiang Fei said as he let Malachi extend the bridge of the yacht. Li Wei turned around and asked. Although he was an apostle who used cheats, he was not an expert in the game. Professional players like Eamon knew more about the things in the game. I don't know. It's probably a ground mission. That's why we need to hand it over in person, Eamon guessed. He had played the game for so long and had figured out some patterns. Then normally, they would only need to dock at the space station or get close to the spaceship that issued the mission. But if it was a mission on the ground that needed a carrier to complete, then they usually had to hand it over in person with the mission NPC. Oh, Li Wei nodded. Since there was a precedent, he had nothing to doubt. Eamon nodded. Then he brought Li Wei to the bridge exit of the spaceship. Soon, the two spaceships had completed the docking. The cabin door opened and a long passage appeared in front of Eamon and Li Wei. Eamon called Li Wei and then walked up the bridge. A few minutes later, the two of them crossed the long bridge and arrived at the side of Jiang Fei's yacht. The cabin door opened and Jiang Fei appeared in front of the two of them. Grand Marshal, I didn't expect you to come and welcome us personally, Eamon said very politely. He knew that if he had a good relationship with an NPC, he could receive additional rewards. Jiang Fei smiled and looked at Li Wei. Eamon smiled. At that moment, Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei as he quietly activated the equipment that was used to detect apostles. Soon, a layer of red light shadow appeared on Li Wei's body. Of course, only Jiang Fei could see this light shadow. That's right, Jiang Fei was happy. He did not think that he would be able to find Li Wei so easily. However, even though he had seen Li Wei, Jiang Fei did not attack him immediately. First of all, Jiang Fei did not know what kind of cheat this guy had. He did not understand his abilities. If he attacked him rashly, he would only alert the enemy. Secondly, now that Li Wei had asked him to accept the quest, the initiative was already in Jiang Fei's hands. Therefore, he could completely set up a trap to kill Li Wei without taking too much risk. Finally, there was another reason. This was the safe zone for players. Although Jiang Fei was now an ally, the security system in the safe zone would not attack him. However, as long as he attacked the player here, the system's judgment of his identity would immediately change. Jiang Fei did not want to personally test the defensive firepower of this safe zone. Ask Li Wei. Jiang Fei called out to the two and then turned around to walk towards the driver's seat. Li Wei and Eamon looked at each other and then followed Jiang Fei to the driver's seat. Jiang Fei raised his hand, and a star map was projected. Jiang Fei pointed at the star map. As expected, Li Wei and Eamon's eyes were attracted to the star map. At this time, Jiang Fei quietly took out a small gadget from his pocket and used it to shine on Li Wei's body. After the shine, Jiang Fei quickly put the small gadget away. The entire process was not noticed by the two of them. Jiang Fei enlarged the star map at this time and focused his attention on a planet within the territory of the Vizari army. This planet was known as a pirate planet. Moreover, the relationship between this pirate gang and the Vizari army was very complicated. It could be said that they were the pirate gang under the Vizari army. They were usually in charge of plundering the original Merchant Alliance, the current Universe Empire. Previously, when Aurelia had wiped out the pirates, it was because the base of this pirate gang was within the territory of the Vizari army. Therefore, they were lucky enough to escape the calamity. These guys caused a disaster. However, because their base is within the territory of the Vizari army, it would be too troublesome if we send our troops to wipe them out. Jiang Fei said to Li Wei and Eamon. Eamon was stunned. This did not seem like a quest that could reward the Titan battleship. Of course, it's not that simple, Jiang Fei said. Eamon nodded. It was very obvious that this was a chain quest. This was very common in the game. As the quest progressed, the rewards would become more and more generous. Eamon asked, time limited. I need you to reach there within 3 days. Then, destroy this pirate lair within 2 days. Jiang Fei said. Li Wei frowned. If they were to rush to this pirate planet, he and Eamon's people would have to leave now. That way, he would not be able to do his own things for a short period of time. Brother, please. Edmund also saw through Levi's thoughts. Previously, he had thought that it would be enough after Levi accepted the quest. He did not expect this to be a chain quest. This caused Levi to have to follow him the entire time. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have continued to issue the next phase of the quest. Levi pondered for a moment. Eamon extended 2 fingers. For the sake of money, Li Wei immediately nodded. After all, the development team did not give him a deadline. Moreover, his quest was to expand the number of kills. Killing pirates also required killing people. These 2 things did not actually delay him. Eamon smiled. All right, I still have other matters to attend to. At that moment, Jiang Fei gave the order to leave. He wanted to see what kind of cheat this Li Wei was. Chapter 2604, 2604. Translator, 549690339. Yes, General, said Eamon as he bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, he turned around and left his spaceship. Li Wei followed behind him. After Li Wei and Eamon had returned to Jiang Fei's spaceship, Jiang Fei took out the small device. After opening the small device, Jiang Fei looked up. There were only 2 words on it. Create. Create. Jiang Fei frowned. Although this device could detect the cheat used by apostles, the information it revealed was too simple. It was impossible to completely grasp the other party's ability. Forget it. It's good to grasp a rough idea first. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and then told Maleki, adjust the route. The target is the Daka star in the Molten Galaxy. Sir, Daka star is located in the Vizari army's territory. Maleki confirmed. Jiang Fei nodded. Maleki immediately accepted the order. As the player, a safe zone was in the Dominant Galaxy, and this was the galaxy that was connected to the Vizari army. It was not very difficult for Jiang Fei to go to the Vizari army's territory. Under Maleki's control, Jiang Fei's yacht quickly arrived at the Stargate. Then, just like the last time, Maleki disguised the yacht as a smuggling ship again. He easily fooled Vizari's guards on the other side of the Stargate. After passing through the Stargate, Maleki changed the identity of the yacht again and warped towards the Malkin Galaxy. 2 days later, Jiang Fei arrived at the Morkin Galaxy. Then he arrived at the gravity well on Daka's star. Jiang Fei waved his hand and disguised himself. Although he did not activate the player privilege, he had changed his appearance and aura. Then, Jiang Fei put away the yacht and warped to the planet that the pirates occupied. This pirate gang was not weak at all. Their fleet even had powerful spaceships, such as the main ship and the heavy patrol. Moreover, there were actually a few powerhouses among the pirates. Of course, these powerhouses were only relatively strong. Their combat power was only more than 10 million. They did not break through to more than 20 million. Therefore, these people should not be a hindrance to Eamon and Li Wei. Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly covered the entire planet. Very soon, every move on the pirate planet was under Jiang Fei's control. Jiang Fei muttered. At this time, Eamon and Li Wei had not arrived yet. Therefore, Jiang Fei looked around and looked at the surrounding environment. The planet was not bad overall. Although it was a barren planet, the overall environment was acceptable for carbon-based life forms like humans. The only drawback was that it was extremely dry. However, it was not as exaggerated as the desert planet. It was also because of this that the planet was not favored by the orthodox cosmic forces. They would not treat this place as an administrative planet. However, to pirates, this place was much better than an asteroid that humans could not survive on. According to the information returned by the spiritual power, most of the areas on this planet were in a state of desolation. After all, the abilities of the pirates were limited. Although they plundered many treasures, most of them were used to eat and drink. The pirates lived a precarious life. They did not have any great ideals of building walls and accumulating food. Therefore, these pirates mainly lived in a huge pirate city. There was a huge freshwater lake nearby. It was probably the only open-air freshwater resource on the planet. Therefore, the pirates chose to build a settlement here. Forget it. I have nothing to do. Jiang Fei shrugged. Anyway, Eamon, Li Wei, and the rest had not arrived yet. It was boring for him to wait here. Therefore, Jiang Fei quietly went outside the pirate city. With Jiang Fei's strength, if he wanted to hide himself, the pirates would not be able to detect his presence, even if they were blessed by their ancestors. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily reached the edge of the freshwater lake. As this was the pirates' only source of fresh water, the surrounding security was pretty good. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, so Jiang Fei did not dare to go too close. At that moment, a very shabby hover car drove over. There were 2 men and a woman sitting in the car. It seemed that the pirates were on vacation. Girl, it's not that I'm bragging to you. The guy driving the car was bragging to his female companion. The girl was pretty, but her style was not what Jiang Fei liked. She was dressed in a steampunk outfit, with holes and silver nails all over her body. This kind of beauty could only be enjoyed by pirates. When the car was near Jiang Fei, a yellow-haired guy with a golden ring on his nose suddenly shouted from the back seat. The red-haired pirate who was driving laughed and scolded. Then, he parked the car by the side of the road. The yellow-haired pirate said. Then, he jumped out of the car and ran straight towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. Then, he hid himself in the forest. After a few minutes, Goldie came out of the forest with his pants in his hands. Said Red Hair. Goldie jumped into the back seat of the car and left. At that moment, there was only a small puddle of water on the empty ground in the forest. It was still emitting a faint smell. It was not the result of Goldie peeing. It was the result of his memory being forcefully read by his mind. It was caused by incontinence. At that moment, the real Goldie was already lying in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Although he was not dead, he had become a fool. This kind of forcefully reading of the memory was very harmful to the person who was being read. However, Jiang Fei did not have the slightest bit of pity for the Goldie, because these pirates were all fugitives who deserved to die. Sitting in the back seat of the hover car, Jiang Fei was quite good at pretending to be the yellow-haired pirate. After all, he had forcefully read the yellow-haired pirate's memories. Most of the conversations could be matched by him. Occasionally, he would not be able to match a single sentence. He could also make a fool of himself. In the front row of the hover car, the red-haired pirate and the female pirate had never been honest. At first, the 2 of them were touching each other. However, Jiang Fei was disgusted. Chapter 2605. 2605. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. It would have been fine if Red Hair and the female pirate were just touching each other in the front row. In the end, the 2 of them simply stopped the car, then they directly started fighting on the hood. Red Hair even invited Jiang Fei. However, the Elton that he spoke of had already become a fool. Big brother, you guys go ahead and play. I'm not going to play, Jiang Fei said as he resisted the urge to kill the couple. Did you have too much fun last night? Red Hair mocked. Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. He really did not like people like the female pirates. Moreover, this kind of chaotic battle was definitely not something that Jiang Fei could accept. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 pirates were done with the mess. They finally returned to the hover car. Then, Red Hair continued to drive towards the freshwater lake. From Yellow Hair's memories, Jiang Fei already knew the purpose of their trip. It was to check and repair a few surveillance devices beside the freshwater lake. Because this freshwater lake was the only source of fresh water in the pirate city, the pirates paid special attention to it. Soon, the hover car arrived at the first maintenance point. Red Hair flipped over and jumped out. The female pirate stayed in the car and played with a dagger. Red Hair shouted. Jiang Fei jumped down from the hover car and followed Red Hair to the location of a surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was well hidden. It was in the middle of a pile of rocks. If one did not know, it would be difficult to find its location. Red Hair complained. Then he used his foot to kick a pile of hyena feces in front of the monitor. The monitor itself was not damaged. It was just that its field of vision was blocked. After dealing with the monitor, Jiang Fei and Red Hair returned to the car. Then, they headed toward the next monitor. The hover car sped through the yellow desert. It was a bit like a Western movie. However, every time Jiang Fei saw the man and woman in front of him, the beautiful feeling in his heart disappeared. There was only a disgusting feeling left. The wiring is old. Red Hair complained at the second monitor point. At the same time, he asked Jiang Fei to hand over the tools and began to repair them. Jiang Fei asked. He mainly wanted to go to the pirate city to have a look. Otherwise, why would he be with Red Hair? We just need 5 more monitoring points. These things have been used for almost 20 years. Red Hair complained. However, the work under his hands was not delayed at all. Although Jiang Fei did not quite agree with this guy's character, he still had some skills in terms of maintenance skills. After more than 10 minutes, the fault in the monitoring point was eliminated. Jiang Fei and the rest continued to move on to the next fault point. When it was almost noon, the remaining 5 fault points were all fixed. Red Hair looked up at the sky and spat. Damn it, we're late for lunch again. Yeah, our work is hard and tiring, but we can't even make it to lunchtime. Those sons of Beastrice cheese are eating and drinking all day in the city. Jiang Fei also complained. Jiang Fei's words immediately resonated with Red Hair. Following that, his complaints were endless. However, in the end, Red Hair smacked his lips. Then he said to Jiang Fei, however, there are benefits to doing our job. Do you see the Beastrice TCH? If we were in the city, would we have a share? But outside here, wouldn't we be able to play however we want? After saying that, Red Hair laughed proudly. Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly as well. Then, the two of them returned to the hover car. The female pirate said impatiently, yes, when we go back, the quest will be considered as yours. You can go and submit the quest with Poisonous Spider, said Red Hair. The female pirate nodded and did not speak. The car drove all the way to the city. Halfway through, Red Hair stopped to have sex with the female pirate. Then, they returned to the pirate city. In Red Hair's words, she did all the work for the other party. If that was the case, she would receive a little more reward. Wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? The female pirate was also very cooperative. It seemed that this was not the first time that she had done something like trading her body for a quest. Sigh, a bunch of male pirates and female prostitutes. I'll let Eamon and the others destroy all of you. Jiang Fei thought to himself. When the sun began to set, Red Hair drove the hover car to the city gate of the pirate city. As he was familiar with the sentries on the city gate, Red Hair's car was not stopped. They let him pass very easily. Let's go. Red Hair invited the female pirate. The female pirate jumped out of the car and left without looking back. She did not care about the kindness she had shown just now. Red Hair tilted his head and smiled. Boss, I still have something to do. Jiang Fei did not want to be with this Red Hair anymore. Aren't you going to have a drink with me? The red-haired guy was very generous. Perhaps it was because he had vented enough today. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said. The red-haired guy said because he lived with the yellow-haired guy that Jiang Fei was pretending to be. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he thought to himself, I hope you can still live until nightfall. Although Jiang Fei had arrived a little earlier than expected, the time he had agreed to with Eamon and Li Wei was limited. He estimated that they would arrive very soon. They would not play any role-playing like Jiang Fei. They would probably just rely on brute force to force their way in. With the means of the players, Jiang Fei did not doubt that the entire pirate city would be massacred. Not even a blade of grass would be left alive. After parting ways with Red Hair, Jiang Fei strolled along the streets of the pirate city. Although they were in the era of the Great Cosmos and the pirates had powerful battleships, it had to be said that their city was really rough, not to mention the lack of technology. Even the Earth back when Jiang Fei was still in school could not compare to it. There were houses built from yellow soil everywhere. The highest one could reach was only 2 or 3 floors. There was sand and dust everywhere. The pirates on the streets were also filthy. Each and every one of their faces was either greasy or yellow soil. It was very uncomfortable to look at. I really don't know what kind of life these pirates are living. Jiang Fei frowned. Chapter 2606, 2606. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei strolled along the streets of the pirate city. Although the place was shabby and dirty, it was very lively. Moreover, there seemed to be smiles on the faces of these people. I really don't know what is there to be happy about living in such a place, Jiang Fei complained. Kid, what's wrong? An old man who was setting up a stall asked Jiang Fei. What he was setting up was just some simple fruits and vegetables. It seemed like the old man had grown them himself. A little, Jiang Fei said. You're still young. You might think that the conditions here are tough and not as comfortable as the outside world. The old man said. Jiang Fei asked. The old man said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. He had never seen anything that the outside world did not have. The old man said with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. He never thought that the dirty-looking old man would give such an answer. The old man nodded and said to Jiang Fei, Kid, you should be born here, right? Jiang Fei nodded. From Goldie's memories, he knew that this guy was indeed born and raised on the pirate planet. Then it's no wonder. You have never seen the oppression and control of the outside world. That's why you yearn for the outside world, the old man said with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. To be honest, he had been the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army. He was familiar with the environment twice. Not to mention the Universe Empire, the ordinary people would at least be happy to live in peace. Although the Vizari Army carried out harsh punishments, the ordinary people were better off than the pirates. Yes, you have never been out. Therefore, you do not know that in the outside world, children as old as you will be forced to enlist in the army and sent to the front line to be cannon fodder. If you are lucky enough to survive, even if you come back, you'll have to work hard for those high officials and nobles, said the old man in a serious manner. If Jiang Fei was still that yellow-haired guy, he might have been fooled. Jiang Fei pretended to be skeptical. The old man rolled his eyes, then he said to Jiang Fei, The people there are far away from us. They're even more terrifying. The moment they see you, they will sink your spaceship and kill you. They don't even ask why. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. The old man's words were true. For the fleets of the Universe Empire, there was no need to interrogate the pirates. They could just sink them. There was no need to leave anyone alive. Are you afraid? You should just stay here obediently. Don't even think about the outside world. The old man tried to persuade Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded and continued to walk forward. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the old pirates. At the same time, he laughed coldly in his heart. Although young people like Goldie were filled with curiosity about the outside world, it was impossible for them to betray the pirate planet because the spaceship was in the hands of the pirate leaders. However, the pirate leaders still hired many old men to brainwash the young people on the streets. They let the young people stay on the pirate planet in peace so that the pirate leaders could rule easily. These old pirates who were hired were usually people who had lost their families. They did not have any children and lived their lives day by day. Therefore, they could get benefits. They did not mind deceiving the young people. Jiang Fei muttered. Then, he suddenly had an idea. Then, is the gamma space that the players described really the gamma space? Was there something that they did not say? Or perhaps they were not very clear about it. Were the people of the gamma space really free to do whatever they wanted in the low-dimensional space without any restrictions? This thought appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Then, this thought began to flood his mind. Jiang Fei thought to himself. His understanding of the gamma space came from two main sources. One was to interrogate the players whose souls had been captured by him. The other was Vinolin. However, it seemed that Vinolin was not entirely on his side. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not completely trust Vinolin's words. Meanwhile, those players did not dare to lie during Jiang Fei's interrogation. However, did they really understand their own world? Just like the universe that Jiang Fei was in now. Although the technology was very advanced, who would dare to say that they knew this world very well? Whether it was black holes, white holes, or space technology, there were too many things that were still unknown. Even professional scientists might not be able to figure it out. As for the players that Jiang Fei had imprisoned, they were just some of the most ordinary people in the gamma space. Many of them had not even studied for a few years. Why did they have to control their own space? Although Jiang Fei was strolling in the pirate city, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Other than these people, is the information that Yu Ting provided me true? Was he really so sure that the secret of the inheritance space was the entrance to the gamma space? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At that moment, other than killing the apostles, Jiang Fei had spent all of his time comprehending the profoundness of the legacy space. If he was misled by Yu Ting, the legacy space would prove to be unrelated to the gamma space. That would be a huge trap. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei could not help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, he thought of Natasha. Who was this little girl? Why was she so good to him? Not only had she repeatedly helped him, she had also saved his life many times. Moreover, as a person of the gamma space, even if Natasha sympathized with Jiang Fei, her bottom line was to protect the interests of the gamma space, right? If Jiang Fei succeeded in the end, and he entered the gamma space, what good would that do to Natasha? Jiang Fei never denied kindness. However, no one in the world would treat him well for no reason. Why would Natasha take such good care of him? There were too many questions in Jiang Fei's mind, especially about Natasha. What was her identity? Why would she help him? Then, all his questions would be answered. Chapter 2607, 2607. Translator, 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, a series of explosions could be heard from afar. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? Enemy attack. Quick hide. F*CK. How did these be asterisk stars defend themselves? Why isn't there any movement from a fleet? Don't worry about it. Let's hide first. For a moment, the entire street was in a mess. Those who were originally doing business or strolling around were all swarming towards the underground bunkers. At this time, no one had the time to care about so much. Kid, are you looking for death? The old man who had fooled Jiang Fei for a long time was not completely dead. He took a few steps forward and dragged Jiang Fei to a nearby air raid shelter. At that moment, Jiang Fei was in a dazed state. Therefore, the old man dragged him into the air raid shelter. Hiding in the air raid shelter, one could vaguely hear the deafening explosion outside. This bomb shelter was not very big, only about the size of 2 rooms. There was nothing inside, only 4 concrete walls. At this time, there were about 30 to 50 people gathered here. A few women and children were so scared that they were trembling. A large number of living people were gathered in the small space. In addition, the air in the bomb shelter was not very circulating, and the pirates did not bathe much. The smell inside was imaginable. However, as they were running for their lives, everyone could not care less. All of them were panicking as they looked at the entrance of the bomb shelter. However, no one dared to look outside the entrance. At this time, the old man still did not forget to teach Jiang Fei a lesson. Jiang Fei was still thinking about something, so he ignored the old man. At that moment, the cry of a child woke Jiang Fei up. Jiang Fei followed the cry and saw that it was a very clean little boy. This cleanliness did not refer to the cleanliness of the little boy. His entire body was covered in dirt, tears, snot, and dirt that had formed a ravine. This appearance definitely had nothing to do with cleanliness. However, the cleanliness in Jiang Fei's heart the look in the eyes of the real little boy, and his original appearance. On the pirate planet, Jiang Fei had seen too many people. These people were either dyed with yellow hair or had been hit with various nails. Each and every one of them seemed to not be able to reflect their own personalities without hurting their own bodies. This included many children. They had been hit with various earrings, lip nails, and even nose rings. Only this little boy was very clean. There were no tattoos or decorations on his body. Moreover, his eyes were very clear. Although there was fear in them, there was still a sense of innocence that belonged to someone his age. The little boy's mother's face was covered in heavy makeup. At that moment, it was a little messy. Her body was also covered in tattoos and nails. However, at that moment, her maternal instincts had triumphed over the wild nature of the pirates. She comforted her child in a low voice. It allowed Jiang Fei to see a little humanity in these heinous pirates. These pirates who live by killing and plundering still have a trace of humanity. Jiang Fei asked himself. Due to the development team and the actions of most of the players, Jiang Fei had sworn on more than one occasion that he would slaughter all the lives in the Gamma Dimension once he entered it. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei was hesitating. If he really entered the Gamma Dimension one day and slaughtered all the lives there, then what was the difference between him and the development team? Was he not just as inhumane? Actually, since his rise to power, Jiang Fei had been taught by many people not to kill too many people. This included Tyrion, Yu Ting, and others. They had all warned Jiang Fei to keep his heart and not be influenced by power, hatred, or other emotions, or thoughts that were influenced by other emotions. However, everyone could understand the reason. However, not everyone could do it. They had witnessed countless civilians being destroyed by the attacks of players. They had also seen the apostles killing their own family members. Seeing Mina die in front of him was enough to make Jiang Fei lose his mind. Even before this, when Jiang Fei went to look for Li Wei, he had always harbored a desire for revenge. At that time, he did not think too much about it. He only wanted to kill as many of the apostles as possible so that he could survive. He wanted to see if he could survive until the special time that Natasha had mentioned. Now that he had been influenced by the gaze of the little boy and his mother, although Jiang Fei's heart was still filled with hatred, he had become more rational. He knew that other than seeking revenge, he had to protect his family. Then he took the initiative to think of a way to solve the problem in front of him. The sound of explosions outside grew louder and louder. Jiang Fei did not need to ask to know that it was Eamon and the others who had charged in. After Jiang Fei got rid of the old man, he walked out of the bomb shelter. The old man shouted, "I'm fine," Jiang Fei said calmly. Then he kept walking out of the bomb shelter. Jiang Fei did not care about the pirates who looked at him as if he was an idiot. When he returned to the ground, Jiang Fei found that the closest explosion location was 2 blocks away. It doesn't look like an attack from an expert. Jiang Fei frowned. He knew that Eamon's carrier was very powerful. It would not be difficult to destroy a pirate's city. However, it was obvious that this method was not based on the carrier. Jiang Fei guessed as he hit his tracks and quietly moved forward. The sound of the explosion was getting closer and closer. There was even a bomb that was detonated right next to Jiang Fei. However, the power of the bomb was not enough to break through Jiang Fei's protective true qi. Therefore, it did not affect Jiang Fei at all. At this time, Jiang Fei had already sensed the opponent's aura. There were 6 people in total. Other than Eamon and Li Wei, there were 4 other players. They were probably Eamon's underlings. Moreover, what surprised Jiang Fei was that not only Eamon and Li Wei, but the other 4 people were also at true immortal level and above. It seemed that they had also obtained extraordinary carriers. Jiang Fei leaped up and jumped onto a building. Then he leaned on the top of the building and looked down. At that moment, Eamon and the others were passing through the intersection. "Brother, your ability is pretty good." Edmund was talking at that moment. "Hee, a quest item," Levi said vaguely. At the same time, he pointed his finger and a few cluster bombs appeared out of thin air in the distance. Chapter 2608. 2608. Translator. 549690339. As Li Wei pointed, cluster bombs appeared one after another and destroyed a large number of buildings. The pirates who did not have time to hide in the air raid shelter were also doomed. All of them were blown to pieces on the ground. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He did not feel much about the deaths of the pirates. After all, these pirates deserved it. However, he had some guesses about Li Wei's methods. Now, Li Wei could create cluster bombs out of thin air with a wave of his hand. Perhaps his ability really had something to do with creating something out of thin air. Jiang Fei would not simply think that Li Wei could only create cluster bombs. After all, the cheat of the apostles could change the rules. It was very possible that he could also create something else. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Then, he could not wait to see what Li Wei would look like when he fought with others. At that moment, although Li Wei was also attacking, this kind of attack was simply bullying. Although the pirates were extremely vicious, they were only ordinary people. With one bomb, he could kill them all. There was no way to test his depth unless there was an expert stopping him. Just when Jiang Fei needed a target to test Li Wei, a powerful aura rushed over from afar. Jiang Fei smiled and hid in the dark to continue observing. Very soon, a strong, bald pirate came to the street. He was god-red. He was naked, revealing his strong muscles. However, his left arm had been replaced by a machine. Moreover, his eyes were also man-made. His appearance was very much in line with the aesthetics of the pirates. Jiang Fei looked at the pirate leader. His combat strength was around 16 million. He could be considered as a top-notch expert. A hermit-level master would usually not participate in worldly matters, let alone becoming a pirate. Therefore, people of this level could already be considered as top-notch masters in the outer universe. "Who are you people?" The bald man came to the street and asked loudly. "It doesn't matter who we are," said Eamon with a cold smile. "Brat, leave now. I cannot pursue your responsibility," shouted the pirate leader. "Ha ha!" Eamon seemed to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke. The other players also looked at the bald pirate as if they were looking at an idiot. The pirate leader was furious. He immediately roared and pounced on them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pirate leader's artificial eye suddenly flashed with red light. Then, he fired a few high-frequency lasers at Eamon and the rest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Eamon and the rest's bodies flashed with silver-white light. The lasers were blocked by the shields. As the players were still ordinary people, their ability to predict danger was not as sharp as Jiang Fei's. Therefore, before the laser beam was fired, they could not sense it at all. After the laser beam had been fired, even if these people had carriers of true immortal level and above, they could not be faster than the speed of light no matter how fast they were. Therefore, these players could only take the attack head-on. After being hit by a round of laser, Li Wei was ready to attack this bald pirate, but he was stopped by Eamon. Eamon said with a smile, they had accepted this mission because of Li Wei. If the whole process was done by him, how could they have the face to ask for the final reward of the Titan battleship? Therefore, in order to have the right to ask for the final reward, Eamon and the rest had to do something. A player beside Eamon rushed out. The bald pirate rushed over quickly and flew back even faster. In just one exchange, he was sent flying by the player while vomiting blood. With a mouthful of blood, the bald pirate wanted to get up, but he could not. The player laughed disdainfully, then slowly walked over to the pirate leader. Given the hard power of true immortals and above, the pirate leader was nothing in front of this player. The player laughed as he stepped on the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader suddenly began to laugh loudly. The player was angered by the pirate leader's laughter, so he stomped hard and broke a few of the pirate leader's ribs. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of the pirate leader's mouth, but the smile on his face became even wider. "I didn't think that I, Barlow, would end up like this." The pirate leader mocked himself, then glanced at the player who stepped on him. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate leader's eyeballs popped out. Then he exerted some force in his mouth, and a false tooth was crushed, and the liquid inside flowed out. As soon as the liquid entered the pirate leader's mouth, the pirate leader's face began to turn from purple to black. Moreover, the speed was so fast that the player who stepped on him didn't even have time to react. Before the player could understand what was going on, his foot missed because the pirate leader had already turned into a ball of black water, and the black water soaked his shoes, then it stained the player's foot. The player let out a scream, and then his face began to turn purple and then black. Eamon was also shocked by this sudden change. Before the player, named Roar, could reply, he turned into a ball of black water. F***CK. I died. Roar resurrected in the safe zone. Sigh. Eamon sighed. Everyone, stay away from the black water. At this moment, Eamon could only warn the others to stay away from the black water. The others nodded, with the example of Roar, who would dare to stick to this poison. Jiang Fei sighed as he stood on the rooftop. Wasn't this Roar full of himself? What was he trying to do for Li Wei? If it had been Li Wei who had just attacked, Jiang Fei might have been able to end this apostle in advance. Chapter 2609, 2609. Translator, 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling sorry for himself, Eamon, Li Wei, and the others had already started moving forward. Although they had lost a player in a battle, it was just a small incident to Eamon and the others. First of all, the death of a player could be resurrected. It was not a death in the true sense of the word. Therefore, other than the person involved, who might feel sorry for the loss of a carrier, no one would care too much about this matter. Secondly, the death of that player was only caused by his carelessness, not because the enemy was too strong. Therefore, Eamon and the others did not care too much about this pirate planet. After all, this was only the first step of a chain mission. In Eamon and the rest's opinion, it was not difficult to eliminate the pirates on this planet. The death of Roar, just now, could only be blamed on his own carelessness. Therefore, after Roar went back to revive, Eamon and the rest only went around the black water and continued to move forward. On the roof, Jiang Fei's figure flashed and followed him. On the other side, Jiang Fei had just moved to the top of another small building. Before he could stand firmly on his feet, he sensed another powerful aura. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. This person's strength was not much different from that of the pirate just now. It could only be said that he was slightly stronger, but it was also very limited. Damn! Jiang Fei's spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire pirate planet. Other than the guys who were rushing over, there was no one else who could be considered as an expert. In order to test the depth of Wei Li, Jiang Fei could not allow Eamon and the others to cause any more trouble. Therefore, before the pirate leader arrived, Jiang Fei quickly restored his identity. He removed all of his disguises and appeared in front of Eamon and the others in a flash. Who? Eamon and the others were shocked. A person appearing beside you out of thin air. Anyone would be shocked. Jiang Fei laughed. Eamon was stunned. He initially thought that Jiang Fei would only appear after they had completed their quest. He did not expect him to appear in advance. I found something interesting on this planet, Jiang Fei said. Okay, no problem, Eamon immediately said. It was obvious that this had triggered the storyline. Eamon's question really cut Jiang Fei short. Although he was planning to use the excuse of letting Eamon and the others look for something to distract them, so that Li Wei could face the powerful enemy alone, he did not know what exactly to ask Eamon and the others to look for. He really did not know what exactly he was asking Eamon and the others to find. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Then he paused for a moment and said to Eamon and the others, I need you to bring all the underage children back intact. The few players were stunned after hearing Jiang Fei's request. Eamon said to his underlings. He was a veteran professional player. NPCs would do whatever quest they were given. If they asked so many questions, how was the game supposed to be played? Eamon's underlings nodded. They were players who played the game. As long as they gave rewards to the NPCs for doing quests, they would be fine. They did not care about anything else, not to mention whether it was meaningless or not. They did not care, even if it was outrageous. As they spoke, the few players rushed out. Only Eamon and Li Wei were left in front of Jiang Fei. You should go too. Find as many children as you can. This is very important to us, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Ah! Eamon was slightly stunned. However, he immediately came up with a reason. For what Eamon knew, Jiang Fei valued these children so much. This meant that these children were very important tools for the subsequent quests. Eamon's thought process was like this. Therefore, there was no need for Jiang Fei to specifically fool him. He would come up with a reasonable reason himself. In fact, Jiang Fei's real goal was to get rid of them. He did not think too much about other things. Jiang Fei had not even considered what the next step of this chain quest was. If he could directly test out Li Wei's strength and give Jiang Fei the confidence to kill him, there might not be a second step. Let's go, Li Wei. Eamon pulled Li Wei up and was about to complete the side quest first. Jiang Fei quickly stopped the two people. If Li Wei left with Eamon, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Eamon turned around and asked, "It's like this. He cannot participate in the straight-line quest. He is the executor of the main storyline quest." Jiang Fei made up a reason at the last minute. This reason sounded ridiculous even to him. If that's the case, all right then. Li Wei, you have to work hard. There are no experts among the pirates anyway. Walk slowly. We will come over after we find the person, Eamon said to Li Wei. All right. Li Wei did not take it to heart. Grand Marshal? Asked Eamon. Yes, said Jiang Fei. All right then, said Eamon to Li Wei. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was a big boss, he had no idea about Jiang Fei's strength. If this big boss was killed by a pirate boss, his titan would be ruined. All right, Levi One nodded. He really did not care about the pirates. Then, said Eamon as he turned around and left. D*MN. These two people have poor intelligence. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Actually, it was not Eamon and Levi's fault when they were playing other games because of the developers being lazy or not being professional enough. Many of the conversations in the storyline quests were ridiculous. Therefore, the players were used to this idiotic dialogue. Now, the NPCs in this game were all real people, so it attracted a large number of players to come over. However, they were used to playing that kind of game before, so they were naturally used to that kind of nonsense dialogue. Now, when they heard Jiang Fei say this, not only did they not feel strange, they even felt that it was very familiar. There was another point. When he had first accepted the quest, Li Wei had actually been a little suspicious. However, he had completed a part of the quest and had a professional player to vouch for him. Therefore, he had subconsciously recognized Jiang Fei as an ally NPC. Therefore, he naturally did not doubt Jiang Fei's words. Chapter 2610, 2610. Translator 549690339. As no one had ever doubted Jiang Fei's identity, they had treated him as an ordinary NPC leader. Therefore, no matter if it was Eamon or Li Wei, they had never doubted anything Jiang Fei said, even if Jiang Fei's reason was ridiculous. Li Wei, who stayed behind to continue the main storyline, did not think too much. He continued to walk forward. At the same time, he made bombs to destroy everything in front of him. As Li Wei walked, he would occasionally turn his head to look at Jiang Fei. From the looks of it, he was really trying to protect Jiang Fei's safety. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Then, he followed behind Li Wei and continued to walk forward. In less than 2 minutes, the powerful aura that Jiang Fei had locked onto was right in front of him. Damn it, what have you done? Where's my brother? The person who came was also strong, but his hair was very thick. He should be the bald brother from before. Joe. Li Wei smiled faintly. The strong man asked. Li Wei smiled. Jiang Fei stood behind him and did not say anything. He looked quietly in front of him. Asked the brawny man. Asked Li Wei despite knowing the answer. The brawny man nodded. Said Li Wei with a shrug. What? The brawny man was stunned when he heard that. He and his brother had been together since they were young. Their relationship was very deep. Now that he had heard the news that his brother was dead, the brawny man's eyes were red. The brawny man asked angrily, It's not just your brother. As Li Wei spoke, he threw a bomb at the low building. At the same time, it also blew up the few pirates who were hiding inside. The brawny man roared and rushed forward. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, The brawny man had finally charged forward. Whoosh! Li Wei threw 2 bombs at the brawny man. It seemed that he did not want to show his true strength. Boom! The 2 bombs exploded right next to the brawny man. The violent explosion, mixed with flames, instantly burned the brawny man's clothes. However, he was after all an expert with a combat strength of more than 10 million. This kind of ordinary cluster bomb was not enough to threaten him. Although he was not injured, the brawny man who rushed out from the smoke was only left with a pair of pants and a few pieces of cloth stuck to his body. However, at this time, the brawny man clearly did not have the mood to be shy. He rushed straight towards Li Wei. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Wei and punched him. Li Wei pointed with his finger. A thick steel plate appeared out of thin air in front of him and the burly man. The burly man punched the steel plate. The steel plate, that was more than a foot thick, caved in. The steel plate was sent flying and continued to crash into Li Wei, who was behind him. Li Wei clearly did not expect such an outcome. Clearly, he did not have much experience fighting with this kind of ability. At that moment, Li Wei instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he suddenly remembered that there was still Jiang Fei behind him. Moreover, he did not know Jiang Fei's strength. If he was killed by the steel plate, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? Therefore, Li Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth. He placed his arms in front of his body and took the hit head-on. The steel plate hit Li Wei's body, causing him to take half a step back, but that was all. Although the brawny man had made great achievements in terms of strength, but don't forget that the difference in toughness between the two was too big. Although Li Wei was an apostle with a cheat, even if he did not use the ability of a cheat, he still had a true immortal level carrier. Using the true immortal level strength to fight against a guy with a combat strength of more than 10 million was already bullying. Therefore, the burly man could not threaten Li Wei at all. Li Wei threw the steel plate that had stopped on the ground, and then he looked at the burly man in front of him. Kid, you can do it. As soon as Li Wei finished his words, countless sharp swords appeared out of thin air above his head. Then all of the sharp swords flew toward the brawny man, D*MN. Jiang Fei was stunned as he watched from behind. This Li Wei was actually able to use such a skill with his creation ability. Jiang Fei had to admit that this really impressed Jiang Fei a little. The brawny man roared. Then, he took out a short metal handle from his waist. After the short metal handle was activated, it turned out to be a light sword. Following a series of soft sounds, the sharp swords that filled the sky were shredded into pieces by the brawny man. Then, he rushed over with the sword in his hand. Li Wei frowned and suddenly pointed forward. You! The brawny man stopped in his tracks. He stared at Li Wei with his mouth agape. His eyes were filled with shock. Li Wei waved at the brawny man. Amidst the violent explosion, the brawny man was blasted into pieces. What's going on? Jiang Fei, who was watching from behind, was stunned. However, he quickly reacted. Although the bomb that Li Wei had created was not enough to kill an expert of the brawny man's level, it could only blast him naked. However, this meant that the bomb exploded next to the brawny man, not in his body. Just now, Li Wei had directly created a bomb in the brawny man's body. This was also the reason why the brawny man stopped walking. Suddenly, he felt a foreign object appear in his body. The brawny man was killed by the explosion in a daze. Jiang Fei was stunned. He was wondering if Li Wei could use this ability on him. Would he be able to withstand it? Player privilege might be able to help Jiang Fei block Li Wei's ability. However, not all apostle skills were ineffective against players. It was estimated that player privilege was ineffective. If Li Wei suddenly created a bomb in Jiang Fei's body, Jiang Fei could only escape back to the inheritance space in an instant. Then, he could change the vibration frequency of the energy string to eliminate the bomb. Even an expert like Jiang Fei would not be able to withstand the damage from the inside out. Theoretically speaking, Jiang Fei had a way to remove the danger. However, he had to return to the inheritance space and change the vibration frequency of the energy string bit by bit. He only needed a single thought. The difficulty level of the two was not on the same line. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Li Wei, he had to think long and hard. Chapter 2611. 2611. Translator 549690339. After learning that Li Wei had such an ability, Zhang Fei did not want to act rashly. After all, this was not all Li Wei had. Who knew what other tricks he could play? This creation ability was too evil. There were too many tricks that he could play. Therefore, when Li Wei killed the strong pirate, Zhang Fei only smiled at him. He did not suddenly attack him when Eamon and the others were not around. Anyway, now that Li Wei had fallen into Zhang Fei's trap, Zhang Fei could slowly set him up. After killing the strong pirate, there were no more masters on this pirate planet. Moreover, the death of the two pirate leaders scared the other pirates so much that they did not dare to show themselves. A series of explosions sounded in the distance. This was the location of the pirates' port. The pirates knew that they could not protect their lair anymore, so they wanted to fly the spaceship to escape. Unfortunately, there were more than 4 players who came with Aaron. There were even more players who were sent to the port. Their goal was to prevent any pirates from escaping this planet. Therefore, when these pirates ran into the port and entered the spaceships, the players who had been lying in ambush for a long time took action. They detonated the explosives that they had planted earlier. They sent the spaceships and the pirates to their deaths. The pirates who didn't make it to the spaceport in time didn't even need to mention the despair in their hearts when they saw the explosion and fire. Oh my God, is this retribution? Are these guys trying to kill us all? Damn it, who is it that wants to harm us, to actually do such a thing? It must be the higher-ups of the army. They have used us enough, and now they want to silence us. The pirates cried out in despair. However, they never expected that the group of players would come to destroy them. The reason for destroying them was only because of Zhang Fei's sudden whim. Kill. At this time, the players who were hiding in the harbor rushed out. They began to slaughter the desperate pirates mercilessly. For the players, it was normal to do missions to kill NPCs. Even the kindest people would not feel that there was anything wrong with this. The players did not feel guilty at all. Moreover, these players were afraid that they would not be able to kill all of them. They were afraid that some of these pirates would slip through the net. This was because their boss, Eamon, had previously instructed them to be more serious. This mission was of utmost importance. They must not make any mistakes. Actually, based on the character of the players, they had originally planned to fly the spaceship over. Then, they would use the powerful weapons of the battleship to directly destroy the pirate planet. That way, it would be both clean and convenient. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei had previously said that he would issue a second mission on this planet. As such, Eamon had no choice but to give up on the idea of directly destroying the planet. Instead, he would bring his people to wipe out the pirate planet. As the difference in strength was too great, the pirates did not have the slightest ability to resist. In front of these vicious players, they were simply waiting to die. Moreover, these players did not care who these pirates were. Regardless of whether they were young and strong young men, old, weak, women, and children, in the eyes of the players, they were quest monsters. Therefore, when they came over, they would stab them. Slow down. At this time, one of Eamon's underlings rushed over. Eamon's underling shouted, "Huh?" A few players asked in puzzlement. Eamon's underling said. Those players were even more confused. Why bother? Eamon's underlings rolled their eyes and said, "That's true. Brothers, be careful." A few players called out to their own team members. Other than the airport, there were also many players looking for and slaughtering the pirates on this planet. The players in his guild who had decent carriers were all activated. Therefore, there were more than 1,000 players participating in this battle. They were scattered around the planet. They were divided into small teams and killed the pirates on this planet, just like how they usually did when they were grinding monsters. After receiving the notification, these players deliberately left the children behind. Unfortunately, they only left the children alive. However, they killed their parents and relatives in front of them. Soon, these children were gathered by the players. Then, They used the pirate cars here to transport them to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei and Li Wei had also killed their way to the pirate's lair. It was also the core of the city, the pirate's castle. Li Wei turned around and asked. Jiang Fei nodded. The initial probing of Li Wei had been completed. There were no more experts on this pirate planet. Therefore, it was better to end this quest as soon as possible. Li Wei asked. Jiang Fei said. Li Wei smiled. Then, he stared at the pirate castle. After a moment, Li Wei turned around and smiled at Jiang Fei. It's done. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the entire pirate castle. The shockwave swept over. Even though Jiang Fei and Li Wei were both true immortals and above, the violent wind blew so hard that they could not even open their eyes. A moment later, the dust from the explosion dispersed. The pirate castle that was originally fine had been turned into ruins before Jiang Fei could even enter it. Moreover, it had been blown to smithereens. Not even an entire brick could be found. Levy smiled and turned around. Jiang Fei nodded. The aura of at least a few hundred people in the castle had disappeared. After a while, a few old buses stopped in front of Jiang Fei and Levy. Eamon and a few players jumped out of the buses and walked to Jiang Fei. Eamon said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. He used his spiritual power to scan the bus and knew that there were more than 200 children on the bus. These were definitely not all the children on the entire pirate planet. However, the players were able to bring so many children. It was already beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. Jiang Fei walked to the front of the buses and looked through the window. Although the children had terrified expressions, their eyes were different. Some of them were simply afraid. Some were confused. Some hid hatred and anger. Chapter 2612, 2612. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei looked at the children inside. Although their parents or grandparents were pirates, and their hands might be stained with the blood of countless people, these children were innocent. If they were killed together, it would be legal, but it would not be humane. According to the law, no matter how young these children were, they were still pirates. However, the law of the universe empire had zero tolerance for pirates. Therefore, these children could be said to be born with the death penalty. The sins of their ancestors made them born with the death penalty. This law was actually first set in the era of the Merchant Alliance. At that time, the merchants suffered greatly from the pirates, and almost every family had people who died at the hands of the pirates. Therefore, the merchants and the pirates could be said to have a deep blood feud. And in the Great Universe era, due to the abundance of resources, the moral people who had eaten and drunk enough naturally wouldn't advocate such a law that was tied together. They couldn't tolerate the merchants deciding that the children of the pirates deserved to die too. However, the merchants only gave one reason to shut these moral people up. The children of pirates ate, wore, and used stolen goods, and their blood was stained with the merchants' blood. You're telling me that they're innocent? Then, are the merchants who died in the hands of the pirates innocent? Are the orphans and widows they left behind innocent? Moreover, the merchants felt that they had killed the parents of the little pirates. Naturally, the little pirates would hate them. If they raised these people up, would they seek revenge? Rather than taking such a risk, it was better to eliminate the root of the problem. Therefore, in the end, the Merchant Alliance resisted the pressure of the moral people and resolutely pushed forward the ruthless law against the pirates. This law had been implemented for hundreds of years. However, Jiang Fei had to admit that only such a heavy law could deter the pirates. It would allow them to consider the consequences of doing so when they intended to become pirates. At that moment, Jiang Fei looked at the children. There were indeed some of them who had hidden hatred in their hearts. However, he still could not bear to let Jiang Fei kill all these children just because of this. Asked Eamon as he walked over. Said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand and took out his yacht. Eamon did not say anything. After all, he had completed the mission. As for why Jiang Fei wanted the children, that had nothing to do with him. Although Jiang Fei's yacht was not very big, it could fit more than 200 children. After that, Jiang Fei planned to leave the children to Han Tianyu. He should be able to take care of the children, Jiang Fei did not ask the children to do anything in the future. As long as they could live a normal life, that would be enough. As the children began to board the boat, Jiang Fei had to settle the rewards for the first phase of the quest with Eamon. Players did not do quests as volunteers. Very good, Jiang Fei said to Eamon and the others with a satisfied expression. Eamon said with a smile. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Eamon, Li Wei, and the others said. 10 million imperial coins was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. According to the accepted price of players, it could be sold for a lot of money. The price of the 3 frigates was about the same. They were both rewards that were neither too much nor too little. Eamon and Li Wei were also quite satisfied with this reward. After all, this was only the first step of a chain quest. Li Wei asked, pretending to be serious. Split what? Didn't we agree? Other than the final reward of the Titan battleship, the rest is yours. However, I reckon that it's useless even if you won the game coins and battleships. Eamon said, That's good. Li Wei smiled. The first sum of extra money had been successfully received. Jiang Fei directly transferred the cash portion to Eamon. As for the other 3 frigates, he would have to wait for a while. He had Aurelius send them to Eamon. Eamon immediately asked. He was actually not very interested in the 3 frigates. Jiang Fei spoke very slowly. It was mainly because he had to think about it as he spoke. It's okay, General, said Levy. He had not done many quests in the past. Now that he had earned a lot of extra money, he was a little addicted to it. Oomph. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Then he smiled and said to Levy, Eamon, and the others, The second step of this quest requires you to go deep into the Vizari army and destroy a military base. Eamon asked. Jiang Fei said. Eamon smiled and said, However, you have to be fast. Jiang Fei said. Eamon asked. Jiang Fei casually provided the coordinates of an important base of the Vizari army in the core galaxy. Jiang Fei had once served in the Vizari army, so he had a good understanding of the Vizari army, especially those large bases. They could not simply move around. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose one of them. He chose to be the target of Eamon and the others. Eamon and the others were stunned. If they wanted to go back and fly the battleship, it was already too late. It's okay. Li Wei laughed indifferently. He felt that with his cheat, no one could stop him. Eamon saw that time was tight and immediately led his men and Li Wei to set off. As they were going to infiltrate Vizari's territory, Eamon and the rest had brought their own shuttles. Not only were these small flying machines stealthy, but they were also faster than battleships. However, they did not have any protection or firepower, so they could only be used for traveling. Soon, one after another, the shuttles rose into the air and headed straight for the next target of the quest. When Jiang Fei saw that the players had left, he returned to the yacht. At this time, the children had already been placed in the cabin at the back. Although it was a little crowded, there should not be any problems in the short term. I'll find a place for you to settle down first. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and drove the yacht away from the pirate planet. Chapter 2613, 2613. Translator, 549690339. After leaving the pirate planet, Jiang Fei found an agricultural planet nearby. Compared to the administrative planets that were filled with cities, Jiang Fei felt that these agricultural planets were more humane. After landing in a small airport, Jiang Fei found a welfare center nearby and gave them a sum of money to help take care of the children. For the sake of money, the welfare center did not pursue Jiang Fei, who was suspected to be a human trafficker. They happily took in the pirate children. Seeing that the children were settled, Jiang Fei sighed. He gave up on the idea of bringing the children back to China. Jiang Fei wanted to hand these children over to Han Tianyu because he had enough confidence in Han Tianyu. He hoped that these poor children who had lost their parents would be able to live a normal life. He had too many important things to do. He had no time to show such kindness. If Jiang Fei failed in the end, the entire universe would be destroyed. These children did not even have the qualifications to become adults. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only let them develop in the future. The most important thing for him now was to get rid of Li Wei. After settling the children down, Jiang Fei directly drove the yacht away. After leaving the agricultural planet, Jiang Fei went straight to Liwei Planet. That was the location of the military base that he had previously mentioned. Liwei Planet was located in the core galaxy of the Vizari Army. It was only half a galaxy away from the capital of the Vizari Army, Starminsk. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the garrison base of the capital planet. The main reason why Jiang Fei chose this place as his target was because the base of Leviathan Star was under Ano's control. Jiang Fei could not be blamed for always being narrow-minded. Once he arrived at the territory of Vizari's army, he would cause trouble for Ano. Previously, when Ano had made things difficult for Jiang Fei, he had done so much more than that. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to return the interest. It could be considered returning the favor. Jiang Fei's yacht ended its warp and entered the gravity well of Leviathan Star. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the gravity well of Leviathan Star, Jiang Fei's yacht began to call the police. Warning! Warning! The ship has been locked on. Warning! Warning! High-energy reaction ahead. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. Although Leviathan Star was a military-restricted area, he was piloting a civilian spaceship. The other party should have sent a ship to check it out and then detain it. How could they fire directly? However, at this time, Jiang Fei had no time to ask why, because the main cannon on the other side had already started charging. Jiang Fei immediately put away the yacht. Then, he teleported and escaped out of the attack range of the energy cannon. The target has disappeared. How is that possible? Search carefully. The captain of the battleship that had just aimed at Jiang Fei's yacht frowned. The disappearance of the civilian spaceship was too strange. After Jiang Fei teleported a few times, he arrived at the low Earth orbit of Leviathan Star. At that moment, he finally understood why the fleet here had opened fire without asking any questions. At that moment, explosions continued to erupt on Leviathan Star. Mushroom clouds of various sizes shot up into the sky, and flames almost covered half of the planet. Meanwhile, the fleet near Leviathan Star had also entered battle mode. Many battleships had even aimed their cannons at the planet. Clearly, the situation on the ground was quite unfavorable. Not bad. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He was very happy when Ano and the players started fighting. No matter who had suffered losses on both sides, Jiang Fei was happy to see it. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Jiang Fei did not go down to the surface of the planet. Instead, he circled above the battlefield in low Earth orbit. At the same time, his spiritual power spread out and quickly covered the entire planet. At this time, there were about 1,000 players fighting on Leviathan. Most of them were using a humanoid armor to attack the military facilities on Leviathan. Meanwhile, the defenders of Leviathan were doing their best to resist. Only a few players were relying on their own powerful combat strength to fight. After all, this was a real military base. It had extremely powerful firepower. Its combat strength was far from what the pirate planet could compare to. Therefore, the average player could no longer fight with only the carrier. That humanoid mech was also one of the equipment of the players. It was used to make up for their lack of combat strength on the ground battlefield. Fight! Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In the short amount of time that he had been watching the battle, 7 or 8 of the players piloting the mech had been destroyed. The players inside had also been sent back to the city free of charge in the violent explosion. However, compared to the loss of the players, the casualties of the defenders under Ano's command were even more severe. At this time, almost all of the military bases on the entire planet of Leviathan only had the power of defense. They no longer had the ability to fight back. Ano, old man, aren't you going to send reinforcements? Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. While Jiang Fei was watching the battle, a few white lights suddenly flashed in the gravity well of Leviathan Star. A few battleships had completed the warp. Ano frowned. Previously, when Aurelia had launched a large-scale attack, he had already lost a large portion of his strength. It was not easy for him to catch his breath, but now he was faced with such a situation again. A captain of Leviathan's garrison reported. Only ground troops. Ano was stunned. The captain was also very surprised. These guys seem to have appeared out of thin air. You don't know. Ano, who already had a fire but had not set off, was immediately enraged. "Sir, please forgive me," the captain said. Ano took a deep breath. He also knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. Currently, our army is in a defensive state. We can still hold on for the time being, the captain said. The fleet will first send fighter planes to support us. Ano gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, I have seen the combat style of these people. It is very similar to the combat style of the Holy Advent emissaries," said the captain. Ano frowned and then looked at the combat footage sent by the captain. Ano nodded and then immediately contacted his subordinates on the Manx Star. Chapter 2614, 2614. Translator, 54969033990. Jiang Fei had also noticed that the Vizari Legion had a new warship arriving on Leviathan Star. However, he did not do anything. This time, Jiang Fei did not intend to personally intervene in the war. He had arranged a series of quests. Other than trying to find out more about Li Wei, he wanted to stall Li Wei and prevent him from working for the development team. Therefore, when Li Wei and the other players were fighting with Ano's people on Leviathan Star, Jiang Fei just stood aside and watched coldly. He did not have the slightest intention of interfering. Through the scan of his spiritual power, Jiang Fei had already found Li Wei and Edmund. The two of them were working together to attack a military base. This military base was obviously the result of Edmund's painstaking efforts. All kinds of defenses were quite adequate. Even for a combination like Edmund and Li Wei, it was very difficult for them to advance forward. Speaking of which, the combination of Eamon and Li Wei could definitely be considered powerful. Eamon himself was a top player. With a carrier at the true immortal level, he could really destroy a small mountain with a wave of his hand. However, the number of hidden sentries in front of him was simply unimaginable. The other party was also very tenacious in resisting. In the beginning, when Eamon and Li Wei faced the attacks of the aircraft and tanks, they were indeed very happy. After all, regardless of whether it was the armored vehicles or the fighter jets, in front of these two people, they were like paper. The sword aura that Eamon casually waved could easily tear apart the fighter jets or tanks. But Li Wei was even easier. He raised his head and took a look. He could place high explosive bombs inside these fighter jets or tanks. Would it still be okay? So in the blink of an eye, these two people shot down dozens of fighter jets and hundreds of tanks. However, after a round, the defenders of Li Wei were not stupid. They simply did not take the initiative to attack. Now, it was Li Wei and Eamon's turn to attack. Therefore, the attack speed could not be fast. "Hey, do you think we have to push them over bit by bit?" Li Wei asked impatiently. "Hee. Even if you destroy their nest, you have to turn around and push them away. These NPCS missions are just like this." Eamon shrugged. "Sigh, all right. It's not tiring anyway. Let's take it one step at a time." Asked Levy. "There's still more than 10 hours left." Eamon smiled. Levy nodded and continued to bomb his way out. Jiang Fei was anxious from the high altitude. This Levy was really good. He would throw his bombs everywhere. He really did not show any of his trump cards until he reached a certain level. Fortunately, it did not take long before the turning point that Jiang Fei was looking forward to came. Suddenly, white lights flashed one after another. A large number of Resistance players suddenly appeared on Leviathan Star. F*CK. A player with equally luxurious equipment stood in front of Eamon. Eamon frowned. The guy in front of him was his old enemy. Not only in this game, but in many previous games, they were all opponents. This Alonso was also a professional player. His ability was not inferior to Eamon at all. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. They would meet a good opponent, and every time they fought, there would be victories and defeats. Today, he did not expect this guy to come out and cause trouble. "I'm just doing a quest," Eamon said with a frown. "You came to my territory to do a quest, but you didn't even greet me," Alonso said with a cold smile. One of Alonso's underlings called out, "That's right. This Eamon has always been against you, boss." Another underling also shouted. Although Eamon had brought over 1,000 players this time, This was still the territory of the resistance, so their numbers were much greater than theirs. Alonso, my mission this time is very crucial. Eamon's face sank. Do we still need to form enmity? Alonso is native. At this time, Li Wei suddenly waved his hand and called Eamon over. Eamon was originally in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally not much better. Li Wei asked. Eamon nodded. Li Wei stretched out his finger and gestured. Eamon frowned, then gritted his teeth and said, Deal. But I want to record it. Li Wei was overjoyed. He originally wanted 50,000, but he didn't expect Eamon to misunderstand. Moreover, he didn't even bargain and directly nodded. Eamon confirmed. 500,000 wasn't a small amount, but if he could record it, it would severely damage Alonso's reputation. Then in the next few games, Eamon, would become the #1 player. The benefits wouldn't only be 500,000. Li Wei smiled. All right, Eamon gritted his teeth. He could not admit defeat today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. At that time, he, a professional player, would be worthless. After communicating with Li Wei, Eamon turned back to look at Alonso. Then he said indifferently, Alonso, I'll give you one last chance. Take your men and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Alonso laughed after hearing that. He said to Eamon, Damn it, do you think I'm scared? Eamon sneered. Alonso cursed and called out to the guild members beside him. Kill them all. Don't leave any of these Imperial Army players alive. After receiving the order, the players of the Resistance Army shouted and charged towards the players that Eamon had brought. Chapter 2615, 2615. Translator, 549690339. With a command, Alonso's rebel players swarmed forward and pounced on Eamon's men. Because of the absolute disadvantage in numbers, Eamon's players all had solemn expressions on their faces because they knew that the chance of winning today's team battle was very small. It could even be said that they were doomed to lose. However, at this moment, Li Wei suddenly spoke. Li Wei said with a smile on his face. Although Eamon did not know what Li Wei wanted to do at this moment, looking at how confident he was previously, Eamon chose to trust Li Wei now. Moreover, the main reason was that even if Eamon wanted to not trust Li Wei now, he could not do it. Alonso had too many people. If he were to fight head-on, he would definitely lose today. Hence, he could only place his hopes on Li Wei now. He hoped that he would be worth his price. After receiving Amon's order, the players of the Imperial Army retreated one after another, giving way to the battlefield. The players of the Resistance Army did not know what had happened. The players on the opposite side actually retreated. However, they had received the order to annihilate the other party, so they all chased after them. Li Wei walked up to the thousands of players of the Resistance Army alone. He spread his arms as if he wanted to hug someone. At this moment, the players of the Resistance Army pounced forward. Li Wei said with a smile. Li Wei's face was filled with a smile. Is he an idiot? He's like a fraud. Kill him. The players of the Resistance Army did not take Li Wei seriously at all. They had so many people, but facing a mere player, even if he was a top-tier expert, they would not care. After all, Alonso was also a top-tier player. But at this moment, following Li Wei's words, the sky suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Many players raised their heads to look at the sky in confusion. However, with just one look, their jaws almost dropped from shock. This was because meteors streaked across the sky one after another, followed by a terrifying pressure. Numerous huge fireballs descended from the sky. When the meteors landed, many players were smashed to death on the spot, or even tens of thousands of tons of meteors. When the meteors hit the ground, the sound of explosions was incessant. In an instant, hundreds of players of the Resistance Army returned to the city for free. Li Wei's face was still filled with a smile, but at this moment, no players of the Resistance Army dared to mock Li Wei anymore. In the distance, the ground that had just been baptized by the meteor suddenly cracked and then collapsed. Many of the players who had escaped this disaster were not so lucky this time. The sunken ground did not simply crack, or a large pit appeared. Instead, it was like quicksand, crazily devouring the players. Soon, rays of white light lit up again. Hundreds of players from the Resistance were sent back to the city for free. F***CK. Not to mention the players from the Resistance. Even Eamon and the others had never seen such an ability before. Eamon shook his head. He did not think that this was the effect of a cheat. He thought that Li Wei had some kind of fortuitous encounter and obtained some kind of magical item. Zhang Fei laughed coldly from high up in the sky. The appearance of another faction of players was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this also helped Zhang Fei. It allowed him to see more of Li Wei's trump cards. Li Wei's voice kept echoing in the air above the battlefield. The players of the Resistance Army did not even understand what was going on before they were slaughtered. Damn it! Alonso frowned from afar. He had never heard of Li Wei, nor did he know where this guy came from. However, the strength that he displayed was simply too terrifying. This F***CK is simply getting what he wants. Alonso clenched his fist in hatred. Although he did not know if he had the ability to kill the other party, he knew that he could not sit idly by and do nothing. If he allowed Li Wei to continue killing like this, then all his underlings would be slaughtered. Alonso moved. His carrier was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, he had arrived beside Li Wei. Moreover, Alonso's carrier seemed to be an assassin. It had extremely strong stealth skills. At the very least, Li Wei had no ability to detect Alonso's presence. Oh, Zhang Fei, who was high in the air, watched everything quietly. If Alonso's sneak attack was successful, he was already prepared to rush down and intercept Li Wei's soul. Alonso moved. He suddenly appeared behind Li Wei and stabbed the dagger in Li Wei's back. The dagger easily stabbed into Li Wei's heart. Li Wei turned around with difficulty. Alonso pulled out the dagger and instantly moved away from Li Wei. After one attack, Alonso immediately ran away. Alonso's attack style was very much in line with an assassin style. Blood spurted out from his heart. Li Wei seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Alonso was ready to launch a second attack to completely kill Li Wei. At the same time, Zhang Fei, who was high in the air, frowned. Is it that simple? Zhang Fei muttered to himself. However, at that moment, he noticed that the corner of Li Wei's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. A fellow that looked exactly like Li Wei appeared. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and fell to the ground. Very good. You actually managed to sneak up on me and hurt me. The new Li Wei laughed. F***CK. Zhang Fei was about to curse at the cheater. However, cheating itself was cheating. Therefore, it made sense for Li Wei to use such a method. Alonso was also dumbfounded. He did not know how to deal with Li Wei anymore. After all, if you killed him and he was reborn out of thin air, how was he supposed to play? Li Wei smiled and said to Alonso, I said, a sharp sword will stab out of your heart. As Li Wei's voice fell, a sharp sword pierced out from Alonso's body. Looking at the sharp sword on his chest, Alonso was stunned. He could clearly feel that his vitality was rapidly depleting. Chapter 2616, 2616. Translator, 549690339. Alonso looked at Li Wei in a daze. He had no idea how the opponent launched the attack. Why did this sharp sword appear in his body out of thin air? Li Wei smiled. Then, the sharp sword in Alonso's body began to heat up. The sharp sword and Alonso exploded into pieces. It was a pity that this top-tier player did not even understand what was going on and died without any reason. F***CK. After resurrecting, Alonso stomped his feet and cursed. Although losing a carrier was nothing, as a professional player at his level, buying a new top-tier carrier was just a small matter. But the problem was that he died too unjustly. Moreover, after this matter was spread, it dealt a heavy blow to his reputation. An unknown guy, a nameless underling under Eamon, instantly killed Alonso. How would he be able to raise his head in the future? How is it? Li Wei turned to look at Eamon. It's worth it. Eamon nodded repeatedly at this moment. Although he was also stunned by Li Wei's methods, his heart was filled with joy. Alonso was his old enemy. After teaching him a lesson today, He would wait until he went offline and arrange for the promoter to hype things up. Alonso would probably be suppressed until he could not breathe for a while. When the next game started, his value would naturally rise. Li Wei smiled and took 2 steps back. Although there were still the remaining players of the resistance army on the battlefield, they were already out of shape. After seeing Li Wei's slaughtering methods, these people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Eamon laughed out loud. Then, he immediately called the players under him to charge. The players under Eamon were originally watching with their blood boiling. Now that it was their turn to take action, their morale was high. It was a stark contrast to the players of the opposing resistance army. One side's morale was high, while the other side was not in the mood to fight. After the 2 sides fought, the results of the battle could be imagined. Soon, the players of the resistance army were scattered. Then, only the defenders of Leviathan Star were left struggling. "Let's also speed up our attack," Eamon said to Li Wei. "That's true. After being delayed by these guys, we don't have much time left." Li Wei nodded and then walked forward. As Li Wei pointed, a large number of meteors appeared out of thin air. These huge meteors fell from the sky, carrying a huge amount of energy. In an instant, those military bases were destroyed into ruins. Li Wei laughed. "Brother, let me ask a question." Eamon came over and asked curiously. After all, Li Wei's move was a little too shocking. "Hee, it's just a small trick." Li Wei smiled and prevaricated. When Eamon saw that Li Wei didn't want to say anything, although he suspected that it was a cheat, it was hard to say. After all, the 2 of them were in a cooperative relationship. However, it was hard for Eamon to say, but Alonso wasn't polite at all. After he was killed, he immediately reported Li Wei to the development team and even told the media that this game was full of cheats. But the purpose was indeed for himself, because he knew very well that Eamon would definitely hype up this matter. Then he would be even more passive. However, what Alonso did not expect was that the game development team denied his accusations. They firmly denied the existence of the cheats and insisted that there might be any cheats in the game. It was all because Alonso was not as skilled as the others that he suffered a crushing defeat. The development team didn't admit it, and Alonso couldn't bring out the evidence of the stone hammer. All of a sudden, the wind of public opinion pointed to his side. Even before Eamon had hyped it up, Alonso had already put himself in a disadvantageous position. It was also imaginable that the development team firmly refused to admit that there was a plug-in. They had discovered too many secrets in the game, and none of those secrets could be made public. Otherwise, the impact would not only be something they couldn't bear, even the big boss behind them would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the development team kept a tight lid on everything related to the game's settings and data control. They would never allow the media to get their hands on them. With the development team giving the green light, apostles like Li Wei who had a cheat would naturally become rich in silence. Especially people like Li Wei who had taken money from the development team. He was even more confident. Eamon shook his head. Even if Levi didn't say anything, there was nothing he could do. However, the cooperation between the 2 of them still had to continue. After a few hours, there were no more intact places on the entire Leviathan Star, especially the locations of the military bases. At this moment, they were all in ruins. Planetary bombardment. I don't care. Ano, who was in the outer space of Leviathan, was anxious. This planet was not only his base of operations for decades, it was also the capital base of the Vasily Legion. Now that it was destroyed, not only did he suffer a huge loss, he was also responsible for it. It was definitely enough to make him suffer. After receiving the order, the Vasily warships in outer space began to charge their main cannons. At the beginning, they did not dare to launch a planetary bombing rashly, mainly because they were afraid of blowing up their own base. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. Their own base had long been reduced to ruins. Now, there was nothing to be sorry about. Beams of bright light shot directly at Leviathan Star, and huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Eamon and the others had long moved to a remote place. They watched Ano's fleet bombard their own planet, but it was like watching fireworks. Although Ano's fleet had surrounded the entire planet, even though the ship's radar was powerful, it was unrealistic to find 1,000 people on a planet. After all, a person size was too small. It was harder to find him on a planet than finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 2617. 2617. Translator 549690339. As he watched Ano bombard Leviathan Star like he was venting his anger, Jiang Fei could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. It hurts, doesn't it? When I came back from the Tel Aviv galaxy, how did you treat me? When he thought of the Tel Aviv galaxy, Jiang Fei had an idea. That's right. How could I have forgotten about this place? This is a good place. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei flew straight to where Eamon and the others were. Even though Ano could not find these players, it did not mean that Jiang Fei could not find them. Any movement on the entire planet could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived above these players. Jiang Fei landed, said Eamon. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Eamon, Li Wei, and the others were very happy because Jiang Fei's words meant that they had completed the second step of the quest. Jiang Fei was lazy this time. Paying Eamon and the rest for the battleships and other rewards was too exhausting. On the contrary, he had plenty of Imperial coins. Eamon gladly accepted the game coins and paid Li Wei in cash. Li Wei smiled in satisfaction. This was another bonus for him. After paying the rewards for this step, Jiang Fei said to Li Wei and Eamon, I have settled everything here. Now, I need you to help me with one more thing. Eamon immediately said. They were now doing a series of quests, so they must be doing it step by step. He and Li Wei were already prepared for this. It's like this. I need some rare materials. I need you to help me collect them, said Jiang Fei. Asked Eamon. I need the corpses of giant beasts, said Jiang Fei. The giant beast jerky that he had obtained in the Tel Aviv galaxy had already been almost used up. After all, he had been supplying the entire army with this kind of material on Skodastar. The consumption of the dried meat had increased all of a sudden. This time, since Jiang Fei had thought of the Tel Aviv galaxy, he naturally wanted to collect more dried meat along the way. The dried meat of the cosmic giant beasts would be very helpful to Bella and the others. It's not a problem to kill the giant beasts. However, these big things rarely appear in the area where intelligent creatures live, said one of Eamon's underlings. Jiang Fei smiled and told Eamon, Li Wei, and the rest the coordinates of the Tel Aviv galaxy. After obtaining the coordinates, Eamon was relieved. He was not afraid of the giant beast's powerful strength. The main reason was that he was afraid that he would not be able to find the monsters. Kill as many as you can. It would be best if you can kill a cosmic giant beast, Jiang Fei said. General, don't worry. Eamon promised. Okay, then you guys should leave as soon as possible. I will wait for you guys in the Tel Aviv galaxy, Jiang Fei said with a smile. All right, Levy said with a smile. Jiang Fei maintained his smile. However, he had already made up his mind to give Levy a vicious blow in the Tel Aviv galaxy. It would be best if he could kill Levy. Even if this kid was lucky, Jiang Fei had to leave a mark on him. After issuing the mission, Jiang Fei left with Edmund and the others. That was not something Jiang Fei had to worry about. After teleporting away from the planet, Jiang Fei went to the back of the planet and summoned his yacht. Jiang Fei ordered as soon as he entered the yacht. Maleki asked, Don't worry about where we're going. Jiang Fei said, Yes. After receiving the order, Maleki did not adjust the direction of the spaceship. Instead, he directly activated the warp engine on the nearest planet in front of him. Once Jiang Fei summoned the yacht, the Visari army's fleet in the distance immediately noticed him. Therefore, these warships could not directly attack him with beam weapons. Ano immediately ordered. The Visari army's fleet immediately fired a few electromagnetic missiles in an attempt to intercept Jiang Fei's spaceship. As Jiang Fei's spaceship was at the back of the planet, the light energy weapons would attack in a straight line. Therefore, before the fleet adjusted their position, they could only use more flexible missiles to intercept Jiang Fei's spaceship. However, although the missiles could bypass the planet to attack, it had a flight time. Unlike the light energy weapons, it could not be fired immediately. Therefore, although the Vizari army's missiles had been released, Jiang Fei's yet had already rushed into the phase space before the missiles could get close. The radar officer reported. Ano cursed. If he could keep this suspicious fellow alive, Ano would be able to push all the blame to him regardless of whether this fellow had anything to do with the incident on Leviathan Star. At the very least, he could use it as a scapegoat. However, now that the spaceship had escaped, Ano could not shirk the responsibility, even if he wanted to. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei's yacht rushed out of the phase space. As it was only a temporary jump, the time was very short. Maleki asked, "To the Tel Aviv galaxy," Jiang Fei said. After Maleki received the order, he immediately began to adjust the route and prepare to head to this extreme edge of the galaxy. After a few days of sailing, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at the Tel Aviv galaxy. Not only was this place remote, there were no navigation markers along the way. Unless one had been there before or had mastered the course of the ship, no one would be able to reach this place. Otherwise, outsiders would not be able to reach this place. Jiang Fei belonged to the former. Previously, he had been exiled to this place. Then, he had brought a group of exiled criminals and escaped from this place. Therefore, he remembered the coordinates of this place very clearly. After coming to the Tel Aviv galaxy again, Jiang Fei realized that this place was completely different from before. Chapter 2618, 2618. Translator 549690339. Although the former Tel Aviv galaxy was a place where criminals were exiled after many years of operation, there were teleportation platforms everywhere in the starry sky. There were blockhouses everywhere to defend against the giant beasts. However, at this time, the various facilities here were already damaged beyond repair. A large number of teleportation platforms had even been damaged. Those planets were also filled with the aura of the giant beasts. It was as if the entire Tel Aviv galaxy had been completely abandoned after Jiang Fei and the others left. At this moment, an unmanned transport ship came from afar. Jiang Fei sighed. This kind of transport ship could have been expected because it contained a small amount of supplies that were necessary for survival. Back then, the exiles had fought over these resources. Countless people had died in the internal strife. Now, the Tel Aviv galaxy had been abandoned for many years. However, these unmanned transport ships were still sending resources to this place. Although there were very few of them, they had never stopped. This was because the Vizari army's bureaucratic system did not notice it or was too lazy to change the settings. That was why every once in a while, an unmanned transport ship would arrive in the Tel Aviv galaxy. Then, it would crash on a certain planet. These unmanned transport ships were all one-time consumables. Back then, in order to prevent exiles from using the transport ships to escape from this place, the unmanned transport ships were all one way. Their mission was over. Jiang Fei waved his hand and put away his yacht. Then, he teleported to the unmanned transport ship. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh when he entered the unmanned transport ship. This was the same spaceship that had transported him in the past. Jiang Fei smiled. Then he walked to a seat and fixed himself in the seat. The spaceship is about to land. About 20 minutes later, the radio in the spaceship rang. Jiang Fei smiled and grabbed the armrest next to him. At that moment, the unmanned carrier began to shake violently. It had clearly entered the atmosphere of a certain planet. The vibration of the spaceship became more and more intense. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that the world was spinning. Clearly, the spaceship began to roll around randomly. Jiang Fei cursed silently. He knew that this was because the unmanned transport ship had been attacked by the giant beasts. Although the Tel Aviv galaxy's concentration camp had been abandoned for a long time, the giant beasts did not recognize this kind of transport ship. Although they were huge and powerful, they did not have much brains. To these transport ships that had suddenly charged into the atmosphere, they had always assumed that they were prey or a threat. Therefore, they began to attack as soon as they saw it. The transport ship that Jiang Fei was on was no exception. Under the attack of the giant beast, the one-time transport ship was about to disintegrate. The alarms in the spaceship were constantly ringing. The orange-red alarm lights were even more annoying. Jiang Fei teleported out of the transport ship in a flash. Although he would not receive any damage, even if the transport ship was destroyed, no one was willing to stay inside and get beaten up. After teleporting out, Jiang Fei found the giant beast that was attacking the transport ship. This giant beast's strength was relatively average. It was not at the level of a cosmic giant beast. It was just an ordinary cosmic giant beast. Its combat strength was around 15 million. However, it was as tall as a small building. This giant beast looked like a puppy. Of course, it was much bigger than a puppy. A big dog was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Moreover, this giant dog's face was even more ferocious. There were many tentacles with barbs on its back. It looked very terrifying. The giant beast let out a series of loud roars. Then, it continuously attacked the poor transport ship with the tentacles on its back. Finally, the transport ship could not withstand the attack of the giant beast and broke in half. The broken transport ship exploded into a pile of trash in the air. The supplies inside were also burned up by the flames. Jiang Fei smacked his lips and said. At that moment, the space beast also noticed him. The space beast immediately became excited. Compared to the metal transport ship, Jiang Fei might be a little smaller, but at least he could meet the standard of food. Following an excited howl, the giant dog-like space beast turned towards Jiang Fei. The tentacles on its back shot towards Jiang Fei, trying to entangle him. Jiang Fei was also very playful. He did not dodge. Just as the tentacles of the gigantic beast were about to approach him, Jiang Fei suddenly attacked. He grabbed one of the tentacles of the gigantic beast, then he shouted in midair. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then he actually swung the gigantic beast that was as tall as a two-story building. The huge dog drew a perfect semicircle and was heavily thrown to the ground. Its terrifying weight had become a burden. It was not light after being thrown by Jiang Fei. The huge dog whimpered. It looked like it had been wronged. Where was the arrogance from before? Jiang Fei landed on the head of the huge dog and looked at the huge beast calmly. The giant dog looked at Jiang Fei pitifully. If it was not so big and its appearance was not so ferocious, it would still be quite cute with its big, watery eyes. Jiang Fei kicked the giant beast. The giant beast stood up shakily. Although this fellow did not have much intelligence, it had the instincts of a wild beast. This was the nature of wild beasts. The more you were afraid of it, the more it would be motivated. If you were more aggressive than it, the beast would be obedient. Let's go. Jiang Fei sat cross-legged on top of the giant beast's head. The giant beast nodded. As Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to communicate directly with it, even if it was not smart, it could understand what Jiang Fei meant. The giant dog carried Jiang Fei on its back and kept its head high. On one hand, it was afraid that Jiang Fei would fall down if it lowered its head. On the other hand, it seemed like the dog was trying to take advantage of Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei did not specify the direction to go, the giant dog brought Jiang Fei to the territory of its nemesis. Therefore, the territory between them had long been decided. Now that the giant dog was carrying Jiang Fei, it was obvious that it wanted to play a trick. Chapter 2619, 2619. Translator, 549690339. Sitting on top of the gigantic dog, Jiang Fei browsed through the scenery of the planet. This was a planet that he had never been to before. When he was exiled to the Tel Aviv galaxy, not every human planet had been to this planet before. This was a place that he had never been to before. Although he had never been to this planet before, Jiang Fei had a general understanding of these planets. Logically speaking, there should be traces of humans living here occasionally. This place had returned to its original state. Jiang Fei asked with his spiritual power. The giant dog was not very intelligent. It would not lie. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. He did not expect the giant dog to be so vengeful. The giant dog advanced with its head held high. Soon, it entered a forest. The moment the giant dog stepped into the forest, a shrill cry rang in the air. Immediately after, Jiang Fei could feel the giant dog's excitement. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, The giant dog let out a loud cry. Then it charged toward the enemy. Accompanied by a shrill cry, an incomparably large golden eagle appeared above Jiang Fei's head. It circled for half a circle before it pounced on the giant dog. The tentacles on the giant dog's back waved like whips and began to attack the swooping golden eagle. The golden eagle was extremely fast. Moreover, it maintained its agile posture while swooping down. It skillfully dodged a few of the giant dog's attacks. Then, it saw an opportunity and pecked one of the giant dog's tentacles. The giant dog's tentacle was immediately pecked off. Fresh blood flowed down. The giant dog cried out in pain. It lowered its body. However, the golden condor was not going to let it go. With a flap of its wings, the golden condor swooped down in a gust of cold wind. The wind alone could take the lives of an ordinary person. The golden condor's eyes shone with a golden light. It aimed at one of the giant dog's eyes and pecked at it. The giant dog lowered its head and passed Jiang Fei to it. The golden condor went with the eyes of the giant dog. When the giant dog lowered its head, it realized that there was a little person sitting on top of the dog's head. To the golden condor, its low IQ was not enough to judge Jiang Fei's strength. In its eyes, the little man sitting on the giant dog's head was just a gift for lunch today. The golden condor that could not peck the giant dog's eyes came straight at Jiang Fei. It seemed that it was planning to use him as a dinner. Hey, Jiang Fei smiled slightly. In the beginning, he really did not intend to stand up for the giant dog. However, this big guy was actually playing tricks on Jiang Fei. This was not something that Jiang Fei liked. Therefore, when he first entered this forest, Jiang Fei did not intend to stand up for Giant Dog. He did not expect the golden eagle to actually die on its own. Jiang Fei did not deliberately teach the golden eagle a lesson. However, when the sharp beak of the golden eagle came in front of him, Jiang Fei waved his hand and slapped it. Following a clear sound, the golden eagle was sent flying. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The trees along the way were knocked down by an unknown number of grams. The golden eagle fell heavily to the ground. However, with the size of the golden eagle, this level of attack was not enough to threaten it. However, the sudden distance gave it a scare. At the same time, it had a clear understanding of Jiang Fei's strength. The golden condor rolled and crawled up. Then it rose into the air and hovered above Jiang Fei and the giant dog. It seemed that it would not dare to come down for a while. At that moment, the giant dog was extremely proud. It kept barking in the air. It was unknown whether it was provoking the golden condor or gloating over Jiang Fei's misfortune. Jiang Fei patted the giant dog's head. He had initially chosen the giant dog to have a transportation tool. Of course, he planned to change it. The giant dog clearly did not understand what Jiang Fei meant. However, Jiang Fei pressed on the top of its head. Its entire body suddenly rose into the air. Before the golden eagle could react, Jiang Fei had already landed on its back. The golden condor let out a cry. Then it continued to somersault in the air. It made some very tricky maneuvers in an attempt to shake Jiang Fei off. However, everything that the golden condor had done was clearly in vain. With its strength of more than 10 million combat power, it would be a fool's dream if it wanted to shake Jiang Fei off, who had more than 70 million combat power. Jiang Fei sent a small wisp of his spiritual power into the golden condor's mind. After a scream, the golden condor immediately behaved itself. Although this ferocious beast did not have a high IQ, its instincts told it that it had to be obedient. Otherwise, it would be the one who would be in trouble. Jiang Fei said to the golden condor with his spiritual power. Although the golden condor's ability to express itself was not good, it could still understand the message that Jiang Fei had transmitted to it through his spiritual power. Due to Jiang Fei's threat of force, the golden condor had no choice but to obey his orders. Therefore, after hovering in midair for half a week, the golden condor flew in a certain direction. As Jiang Fei had dealt with these behemoths before, Jiang Fei knew that although these behemoths belonged to different species, they had leaders every time there was a beast tied. The leaders of these beast groups were usually relatively strong. It might even be a cosmic giant beast. This time, Jiang Fei had rushed to the Tel Aviv galaxy ahead of time. His goal was to make a good ambush here. The best outcome would be to kill this guy. He would not let him suspect him. Jiang Fei could not help but smile evilly. Soon, the Golden Eagle brought Jiang Fei to the depths of a large mountain. As soon as they got closer, Jiang Fei noticed that there was something different about this place. This was because there were no other giant beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles. Clearly, this was the territory of a very powerful giant beast. When they were still 100 miles away from the terrifying giant beast, the Golden Eagle did not dare to get closer. Jiang Fei jumped down from the back of the Golden Eagle. He knew that there was a cosmic giant beast lying in the valley in front of him. Therefore, the Golden Eagle in front of him definitely did not dare to get any closer. Chapter 2620, 2620. Translator 549690339. After sending the Golden Eagle away, Jiang Fei flew towards the valley in front of him. The valley in front of Jiang Fei took up an astonishing amount of land. The area of the valley was not less than several hundred square kilometers. However, such a large valley was still a little crowded for the giant beast inside. From this, it could be seen how big the cosmic giant beast was. When Jiang Fei entered the valley, the cosmic beast was still in a deep sleep. When the cosmic beast was not eating, it was usually in a deep sleep. Because of its huge size, even if it did not move, it would consume too much energy. It was not easy to hunt in the starry sky. Therefore, when it was not eating, the cosmic beast would most likely enter a dormant state to lower its metabolism to preserve the hard-earned energy. After entering the valley, Jiang Fei went straight to the head of the cosmic giant beast. This thing was too big. Just one head was like a building. TSK, and no wonder they dared to sleep so peacefully. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. These giant beasts were huge in size. Therefore, their defense was also terrifying. They dared to enter deep sleep without any defense. They relied on this ability that no one could do anything to them. Wake up! After coming in front of the giant beast, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He directly used his spiritual power to stimulate the cosmic giant beast. Although this giant beast was huge and had thick skin and flesh, even if Jiang Fei used his full strength, he would not be able to hurt it in 3 or 5 moves. However, a beast was a beast after all. No matter how big it was, its brain capacity was limited, its mental strength was also weak. Therefore, after being stimulated by Jiang Fei, the cosmic beast was immediately awakened. When the giant beast woke up, its mountain-like body moved, and the entire valley was like an earthquake. Jiang Fei rose into the air. He did not want to be covered in dust and gravel. The giant beast raised its head and looked around. It seemed to be looking for the person who had just attacked it. However, Jiang Fei was too small to be noticed by the giant beast. Jiang Fei sent his spiritual power over. The giant beast panted as it raised its head. The giant beast finally saw Jiang Fei and let out an angry roar at him. Powerful sound waves mixed with violent squalls rushed toward Jiang Fei. The violent squalls were nothing to Jiang Fei. However, this stinky toothpick that had not been brushed for thousands of years was enough to disgust Jiang Fei to death. The giant beast let out a loud roar and rose into the air. Clearly, Jiang Fei's actions of waking it up had angered it. Jiang Fei's face darkened. He directly sent a spiritual attack at the giant beast. Although the giant beast had accumulated thousands of years of spiritual power and possessed extraordinary spiritual power, it did not know how to use it. Therefore, after being hit by Jiang Fei's attack, it was immediately in great pain. Its body, which had just been in the air, fell to the ground again. The giant beast fell to the ground. It was like an asteroid falling. The ground trembled as well. Within thousands of kilometers, there was an earthquake of varying intensity. Roar! The giant beast roared angrily. It lay on the ground and began to pant. Although its intelligence was not high, it was still very experienced. Its instincts told it that although the little person on top of its head was not big, it was an existence that it could not afford to offend. Let's go. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was directly transmitted into the giant beast's mind. This time, the giant beast was obedient. It followed Jiang Fei and soared into the sky. They left the planet directly and came to outer space. Jiang Fei pointed with his finger. A golden light landed on the giant beast's back and embedded itself between its thick skin. Some people will come to cause trouble in a while. You have to kill them all, Jiang Fei said to the cosmic giant beast. The cosmic giant beast nodded. It was floating in space like a battleship. I will be observing you in the dark, Jiang Fei threatened as he used his spiritual power to stimulate the cosmic behemoth. The cosmic behemoth quickly nodded. It did not want to experience that kind of intense pain again. With the cosmic behemoth's huge body, the physical pain was nothing to it. However, that kind of mental tearing pain made it wish it was dead. After Jiang Fei gave the order to the cosmic behemoth, he found a small planet and hid. He began to wait quietly for the arrival of the players. Edmund, Li Wei, and the others did not let Jiang Fei wait for too long. After he gave the order to the cosmic behemoth, less than 12 hours later, more than 100-player shuttles arrived at the Tel Aviv galaxy. This place is really remote, cried Levy. Yeah, the star map does not even have the coordinates of this star area. I even received the reward for opening the map just now, said Eamon with a shrug. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just do the quest first. I don't know what reward we will get after this step is over, said Levy with a smile. He had already received a lot of benefits before this. Therefore, he was a little addicted to doing this quest. No matter what reward we get, I am a man of my word. Other than that, Titan, the rest of the rewards are yours, said Levy. Just give me a discount. I am not interested in the things in the game, said Levy straightforwardly. The purpose of him playing this game was very simple. It was for money. No problem. Eamon smiled. Levi nodded with a smile. As the shuttles went deeper and deeper, Eamon and the others entered the inner part of the Tel Aviv galaxy. Soon, teleportation platforms that looked like dilapidated walls appeared before them. There should have been signs of human activity here in the past. I don't know why it was abandoned, Eamon said. It must be because of those giant beasts. Levy laughed. Amon nodded. At this moment, a player suddenly shouted. Amon looked in the direction that he provided, and in the distance, there were dense dots. The alarm on the shuttle sounded. Eamon shouted in the party channel. Chapter 26-21, 26-21. Translator, 549690339. Following Eamon's command, the players put away their shuttles and prepared themselves for the onslaught of the beast tide. The space was deathly silent. Due to the lack of a medium, sound could not be transmitted. Their voices could not reach the players at all. Even so, the players, under Eamon, all had solemn expressions. Nor could they use plugins like Li Wei. The quality of these ordinary carriers was generally not high. Their combat strength was around 3 to 5 million. However, they were still not enough to face the space behemoths. Therefore, almost all these players were piloting mecha to participate in the battle. These players' unique mecha could greatly make up for their individual combat strength deficiencies. It was the best choice for players who could not afford high-quality carriers. Eamon, I think it's enough for the two of us to come. Levy looked at those players and then sent a private message to Eamon. I'm the guild leader of the guild. Of course, I have to bring some members with me when doing quests. They don't necessarily have to help me, but if everyone often goes on quests together, it will increase the cohesion of the guild. This is something that you, a solo player like you, will not understand, Eamon said with a smile. Suit yourself. Li Wei shrugged his shoulders, said Eamon with a smile. Li Wei nodded and charged towards the beast tied ahead. Eamon also roared in the party channel. The players, under Eamon, let out a wave of angry roars. However, they did not charge towards the beast tide. Instead, they opened fire on the spot. These players were equipped with large-caliber energy weapons on their mecha. The attack power of these energy cannons was very terrifying. Some of the high-level cannons were not even weaker than the battleship main cannons. So in the hundreds of players after the full firepower, a bright beam of light straight to the distant beast tide. The beam weapons hit the bodies of those space behemoths with sparks flying everywhere, no different from hitting battleships. These space behemoths not only had extremely strong individual defenses, these large meteorites blocked the bodies of the space behemoths. They were no different from a layer of armor, which greatly weakened the attacks of the players. The space behemoths struck back. These space behemoths did not only rely on brute force to attack. They either spat out plasma or shot out red laser beams from their eyes. In short, there were many ways to attack from a distance. Bang! A player was accidentally hit and his mech was destroyed by the plasma on the spot. Following that, he was instantly killed by a few red lasers. Everyone, keep your spirits up, Eamon reminded loudly. At the same time, Li Wei had already rushed to the vicinity of these behemoths. Li Wei pointed with his finger, and a meteorite belt appeared in front of him, isolating the giant beasts behind him. Li Wei's voice rang out again. Even in space where there was no medium, his voice was still transmitted out. Accompanied by Li Wei's voice, many large meteorites in the distant meteorite belt began to accelerate, and then violently smashed toward the space behemoths. Bang! Bang! The space behemoths were immediately thrown into disarray by the meteorites. Not only that, these high-speed meteorites also possessed terrifying lethality. Many space behemoths were smashed into bloody heads by these meteorites. Some even had their brains smashed into pieces. Eamon, does that NPC have to have a complete corpse? Li Wei turned around and asked. I don't know. Try to keep it intact. Otherwise, it might affect the final reward, Eamon said. Li Wei shrugged. Then he looked at the giant beasts and said, I say, your brains are full of rocks. As Li Wei said this, the large group of space beasts suddenly did not understand. F*CK. Elman was dumbfounded. At this moment, he believed that Li Wei was using a cheat. However, since the development team didn't admit it, and Li Wei was his ally, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for him. Therefore, Elman didn't expose this matter. Come, let your people clear the field, Li Wei shouted at Elman. All right, Eamon nodded. Then he said to the few players behind him, Have you cleared all your backpacks? Said the few players immediately. All right, Eamon nodded. Then he led the few players and rushed forward. After passing through the meteorite belt, Eamon led the players and began to collect the astral beast's corpse. These are the quest materials that they had a hand in. Therefore, they must not waste them. The players' bag was a spatial item that was even more powerful than Jiang Fei's ring space. The space inside was almost infinite. No matter what was placed inside, it would only take up one slot. Therefore, even if it was a massive star beast, each player could carry a lot of it. Very soon, the star beast corpses that had just been killed by Li Wei were all collected by the players. Then, Eamon brought them back to the safe zone. This quest is not difficult at all, Levy said with a smile. Although Elmo said so, he was disdainful in his heart. If you don't use your cheats and try again, this quest will be easy for you. After clearing out a wave of beast tide, it seemed that the nearby space behemoths were frightened. They scattered in a hurry and all landed on the planet below. This made Levy a bit embarrassed. Whaley complained unhappily. Then he turned to ask Aaron, How many corpses does that NPC want? He didn't say the specifics, just the more the better. Aaron said. Whaley asked. Eamon nodded. Li Wei asked. Even though his combat power was off the charts, his ability to search for bosses was far from it. Chapter 2622, 2622. Translator, 549690339. Eamon nodded and took out a small item from his pocket. Eamon took out the small item and fiddled with it for a while. Then, he pointed in a direction and said to Levy, Over there. There's the aura of the boss over there. All right. Levy laughed loudly and took the lead to fly in the direction that Eamon pointed. Eamon called out to the players around him and followed. Is it finally starting? Jiang Fei, who was hiding on the asteroid, finally stood up. Actually, Jiang Fei had already noticed the players the moment they arrived in the Tel Aviv galaxy. The previous beast tide was actually within Jiang Fei's expectations. Even without the help of a cheat, the galactic behemoths would not pose a threat to them. Now that these guys had eliminated the galactic behemoths, they finally went after the cosmic behemoth that Jiang Fei had arranged beforehand. Therefore, Jiang Fei stood up as well. He had to go check on his results. After quietly turning invisible, Jiang Fei leaped up and followed the players. As these players did not have strong spiritual power, they did not notice Jiang Fei behind them. Even Eamon and Li Wei were unaware of Jiang Fei's arrival. After quietly following behind these players, Jiang Fei was already very close to the planet he had previously arrived on. Jiang Fei frowned. Logically speaking, due to the gigantic size of the cosmic behemoth, when it was on the surface of the planet, due to the gravity, its combat power would be limited. Therefore, they would usually choose to fight in space. However, it was too unusual today. The cosmic behemoth had been hiding on the surface of the planet instead of taking the initiative to fight. If the cosmic behemoth did not sense the arrival of Eamon and the other players, Jiang Fei would not believe it at all. However, these creatures had extremely strong beast instincts. Therefore, it must have known about the arrival of Eamon and the other players. However, just as Jiang Fei was puzzled, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the planet below. Following that, a powerful aura rose up into the sky. The cosmic beast had appeared. Wow! Li Wei smiled excitedly. To him who had a cheat, no matter how strong the boss was, it was not a problem. On the contrary, the stronger the boss, the more quest rewards the NPC gave him, the more he would earn. Eamon warned. Li Wei Loga. At this time, the universe beast was already in front of them. This space battleship-sized beast charged over with a terrifying pressure. It growled softly. Even though the terrifying sound waves couldn't spread in space, Eamon and the others could still feel the pressure from the beast. Levi smiled at Eamon and the others, before leaping forward to meet it. The giant beast roared. A terrifying energy spewed out of its mouth and headed straight for where Levi, Eamon, and the other players were. Because the size of the universe beast was too big, it was difficult for it to accurately attack a person. Hence, every time it attacked, it would attack a large area. Li Wei obviously didn't expect the attack range of the beast to be so big, and this made it impossible for him to dodge in time. The energy ball that the beast spat out directly hit Li Wei's body, and this huge energy instantly drowned him. Compared to this huge energy ball, Li Wei's body was too small, so small that it was almost negligible. Therefore, the energy density was relatively smaller. Although Li Wei had been hit head-on, he was still a carrier of true immortal level and above. The problem wouldn't be too big. Because Li Wei's body was too small, after soaking him, the energy ball continued to fly backward. By the time Li Wei escaped from the energy ball had already arrived in front of Eamon and the others. Eamon was also shocked. He thought that Levi would be able to block this attack, but he did not expect that guy to take the attack head-on and leave the energy sphere alone. Levi could not care less about the lives of the players, but Eamon could not. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, and with a wave of his arms, an energy barrier appeared. The energy ball slammed into the energy barrier. Eamon was sent flying a few km away, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of blood. Eamon gritted his teeth and said, even though they were all true immortals, the huge size of the universe beast meant that its energy base far exceeded that of a puny human. Levi Wei saw that Eamon was injured. His face was a little awkward. Obviously, he didn't do his job properly. Eamon nodded. His blood was still boiling. He couldn't say anything. You're good. You actually made me lose face in front of my boss. Li Wei looked deeply at the universe beast before him. Then he pointed. You will suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing your heart. The moment Li Wei said that, the battleship-sized universe beast suddenly started rolling in pain. This universe beast didn't have any scars on its surface, but its heart was sliced into pieces by countless sharp blades. The intense pain and fear of losing its life force lingered all over the universe beast's body, making it both afraid and uncomfortable. Li Wei spoke again. In an instant, the two bright lights in the eyes of the universe beast dimmed. Its gaze became extremely dull. At this time, the body of the universe beast was still twisting instinctively. This was caused by the chain reaction of the nerves in its body. Actually, this universe beast was already brain dead. Li Wei leaped onto the body of the cosmic beast. He wanted to inspect his spoils of war. After all, Li Wei had never seen such a huge beast since he entered the game. Damn. Very soon, Li Wei found the gift that Jiang Fei had left for him. Eamon, have you seen the corpse of the cosmic beast? Li Wei did not rush to make a move. Instead, he called Eamon over. Eamon was guessing. Chapter 26-23, 26-23. Translator, 549690339. When they saw the golden bead, Li Wei and Eamon's curiosity was piqued. Since the giant beast had already been killed, they could report to Jiang Fei. Therefore, the two of them were not in a hurry to hunt the other giant beasts. Eamon suggested. Li Wei said halfway. Eden said straightforwardly. Li Wei was waiting for Eden's words. This actually made sense. But luckily Eamon was generous enough, so he directly gave the spoils of war to Li Wei. So Li Wei happily walked over to the golden object. Li Wei squatted down on the space beast's back, and then he carefully observed the golden bead. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't look like it grew from the space beast's body. Instead, it looked like the universe beast had accidentally rubbed against something, and then the thing got stuck on its back. Forget it, I don't care. Li Wei was really brave, and he directly attacked. As Li Wei's punch landed, with the carrier of true immortal level and above, his punch created a big hole on the back of the universe beast. As the big hole appeared, the bead naturally fell off. Li Wei grabbed the golden bead in his hand. Elman asked curiously. This is called Li Wei Fronut. With the special privileges of a player, as long as they held an unknown item in their hands, they could at least know the name of this thing. Heart-devouring goo. Elman was stunned. Li Wei was about to carefully observe the golden ball when it suddenly moved. In an instant, the heart-devouring goo bit Li Wei's palm and entered his body. F***CK, Li Wei shouted, and then he felt that the worm was crazily rushing towards his sea of consciousness. What? When Eamon heard this news, he was also scared and took 2 steps back. Parasites were not to be trifled with. Although this thing was not big, its power was absolutely terrifying. Seeing that the heart-devouring goo was about to enter Li Wei's sea of consciousness, this kid was really decisive. He directly stretched out his hand and pointed, creating a new body in front of him, and then transferred his consciousness over. Just as Li Wei transferred his consciousness, the Heart-Devourer reached his sea of consciousness and cut off the connection between his sea of consciousness and his body. Then, the Heart-Devourer would be able to trap him in this body. Jiang Fei, who was secretly monitoring everything from afar, slapped his thigh. Then, he immediately began to control the Heart-Devourer through his spiritual power. As the Heart-Devourer voodoo itself did not have a consciousness, it was not a real insect. It was just a type of insect-type weapon. Therefore, all the control was up to Jiang Fei. Under Jiang Fei's control, the Heart-Devourer voodoo bit the space between the brows of the Li Wei's original carrier and directly rushed out. Then, a golden light was seen. It went straight for the face of the Li Wei's new carrier. F***CK. Li Wei was on guard this time. He extended his hand and pointed. A metal box appeared out of thin air and put the Heart-Devourer inside. A series of muffled sounds came from inside the metal box. The Heart-Devourer wanted to rush out, but the box was very strong. Phew, that was so close. Li Wei wiped away his cold sweat. Said Eamon as he was a little scared. If he was the target of the heart-rending voodoo, he would not be as capable as Li Wei. Perhaps the carrier would be destroyed. Eamon had spent a lot of money on this carrier. Yeah, this game world is really amazing, said Li Wei as he laughed. Hee, this game world even has such a huge monster. Eamon's imagination immediately cleared Jiang Fei's suspicion. Levy did not suspect that someone was plotting against him. He also thought that the Heart Devourer was just a parasite on the body of this cosmic behemoth. I don't know. Let's put it in here first and see if the quest NPC wants it. This thing might also be a quest item, said Eamon. That works too. If the NPC doesn't want it, it's better if this thing burns to death, Levi nodded. He was quite afraid of this thing. At this time, Jiang Fei was controlling the Heart Devourer. He was trying to let the Heart Devourer escape from the metal box. Logically speaking, the Heart Devourer could bite through super alloys and corrode many high-strength materials. However, there was nothing that could be done about the box that Li Wei had created. Jiang Fei tried for a long time, but the Heart Devourer could not escape. I'd better show myself. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although the Heart Devourer did not have any effect on Li Wei, he might have this thing when he met other apostles in the future. After making his decision, Jiang Fei immediately removed his disguise and teleported to the side of Eamon and Li Wei. Jiang Fei appeared out of thin air, scaring Eamon and Li Wei. Jiang Fei smiled and said to the two of them, "Ah." Eamon immediately smiled and went forward to greet them. "You guys have completed this quest very well," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Hee, this is all luck," Eamon said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked. Eamon waved his hand. A few players in his guild who were in charge of collecting the loot rushed over and released the cosmic beast corpse from his backpack. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the gigantic behemoth's corpses into the spatial ring. Jiang Fei continued to ask. Actually, what he wanted was his heart-devouring goo. "All right, General, there's also this." Eamon took the box that contained the heart-devouring goo. Asked Jiang Fei. "There's a golden worm inside. It's called the Heart Devourer. This thing is very scary," said Eamon briefly. Chapter 26-24, 26-24. Translator, 549690339. Heart-devouring voodoo? That's a good thing. How about this? Jiang Fei said with a smile. Li Wei rolled his eyes and asked, "This thing can be used as medicine." Jiang Fei said with a smile. Levi said with some disappointment. Extending one's life was completely useless to players. Eamon handed the metal box to Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei directly transferred 100 million Imperial coins to Eamon. Now, he decided to use cash to settle the account. It would save him the trouble of giving other quest rewards. Earnest smiled as he accepted the quest reward. Then, he transferred the cash that belonged to Li Wei to Jiang Fei. Li Wei was very happy. He had obtained another sum of money. Ernest asked immediately after settling the current quest. After all, what he wanted was the final reward, the Titan battleship. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He really had not thought about the next quest. He had originally planned to use the Heart Devourer to kill Li Wei, but he did not expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. He had actually created another body for himself out of thin air. Seeing that Li Wei and Eamon were both focused on him, Jiang Fei frowned. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I want you to go to the Ray Star area." Ray Star area? No problem. Eamon asked curiously. Jiang Fei said, "Ha, Grand Marshal, you must be joking." Eamon laughed loudly. This was because the players would not really die. At most, they would only lose a carrier. Therefore, they were really not afraid of dangerous quests. Moreover, the more dangerous the quest, the more rewarding it would be. Therefore, players usually like to take risks. "What about you?" Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei. Eamon also looked at Li Wei. After all, he was the lucky player. It was all up to him to accept the quest. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly. He was an apostle with a cheat. Even a carrier was given to him for free. Therefore, when he died, there was no loss at all. Naturally, he was not afraid anymore. Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. To be honest, Jiang Fei really did not want to step into that sad place. After all, Nina had sacrificed herself there. However, Jiang Fei was really at his wit's end now. This guardian's cheat ability was too strong. Unless he was instantly killed, he would be able to create a new body for himself. Moreover, players did not take mental attacks. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not help but think of the black hole in the Rei star area. Since that place could swallow Doma, it must be able to swallow Guardian. Jiang Fei had already thought about it. When he arrived at the Raytheon star area, he would lure the Guardian to the black hole. Then, he would suddenly attack and kick the Guardian into the black hole. It could even turn Jiang Fei's brain into stone. However, if he was caught off guard, he would definitely fall for it. As long as the Guardian was kicked into the black hole, his ability to create things out of thin air would be useless. When that happened, no matter how many bodies he created for himself, he would still be sucked into the black hole. Although he was at the edge of the black hole, Jiang Fei had to take a certain amount of risks. However, how could there be absolute safety in this world? Moreover, Jiang Fei was doing this kind of job where his head was tied to his belt. All right, Eamon smiled and replied. Li Wei was completely unaware of Jiang Fei's killing intent toward him. Very soon, the players under Eamon's lead began to withdraw from the Tel Aviv galaxy. After all, this place was barren. There were only a few giant beasts entrenched here. Of course, the players did not want to stay here anymore. Nina, I will kill Li Wei in the same place. Jiang Fei muttered in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and teleported in. Jiang Fei instructed Maleki. After Maleki received the order, he began to control the spaceship to adjust its course. Jiang Fei returned to his room alone. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. As he was going to the Rei star area, all the things that he had spent time with Nina flashed past his eyes. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei did not spend much time with Nina. However, this gentle girl had left a deep impression on him. However, because Nina's personality was too peaceful, she had never fought for anything. Therefore, Jiang Fei had almost never spent much time alone with her. His feelings for her were not even comparable to Bella or even Ariel and other girls. There was always a sense of guilt in his heart. Black hole, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although the technology of this era was very advanced, no one could tell what a black hole was like. All the scientific theories about black holes were mostly conjectures. None of them had ever been proven. Almost all high-level civilizations had involved in the study of black holes. The biggest player was the people of planet Namek, but the result was obvious. The entire planet Namek had been fooled by them. In the end, they ended up exterminating their entire race. The experiments of other races were mostly miniature simulations. Although the energy level was very high, the energy base was very low. Those miniature black holes disappeared almost the moment they formed, so the data that came out was half true and half false. This was because the scientists could not prove that the thing they created was really a black hole. Nina, are you really dead? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although his reason told him that the chances of Nina surviving were infinitely close to zero, Jiang Fei still hoped that there would be a miracle in the top 10. Under Maleki's control, the spaceship continued to pass through one stargate after another. After about a week and a half, the yacht that Jiang Fei was on finally arrived at the edge of the Raytheon star area. Chapter 2625, 2625. Translator 549690339. After arriving at the Raytheon star zone, Jiang Fei put away his yacht and found an asteroid to rest on. While resting, Jiang Fei was perfecting his plan. He had already thought of killing Li Wei to commemorate the sacrifice of Nina. Soon, 2 days had passed. A few player shuttles appeared in the Raytheon star zone. Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Where's that NPC? Why isn't he here yet? Li Wei asked impatiently. He had just received a message from the development team, telling him to act quickly. After all, they had spent money on him. Therefore, Li Wei could not wait to complete this series of quests. Then, he would free up his hands to do his work. Eamon was about to say that he did not know what to say when he suddenly appeared behind Jiang Fei. You are finally here. Jiang Fei directly teleported to Eamon's shuttle. He had also heard what Li Wei had said earlier. Oof, you can't wait to die? Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Haha, Grand Marshal, we were just talking about you. I didn't expect you to be here already, said Eamon with a smile. That's right, Grand Marshal, asked Levy. Of course. However, this quest does not require too many people to participate, said Jiang Fei. Ah! Eamon was stunned. This time, he had brought dozens of players over. Jiang Fei nodded. All right then. Eamon nodded. It was understandable that such an epic quest had a limit on the number of people. Very soon, the players who had received Eamon's message had all returned. The Rai Star region was even more desolate than the Tel Aviv galaxy. If there was no quest, they did not want to stay here. Levy urged. Yes. Jiang Fei pointed at a black hole in the distance and said to Levy and Eamon. Eamon asked curiously. Yes, there's a precious gem at the edge of that black hole. Jiang Fei said. Levy said. That's right. It is indeed very dangerous. Jiang Fei said. Eamon was a little troubled. He did want to tighten. However, he had spent a lot of money on this carrier. If he were to fall into it, it would be a huge loss. If the mission was not completed, then he would lose a lot of money. Li Wei said indifferently. He was not afraid of death at all. Even if he died, he could resurrect and get a high-quality carrier for free. As long as the plug-in was still there, he had nothing to be afraid of. All right, Eamon was here because of Li Wei. He was the one who had asked for Jiang Fei's help. Jiang Fei was not afraid of death. If Eamon were to be afraid, it would affect his reputation greatly. All you need to do is assist me. I will handle the details myself, said Jiang Fei. Ah! Eamon was stunned. He was not really concerned about Jiang Fei. He was afraid that after Jiang Fei died, there would be no place for him to exchange for the quest rewards. Don't worry. I am confident, Jiang Fei said. Eamon finally gritted his teeth and said, All right, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Eamon nodded. Then he piloted the shuttle and flew toward the black hole in the distance. The equipment of the players was indeed powerful. Moreover, it was so strong that it was completely unreasonable. If this shuttle was produced by Star, it would probably be torn apart by the terrifying gravity before it could even get close to the black hole. However, the equipment that the players had bought from the system was abnormally strong. It was almost at the edge of the black hole. This thing was completely fine. All right, Jiang Fei said. Eamon nodded. Eamon, I need you to stay here and use the safety rope to hold us back, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Eamon nodded immediately. He did not want to risk going to the edge of the black hole, because he was a valuable carrier. Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei. His main purpose was to distract Eamon, so that he could create an opportunity for himself. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly. He was not afraid of death anyway. Even if the quest failed, there was nothing to lose, said Jiang Fei as he took out an extremely long and extremely tough steel cable from his spatial ring. After that, Jiang Fei fixed one end of the steel cable on himself and Eamon's body, while the other end was fixed on Eamon's shuttle. Jiang Fei also asked Eamon to activate the reverse propulsion device to keep the shuttle in a stable position. Jiang Fei said to Li Wei when everything was ready. Li Wei nodded. Then, he pressed the lock on his waist. After confirming that the lock was very strong, he and Jiang Fei left the shuttle together. As soon as they came out of the shuttle, the two of them felt a terrifying suction force. They relaxed their bodies slightly and slid toward the edge of the black hole. As Jiang Fei and Li Wei continued to move further away, the only connection between them was the steel cable. As the steel cable was released in circles, Jiang Fei and Li Wei gradually disappeared from Eamon's sight. On the other side, Jiang Fei and Li Wei quickly arrived at the edge of the black hole. The gravity here was even more terrifying. Li Wei had to use all his strength to resist the gravity in order to maintain his body's stability. Jiang Fei, who was stronger, had it much easier. Li Wei asked, I still need to go deeper. Jiang Fei asked. Li Wei nodded. Jiang Fei said. After that, the two once again relaxed their bodies. Under the effect of gravity, the two were pulled to the center of the black hole. Gradually, Li Wei felt that he had reached his limit. If he did not have the help of the steel rope to pull him, he would not be able to withstand the immense gravity. At that moment, he asked Jiang Fei, How much further do we need to go in? Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, he had reached his limit. If he went any further, he did not know if he could still withstand the terrifying gravity of the black hole. Chapter 26:26, 26:26. Translator. 549690339, Li Wei asked with a confused look. Until now, he had not realized that Zhang Fei's real goal was him. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he suddenly summoned his Chang'ying sword. Without waiting for Li Wei to react, Zhang Fei directly cut off the steel cable on Li Wei's back. He did not attack Li Wei because even if he cut off the guy's head, he would only need an instant. He would be able to reconstruct a body. When that time came, Zhang Fei would have a hard time making a move. After cutting off the steel cable on Li Wei's back, Zhang Fei kicked Li Wei's back and kicked him toward the center of the black hole. Li Wei never thought that the NPC in front of him would plot against him. Deep down, Li Wei still regarded this world as a game. The NPCs in this world should be doing things according to the programmed procedures. Although the AI of the NPCs in this game might be higher, they would definitely not do anything to harm the players. However, Li Wei had clearly overlooked one point. These NPCs in his eyes were actually flesh and blood. They were living humans. They had thoughts and emotions. He hated these so-called players even more. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, he prayed silently in his heart. Nina, this is the first person to be buried with you. Very soon, I will kill other people from the other gamma dimensions to pay my respects to you. Li Wei roared. Following that, a sharp blade appeared behind Zhang Fei's back and directly cut off the steel cable on his back. However, Zhang Fei's strength was above Li Wei's. Although the steel rope on his back was cut off, he could still rely on his own strength to resist the gravitational force of the black hole. He was not pulled toward the center of the black hole. I have underestimated you. Li Wei quickly fell toward the center of the black hole. However, he was not willing to let Zhang Fei go just like that. Just as Zhang Fei was about to turn around and leave the black hole, Li Wei's arm suddenly stretched out. He grabbed Zhang Fei's shoulder and pulled him forcefully. Zhang Fei had already reached his limit. He had already used up all his strength to be able to support his body without being swallowed by the black hole. Now that he was pulled by Li Wei, his balance was broken. In an instant, Zhang Fei lost his balance and fell towards the core of the black hole. Zhang Fei's current state of mind was difficult to describe. There was a sense of unwillingness, but more of a sense of relief. Under the gravitational pull of the black hole, Li Wei and Zhang Fei were almost accelerated to the speed of light. The two of them fell towards the core of the black hole. Are you going to die? Nina, I'm here to accompany you. Zhang Fei muttered in his heart. The time and space in the black hole were distorted. It was difficult to describe the sense of distance and time here. Zhang Fei did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a second, or perhaps it was decades. He did not know how far he had been dragged by the black hole's gravity. Perhaps it was a centimeter, or perhaps it was millions of light years. At that moment, Zhang Fei felt that his consciousness was distorted. His eyes were no longer clear. Everything in his vision was hazy. There seemed to be light, but there seemed to be no light. It was difficult to describe this state. However, just when Zhang Fei felt that he was about to die, his vision suddenly became clear. Nina, a girl's figure appeared in the distance. Am I about to die? Zhang Fei smiled faintly. At this moment, apart from Nina, everything in front of him was hazy. He wanted to see his surroundings clearly. Unfortunately, the hazy light shrouded everything. Only Nina's figure was clear. Moreover, it was so clear that it was frightening. Although it was far away, Zhang Fei could even see every pore of Nina. Zhang Fei could not hear Nina's voice, but from the shape of her mouth, Zhang Fei knew that Nina was shouting. Afe, no, go back quickly. Nina was shouting, but her voice could not reach Zhang Fei's ears. Zhang Fei smiled. He had never felt so relaxed before. Perhaps it was because when a person was about to die, they had seen through everything. Nina stopped running. Or rather, she could no longer move forward. She was blocked by something. However, Zhang Fei could not see it at all. Nina was maintaining a push-out position. Silver light flashed in her eyes. This was what Nina looked like when she activated her spatial ability. All of a sudden, Zhang Fei felt a huge force coming at him. This force was too strong. It was so strong that even with Jiang Fei's body's toughness, he was actually hit until he vomited blood. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Fei's consciousness instantly became clear. What happened to me? Jiang Fei looked closely. He was currently at the edge of the black hole. Moreover, he was slightly further away from the black hole. With his strength, he could completely resist the gravitational force of the black hole. However, Li Wei had already disappeared without a trace. Wasn't I dragged into the black hole by Li Wei? What happened just now? A dream? Jiang Fei's heart was filled with doubt. He touched the corner of his mouth. The bright red blood and the injuries in his body told him that everything that happened just now was real. Nina, is that you? You didn't die, did you? Suddenly, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with ecstasy. The black hole did not kill you. Jiang Fei had such a thought in his heart. Then, this thought was out of control. That's right. If the black hole really killed someone, then the player should have resurrected. The previous Doma and the current Li Wei would not have disappeared at all. The only explanation was that the black hole did not kill anyone. Jiang Fei thought quickly in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Fei felt that his guess was more likely to be true. Although Doma had mastered the spatial ability, he could only use these abilities as if he was activating skill. The spatial rules in the black hole were clearly different from the outer universe. As such, Doma's spatial abilities that she had obtained through the cheat were ineffective. However, Nina was different. Her original spatial skills might not be able to be used. However, her understanding of space was still there. She might have already mastered some ways to use spatial abilities in the black hole. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was in danger this time, Nina pushed him out of the black hole again. Although Nina's strength was far inferior to Jiang Fei's, Jiang Fei had already been accelerated to a certain extent by the black hole's gravity. At this time, Nina pushed him out. The relative strength had far exceeded Jiang Fei's endurance. This was the reason why he was injured. Chapter 26-27, 26-27. Translator 549690339. After confirming that everything that had just happened was not a dream and that Nina was not dead, Jiang Fei's mood immediately brightened up. That's great. That's great. You're not dead. Jiang Fei was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He stared blankly at the black hole in the distance and muttered to himself, Nina, wait for me. I will definitely come and save you. Although Jiang Fei knew almost all the secrets of the black hole, he did not know how to save Nina. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Nina was not dead. As long as Nina was still alive, Jiang Fei had a chance to save her. With a goal in mind, Jiang Fei had more motivation to live. There are still 2 apostles left. Jiang Fei thought to himself, if he killed all the apostles, then the development team would have no reason to keep him alive. At this time, Jiang Fei did not know that the development team had conditions to kill him. Therefore, he thought that the development team had temporarily given up on killing him because of the threat of the apostles. Jiang Fei made a decision. He had to bring back the news that Nina was still alive. As soon as he turned around, Jiang Fei flew toward Eamon's shuttle. After all, there were still people waiting for him here. After more than 20 minutes, Jiang Fei returned to Eamon's shuttle. General, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? When Jiang Fei entered, Eamon saw his face filled with disappointment. Jiang Fei sighed and began his performance. We failed. The quest is much harder than we thought. What? Eamon was dumbfounded. He had invested a lot in the quest, including the large amount of cash he paid Li Wei. Eamon had invested a lot in it. Not only did I not get that gem, I almost fell into a black hole. Your friend stepped forward at this time. Jiang Fei's eyes even started to tear up. This was even better than the acting skills of some famous celebrities who only relied on their popularity. Eamon was stunned for a moment. However, he did not care. After all, players could be resurrected after they died. Li Wei was obviously a cheat. Eamon did not care whether he died or not. Yes, and the gemstone also fell into the black hole. Our quest has completely failed, Jiang Fei sighed and said. Eamon's heart sank. He had thought that even if the quest had failed, he could still start over. Now, It seemed that all his previous investment had been for naught. However, don't worry. I will not let you hell me for nothing. Although the quest has failed, I cannot give you the Titan battleship anymore. Jiang Fei said seriously. Eamon sighed. If it was a small guild, the 4 main ships would be rich enough. However, to him, the 4 main ships were nothing. Moreover, the quality of the main ships of the players was much better than the models of the Universe Empire. After all, the main ships made on Skodastar were the technology that Jiang Fei stole from the players, then the local monkey version of the battleship. Jiang Fei did not care whether Eamon was disappointed or not. In any case, he would not give the Titan to him. All right, Grand Marshal, let's cooperate again in the future, Eamon sighed and said. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. General, I have to go back, asked Eamon. No, I have something else to do. Jiang Fei waved his hand and teleported out of Eamon's shuttle. With a flash of light, Eamon's shuttle entered the warp state. This quest had failed. It was useless to be upset. He had to go and do something else. Eamon had never thought that Jiang Fei would lie to him. Not only did he not think about it, but it was all a trap set by Jiang Fei. He did not even think that Jiang Fei had obtained the gemstone and deliberately did not pay for the quest to take revenge. As a professional player, Eamon had a mindset that NPCs would not lie to others and would not go back on their word. If the quest was really completed, he would definitely pay the reward as promised. Now that Jiang Fei refused to pay, there was only one explanation. The quest was really not completed. After Jiang Fei watched Eamon leave, he summoned his yacht. Maleki asked. Jiang Fei said happily. After learning that Nina was not dead, everything had become colorful. Naturally, his mood was better. After Maleki received the order, he immediately adjusted the route and flew straight to Skodastar. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skodastar. When Aurelia saw that Jiang Fei had returned so quickly, she was a little surprised. This time, Jiang Fei had left. Everyone knew that he had gone for revenge. No one had ever thought that he would return so quickly. I'm back, Jiang Fei asked. When Aurelia saw Jiang Fei, he realized that his condition was completely different from before. However, his entire person's aura had become sunny again. Do you know? Jiang Fei could not wait to share the good news with the girls. Therefore, when Aurelia asked, he immediately said it. What? Ah Fei, what happened? Aurelia was also excited. Although Nina fell into the black hole, she did not die. Jiang Fei told Aurelia the whole story. That's great, Aurelia said. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Aurelia turned around and left. This news was really exciting. Soon, all the girls gathered around Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei told them about seeing Nina in the black hole again. Bella shouted excitedly. ? Among us, Nina is the one who understands the rules of space the most, Ariel said worriedly. Chapter 2628, 2628. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei and the girls discussed for a long time, but they still could not find a way to save Nina. However, no matter what, Nina was still alive. This was very good news. After that, Jiang Fei went to tell his parents about this news. Jiang Fei's parents were also extremely happy. Previously, Shang Guanqi's death had made them extremely sad. This time, Nina's sacrifice was also a great blow to them. Now that they knew that Nina was not dead, the old couple was extremely happy. Just as Jiang Fei was having a meal with the girls and was about to study the structure of the black hole, Ariel suddenly called out to him. Ariel lowered her voice and said to Jiang Fei, "What is it?" Jiang Fei asked. "No, I want to talk to you alone," Ariel said. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "I'll go out with Ariel for a while. You guys talk first," Jiang Fei said to Bella and the other girls. Okay. Bella and the others waved their hands. Although Ariel's voice was very low, everyone present was at least an expert with a few million combat power. Who could not hear it? However, everyone maintained their tacit understanding and no one went to point it out. On the other hand, Jiang Fei brought Ariel to a separate room. He really did not know what Ariel wanted to say, because Ariel usually gave him the feeling that she was like a little girl who had not grown up. Therefore, he rarely did such a thing. In fact, Jiang Fei had forgotten that Ariel was also a little princess before she was with him. However, after she was with Jiang Fei, or more accurately, after she was resurrected by Jiang Fei, she gradually recovered her natural instincts because she had found someone to rely on. As a princess, other than the accidents in television dramas, how could there be any silly and sweet people? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Hubby, can you block everyone around you? I don't want others to hear our conversation, Ariel said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he waved his hand and called Little Nine out. Jiang Fei said. Little Nine nodded. Then, he brought Jiang Fei and Ariel directly to the town star of the Five Directions. Jiang Fei waved his hand again and created a barrier that isolated him and Ariel. Because he was in the Five Directions, he had blocked Vinylin. Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had thought that Ariel was going to tell him some secrets about girls. Husband, Ariel suddenly became hesitant. Her expression was very strange. What's wrong? Jiang Fei had not taken this matter seriously until now. Ariel's eyes suddenly showed a determined look. What's wrong? Jiang Fei frowned. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Ariel said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, I don't know who is contacting me. He said that he wanted to make a deal with me. He said that he would allow me to use my physical body in exchange for a chance to sublimate. They said that as long as I agree, I can sublimate to a higher dimension. The price is to hand over my physical body. Ariel seemed to have made an important decision. Then, she told Jiang Fei the secret in one breath. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had always wanted to break through this point, but he had no clue. How did he suddenly find Ariel? Yes, they said that as long as I agree, they would give me the chance to go to a higher dimension. However, I have to reincarnate again. Ariel said with certainty. Jiang Fei was stunned. Husband, I have thought about it for the past few days. Perhaps this is the source of the player's carriers. Ariel said her own guess. It can't be. Jiang Fei was puzzled. The development team needed to obtain the consent of the people in this universe to allow the players to descend upon them. Then, there must be someone who did not agree like Ariel. How could they keep a secret? Ariel's expression was a little ugly. She looked at Jiang Fei and said, because after I rejected them, they warned me that if I leaked the information, I would be killed. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Some of the people who refused to give up their bodies did not dare to say it, because they were afraid of death. However, most of them were killed by the development team. Jiang Fei looked at Ariel with a terrified expression. Ariel laughed bitterly. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, because this place has blocked Vinylin, the development team may not have received any news yet. However, I think that they will make their move very soon. However, I do not regret it. If Nina can sacrifice herself for you, I can too. Ariel had a faint smile on her face. However, Jiang Fei's eyes were filled with pain. Why? Oh God, are you playing with me? Jiang Fei cried out in pain. It was not easy for him to find out that Nina was alive. Now, Ariel was about to be killed again. Honey, don't worry too much. This world of Five Directions seems to be a safe place. Ariel comforted Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's mind was a mess. Honey, don't worry. Ariel held Jiang Fei's hand and said, actually, a month ago, I noticed that Yuanchio's condition was not quite right. She was very different from before. At that time, I did not think much of it. After all, we were not very close to her. However, ever since I received this news, I began to suspect that she had already agreed to the exchange condition. What? Jiang Fei was stunned by the news. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down and shattered Jiang Fei's barrier. Following that, another bolt of lightning struck straight at Ariel, who was beside Jiang Fei. Oh no! Jiang Fei cried out. Chapter 26-29, 26-29. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei did not hesitate in the face of the thunder. He stood in front of Ariel and attacked with all his might. Ariel was too weak. Even now, her combat power had not even reached 10 million. It was impossible for her to survive the Thunder Tribulation. The development team also felt that Ariel was not strong. That was why they wanted to use such a simple method to eliminate her. Due to the difference in the space dimension, the high-dimensional gamma space people could not reach in with one hand and directly kill anyone in the three-dimensional world. The only thing they could do was to use the rules of this world, or they could modify the rules of this world to use a reasonable method to kill their target. Therefore, among the 5 sides of the world, the Heavenly Tribulation had become the first choice. As Ariel had violated the agreement between her and the development team, she had told Jiang Fei the secret about the player and the carrier. Therefore, the development team could personally kill her. There was no need to worry about the spatial compensation rule. Jiang Fei's power collided with the Heavenly Tribulation. As the Heavenly Tribulation was only used to deal with Ariel, it was easily dispersed by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei made a prompt decision. The Heavenly Tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, it would not stop until it achieved its goal. Even if he tried his best to resist it, he would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Tribulation in the end. Therefore, he could only choose to escape at this moment. Jiang Fei roared. Little Nine replied and immediately activated its ability. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and Ariel were sent out of the 5 directions. As the apocalypse had lost its target, it quickly disappeared into thin air. Hubby, don't worry about me. The development team is determined to kill me. You can't stop them, Ariel said to Jiang Fei. In fact, she was already prepared to sacrifice herself. Just like what she said, she could do whatever Nina could do. Cut the crap. Skodastar is not safe either. Jiang Fei held Ariel's hand and immediately activated teleportation. The 2 of them appeared in outer space. Jiang Fei waved his hand and released the yacht. Then, he brought Ariel and teleported into the outer space. Malachi, to the Rise Galaxy, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. He needed to fight for time with the development team. Before the development team could find them again, Jiang Fei had to bring Ariel to the Rise Galaxy. At that moment, Jiang Fei had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The development team had already started to kill Ariel. With Jiang Fei's current ability, he was not able to stop the development team. He was also not qualified to negotiate with the development team. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for Jiang Fei to protect Ariel now. Under such a crisis, Jiang Fei could be considered to have come up with a solution. He thought of the black hole. It seemed that the development team's ability to control the black hole was very low. Therefore, the only way to protect Ariel's life now was to send her into the black hole as well. That was the only place that the development team could not reach. Although entering the black hole was fraught with danger, and he did not know if he could save Ariel in the end, it was still much better than dying right now. Under such an emergency situation, Jiang Fei did not have time to think carefully. The black hole was the most feasible plan that he could think of. Jiang Fei shouted loudly as Maleki started to warp the yacht. There was no movement. Jiang Fei shouted, "Hey!" Virion descended on Ariel. Although Virion usually descended on ordinary people, it would be a great burden for him to descend on an expert. Fortunately, Ariel was not particularly strong. Therefore, although Vinolin would suffer some losses in the short term, he had no choice but to come out in the face of Jiang Fei's threat. Jiang Fei asked. That's right. She revealed a crucial secret. Vinolin nodded and said. Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Vinolin nodded. Jiang Fei asked. I can't tell you. They have a ban on me too. Vinolin said helplessly. All right, I won't pursue this matter anymore. Now, do me a favor. You stop the development team from tracking her. Jiang Fei said. Vinolin said. I'm not discussing this with you. Jiang Fei threatened. You can't do this. Vinolin said with a frown. Hehe, I'm sorry. I don't have any morals right now. What I want is for the person I love to live, said Jiang Fei. To him, the life of the person he loved was clearly more important than any bullshit morals. Sigh, I'll try my best, said Vinolin with a sigh. He really did not want to continue working with Jiang Fei anymore. However, he had no choice but to let Jiang Fei hold him in his hands. Moreover, the development team was so focused on Jiang Fei. Vineland's secret of self-awareness was about to be exposed. By then, he would also be dead. Jiang Fei bowed to Vineland. When Jiang Fei raised his head again, Ariel had already regained her consciousness. "It's nothing. You were stunned just now." Jiang Fei smiled and said. Ariel asked, "I thought about it. The development team wants to kill you. I can't protect you at all. So, I plan to send you to a place that the development team can't reach," Jiang Fei said. Ariel asked, "Yes, it's in the Raytheon Star area. I want you to accompany Nina," Jiang Fei said. Ariel's eyes lit up. That place might really be able to save her life. However, this happiness only lasted for a moment. Ariel's face became sad. Ariel asked with a face full of reluctance. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He knew that his promise was meaningless. However, what else could he say at this time? Chapter 2630-2630. Translator 549690339. Ariel took a step forward and stood on her tiptoes. She gently kissed Jiang Fei's lips. Facing Ariel's kiss, Jiang Fei responded fiercely. However, he did not have any evil thoughts in his heart. At that moment, all he had in his heart was love for the girl and guilt. After parting lips, Jiang Fei said to Ariel with guilt, "It's okay." Ariel snuggled in Jiang Fei's arms. She did not want to be separated from Jiang Fei for even a second because she knew that soon she would be separated from the person she loved. Moreover, she did not know how long it would take for them to be reunited again. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Maleki's full speed and Jiang Fei using his special privileges to give him the green light, the yacht arrived at the Ritz Star area on time. "Sir, the space ahead is very unstable. We cannot continue forward," Maleki said. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and said, if there was no spaceship, he would be too slow to bring Ariel along. At this time, there was not much time left before he and Vineland agreed. Maleki did not dare to say anything at this time. He could only forcefully overwrite the frequency to increase the output of the spaceship's shield to maintain the stability of the yacht in this space environment. Although overriding the frequency would cause some damage to the spaceship and the shield generator, at this moment, whether it was Jiang Fei or Maleki, none of them could care less. Jiang Fei's yacht rushed towards the edge of the black hole. However, just as they were about to reach the edge of the black hole, Malachi suddenly sounded an alarm. "Sir, this is bad. A meteorite is charging towards us from the side. Moreover, it is extremely fast." Malachi shouted loudly. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Needless to say, the development team must have already found them. At that moment, Jiang Fei and the rest were very close to the black hole. The gravity here was very terrifying. Even if there was a meteorite that was captured by the black hole, it could only have come from the back of the yacht. It could not have come from the side. Clearly, the development team had changed the rules. "Sir, we cannot dodge." Malachi quickly analyzed. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he pulled Ariel, who was beside him, and teleported outside the spaceship. Then, Jiang Fei waved his hand. At the same time that he kept the spaceship, he pulled Ariel and flew toward the direction of the black hole. Meteorites continuously attacked Jiang Fei and Ariel from behind. Not only that, there were also countless kinds of cosmic rays. It was as if the whole world wanted to kill them. Jiang Fei once again sent a giant meteorite flying. He used the impact of the meteorite to pull Ariel closer to the black hole. Ariel saw that Jiang Fei's mouth was already dripping with blood. Her heart ached. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Fei roared without turning his head. At that moment, he had already pushed his abilities to the limit. Due to the gravitational acceleration, the bodies of Jiang Fei and Ariel had already begun to twist under the rapid speed. Under the continuous attacks of meteorites, cosmic rays, and other forms of attacks, although Jiang Fei was close to being able to block them, he was still a mortal body after all. He was unlike those apostles who had used cheats. Therefore, under such violent attacks, Jiang Fei was already covered in wounds within a minute or so. "Protect her. Just protect her." Far away in the gamma space, the development team member who was responsible for the mission to kill Ariel laughed. Due to the space compensation mechanism, the development team directly used the authority of the high-dimensional space to kill the intelligent creatures in the low-dimensional space. There was a price to pay. When they killed a target, the intelligent creatures in the other low-dimensional space would take the initiative to seek death. That was not under the protection of the compensation mechanism. In fact, this spatial compensation mechanism was a bit like the wild animals protection law on Earth. If you had no reason to kill the protected animals, then you would definitely be punished. In the end, the animal rushed over to seek death. Then, one could kill it in a reasonable manner. At this moment, Jiang Fei was in such a state. If he stepped aside, the development team could not touch him. Otherwise, the spatial compensation mechanism would punish the high-dimensional creature that killed him. However, Ariel had violated the contract and revealed a crucial secret. Therefore, she was being hunted legally. If Jiang Fei stepped out to stop her, she could only blame herself for being unlucky to be killed. However, Jiang Fei was a man. How could he leave Ariel alone? Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and charge toward the black hole with all his might. Seeing that he was about to reach his limit, Jiang Fei held Ariel's right hand tightly and threw her forward. Jiang Fei used almost all of his strength in this throw. As a result, his body also charged forward. When he stopped, he had already reached the limit of what he could withstand gravity. He might have to be sucked into the black hole again like last time. Unlike the last time when he was dragged into the black hole by the Guardian, this time, Jiang Fei saw Ariel being sucked into the black hole with his own eyes. In Jiang Fei's eyes, Ariel's body began to distort. It was a completely indescribable distortion. Ariel was stretched so much that she did not look like a human. However, Jiang Fei knew that all of this was caused by the distortion of light. As someone who had entered the black hole before, he knew that Ariel's body was not actually hurt. Jiang Fei prayed silently in his heart. Judging from Nina's performance last time, this girl should have retained a certain amount of strength in the black hole. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Fei was able to send Ariel in without worry. Although sending Ariel into the black hole was a desperate move. When he was sent out by Nina the last time, Jiang Fei realized that Nina's understanding of space had allowed her to keep some of her strength in the black hole. Moreover, she seemed to be doing well. On the other hand, players like Li Wei and Doma had lost their cheats after entering the black hole. They had disappeared without a trace. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei looked back and found that the storm-like attacks had stopped. Chapter 2631. 2631. Translator 549690339. Looks like I made the right bet. Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. Ariel had already been sent into the black hole. That was a place beyond the reach of the development team. The development team stopped. Jiang Fei hesitated. He had always been worried that the development team would attack his family and friends. That place could be used as a shelter. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Jiang Fei, because the black hole was also not safe. Ariel and Nina had entered the black hole because they had no choice. Jiang Fei did not want them to go to that unknown place. Forget it. Jiang Fei shook his head and directly summoned Little Nine. Jiang Fei said to Little Nine. Little Nine activated her ability and sent Jiang Fei to the town star. Let's go and see the Phoenix Spirit first. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and immediately went back to the Dragon Clan's territory. After returning to his bedroom, the Phoenix Spirit hurriedly came out to welcome him. At this time, the Phoenix Spirit had just revealed a little bit of her stomach. It looked like it was about the same as a human's 4 to 5 months. I've been quite busy recently, so I haven't been here for a long time. Don't mind me, Phoenix Spirit, Jiang Fei said apologetically. I know that you have something important to do. I'm already very satisfied that you can find the time to visit me. Phoenix Spirit nodded and smiled. She had been living quite well in the dragon race because she was pregnant with the only dragon seed in hundreds of years. Therefore, the entire dragon race almost worshipped her. Thank you for understanding me, said Jiang Fei with a nod. By the way, why is Sister Ariel not here? She has not come to visit me for a long time, asked Phoenix Spirit curiously. In the past, when Jiang Fei had come, Ariel had followed him almost every time. She was the person who liked babies the most. When Jiang Fei mentioned Ariel, his face became gloomy. Asked Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and told Phoenix Spirit everything that had happened. Now that Phoenix Spirit was pregnant with his child, Jiang Fei felt that he should not hide anything from her anymore. What? Nina and Ariel are both dead? Phoenix Spirit was shocked. When she heard that the two sisters had fallen into the black hole, she was shocked. They're not dead. Jiang Fei quickly waved his hand. Recently, he had been very afraid that someone would mention the word dead. Then, he briefly explained what had happened in the black hole. Phoenix Spirit asked. Jiang Fei said. Phoenix Spirit sighed. All right, let's not talk about this for now. I have a lot of things to do recently. I might not be able to visit you often, Jiang Fei said. Such a big thing has happened. You do have to go and take care of it. You don't have to worry about me. I have made a simple calculation. The child will need at least 50 years to make a sound. Phoenix Spirit said, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the Phoenix Spirit for a while. After having lunch with her, he asked Little Nine to send him away from the Five Directions world. After summoning the yacht, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Maleki adjusted the course of the yacht. Although the yacht had suffered some damage during the overclocking, it was not very serious. It should be able to support the Skodastar. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skodastar. When Jiang Fei returned, Aurelia and the others came up to him. Get someone to repair my yacht. I'll tell you when I get back, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia nodded and ordered the engineers to repair Jiang Fei's yacht. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and the group of girls also returned to their own residence. On the way back, Jiang Fei noticed that Yuan Xiu, who was called out by Ariel, was not there. Therefore, he asked curiously, Where is Yuan Xiu? Bella asked curiously. Yuan Xiu was a later generation, and she was a little attached to Jiang Fei. She did not really get along with the girls. Therefore, she seemed a little lonely among the girls. It's nothing. Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly. Because some things had not been confirmed yet, he did not want to tell the girls too early. TCH, she's not the only girl who did not come to pick you up. Sylvie said. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. TSK. Sylvie rolled her eyes. However, she did not continue to pursue the matter of Yuan Xiu. After the group of people had returned to their residence, Jiang Fei said to the girls, Call everyone over. Let's have a reunion dinner today. Sure. Sitine cried out excitedly. Other than Ariel, she loved a lively atmosphere the most. All right, you guys go and get ready. Bella, come with Aurelia, Jiang Fei said. Bella could be said to be the person he trusted the most. Under any circumstances, Jiang Fei would not believe that Bella would betray him. Aurelia was Jiang Fei's brain trust. She was very meticulous. When there was something, Jiang Fei was willing to discuss it with her. Based on the information that Ariel had obtained, if the players wanted to descend on the carrier, they would first need the carrier's consent. Only after the carrier's consciousness had left would they be able to successfully descend. Among Jiang Fei's girls, a latecomer like Yuan Xiu did not have much of a relationship with Jiang Fei. Even when they were on Skodastar, the two of them did not have much time to spend together. Therefore, the foundation of their relationship was relatively weak. When Yuan Xiu first took a liking to Jiang Fei, it was because she thought that he was strong and had a bright future. She had chosen Jiang Fei because she had been single for a long time and wanted to find a partner to live with. This was the same as the Phoenix Spirit back then. After she left the world of Five Directions, due to her personality, Yuan Xiu did not have much in common with the other girls. Therefore, she was somewhat out of place in this circle. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not cold to her either. Therefore, after a long time, she naturally found it boring. At this time, the development team came to find her and chose her as the carrier of the player. At this time, Yuan Xiu was having a boring time. Therefore, she was naturally willing to accept the development team's ascension proposal. Chapter 2632, 2632. Translator, 549690339. As Yuan Xiu did not have any romantic feelings for Jiang Fei, and she could not get along with the other girls, she did not hesitate to leave when faced with the temptation of going to a higher dimension. However, the other girls around Jiang Fei were different. They had either followed Jiang Fei from Earth, or they had gone through life and death with Jiang Fei. For example, Hua Qingsheng, she had joined Jiang Fei's big family not long before Yuanqiu. However, she was willing to be beaten back into her original form for Jiang Fei. Therefore, she would not leave even if she had to face such temptation. As for girls like Ariel and Bella, their relationship with Jiang Fei was even deeper. On the other hand, the other girls went out to prepare dinner one after another. Bella and Aurelia were left alone. Bella knew Jiang Fei too well. She had just noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Fei. Yes, Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a barrier. After thinking for a moment, he was not at ease. So, he simply said to Little Nine, "Little Nine, send us to the 5 directions." Okay. Little Nine immediately nodded. Then, she activated her ability and sent Jiang Fei and the 2 girls to the town star. Jiang Fei waved his hand again and set up a barrier. "What exactly is the matter?" Aurelia asked. With her intelligence, she had completely realized that the problem might be very unusual. Jiang Fei asked, "Why would we notice her?" "She rarely interacts with us," Bella said. "Recently?" Aurelia asked. "Within a month," Jiang Fei said. Aurelia frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "Recently, she seems to have become more withdrawn. Moreover, she is always wandering alone. I have seen her in many of the surveillance cameras of the military-restricted area. Although she did not say anything after being stopped, her movements were very strange. It was as if she was curious about everything." Bella asked. "She might have already left," Jiang Fei said. "Left?" Bella and Aurelia were confused. Jiang Fei said, "Honey, don't joke around." Bella rolled her eyes. Then she continued, "Moreover, I saw her in the morning. How could she have gone to the gamma space?" Jiang Fei said, "What?" Bella was stunned. "You can't say that. She is still her, but she is no longer her," Jiang Fei said. "Ah Fei, do you know something?" "Don't keep me in suspense," Aurelia said. Jiang Fei did not answer directly. Instead, he asked a question back. Bella frowned. "No, Ariel was sent into the black hole by me," said Jiang Fei. "Are you crazy? Isn't it enough that Nina went in?" Bella could not take it anymore. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, he continued, "It's not that I want to send Bella into the black hole. If I don't, she will die." "What?" Bella immediately asked. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he said to Bella and Aurelia, "The thing is..." After that, Jiang Fei told them everything that Ariel had told him. Then, he told them about the warning from the development team and the process of the hunt. Bella sighed. Although she said that, if it were her, she would have risked her life to tell Jiang Fei such an important thing. Aurelia was more rational. Therefore, her focus was completely different. "Yes, you can say that. However, because I don't know how to get people out of the black hole, this place may not be safe," Jiang Fei said. "At the very least, in the worst-case scenario, that place can be used as an emergency shelter. It's like a person with a terminal illness who can be frozen quickly in an untreatable situation. Once the medical technology has improved, it can be thawed," Aurelia said. Jiang Fei nodded. Just as Aurelia had said, the black hole at this moment was like the existence of a patient with a terminal illness. Although they did not know when the person would wake up after being frozen, at the very least, it was much better than dying immediately. However, due to the uncertainty of waking up, unless there was no cure for the incurable disease, no one would be so bored as to freeze themselves. According to what you said, Ariel suspects that Yuanqiu has already agreed to the development team's suggestion and her soul has entered the gamma space. Bella asked at this moment. "I don't know if her soul has gone to the gamma space. After all, that's what the development team told Ariel. However, who can guarantee that they would lie every time?" Jiang Fei said. Bella suddenly asked. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Isn't it said in your hometown that after a person dies, they have to be reincarnated?" Bella said. "Huh?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Although the legends may not be true, the logic is the same. Even if the development team allows the souls of our world to enter their world, the first thing they should do is to brainwash them, right? After all, where do babies come from? Bella said, but is the gamma dimension the same as ours? Aurelia asked. Husband, why don't you go and ask? Bella suggested. Zhang nodded and said, however, there's no need to rush this. Let's talk about what we should do with Yuanxio if she has been replaced. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2633. 2633. Translator 549690339. Bella was silent for a moment. Then she said to Zhang Fei, actually, she did not spend a lot of time with everyone. Moreover, she did not communicate much with them. Therefore, I can actually understand her decision now. I can understand that too. However, the question is, what should we do about this Yuanxio now? Zhang Fei asked. Actually, he was also very conflicted. However, she was still using Yuanxio's body. After all, they had gotten to know each other. If Zhang Fei wanted to kill her directly, he really could not do it. Bella rolled her eyes. Actually, I don't think we have to kill the current Yuanxio, said Aurelia. Oh, Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. Aurelia asked. Yes, Zhang Fei said. Bella asked, puzzled. Zhang Fei said. He had gotten this information from Vinylin. I don't think so. Bella rolled her eyes. Zhang Fei suddenly did not know how to explain it. Before the appearance of virtual reality games in the online games on Earth, it could be said that transvestites were rampant. Among the players who used transvestites, some of them simply thought that female characters were more attractive. Some of them thought that being a female character in the game would give them preferential treatment. Of course, there were also some abnormal players who did not hold back. However, most of them did not use transvestites. Among them, the majority simply thought that female characters were more attractive. However, ever since the emergence of virtual reality games, other than single-player games, the rest of the online games were all authenticated by their real names. This was because virtual reality games were different from games that used a mouse and keyboard to play. If the transvestite account was allowed to exist, then some perverted players would be overjoyed. No matter how well the game's anti-harassment mechanism was done, would they still be able to withstand the other party's self-touch? On the other hand, the game that the Gamma Space people were playing was even more advanced. The other party had directly used the low-dimensional universe as the background of the game. There were no restrictions on playing it. Wouldn't that be insane? Don't be careless. Even if the development team has restrictions, don't forget what kind of people apostles are, Bella reminded him. Zhang Fei was speechless. Bella's words were too reasonable. What kind of people were apostles? That was cheating. Could the restrictions of the development team be limited to them? Bella said. Zhang Fei suddenly raised his eyebrows and suggested, if I introduce her to Han Tianyu, do you think he can handle this girl? Hey, are you possessed by the god of NTR? Bella was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Although she was a little jealous and minded that Zhang Fei had other girls around him, she did not want to be so embarrassed when it was already done. Don't talk nonsense. Yuanxio and I did not even hold hands. Moreover, she is not her anymore. Zhang Fei said. He did not have any feelings for Yuanxio. The two of them did not have any real relationship. In fact, Zhang Fei did not even have a deep impression of Yuanxio. The so-called relationship between the two of them was basically like playing house. Yuanxio felt that she was not young anymore, and Zhang Fei was very outstanding. Therefore, she took the initiative to ask to be together. At that time, Zhang Fei was in a lot of trouble. Yuanxio had helped him a lot. Moreover, when it came to relationships, he almost never rejected her. He was a little indecisive. Therefore, in the end, the two of them ended up together in a joking manner. However, this was more like a verbal agreement. After Yuanxio joined the team, Zhang Fei did not interact much with her. At most, there were 2 bowls and chopsticks on the table. The two of them hardly met each other. They did not talk much. That won't do either. Although Bella loved to be jealous, she did not give in when it came to defending Zhang Fei. I think Ah Fei's idea is not completely impossible. However, you have to make it clear to Han Tianyu. It's better to tell him not to be serious. Aurelia suddenly interrupted. Aurelia, he's so silly. Why are you messing around with him too? Bella was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm not messing around. Although Ah Fei is very charming, this guy is an idiot emotionally. So, if you don't want to kill Yuan Xiu, it's best to let Han Tianyu handle her. That way, not only can we verify her identity, but if Han Tianyu can influence her, perhaps Ah Fei will have a helper after entering the Gamma space, Aurelia said. Are you kidding me? Bella asked. What's the big deal? It's not like there haven't been examples before. The power of love is great, and women who fall in love are blind. Aurelia said with a smile. Aurelia was speechless. Love could indeed make people lose their rationality. Even if he had betrayed the entire universe and become the lackey of the development team, Aurelia knew that she still could not leave him. She was still willing to do anything for him. Did not the Jaeger twins give up their position in the high-dimensional space for Han Tianyu? They were willing to come to this unstable universe and become low-level creatures just so that they could be together with their loved ones. Therefore, if this female player who had descended on Yuan Xiu was also conquered by Han Tianyu, then she might really become Jiang Fei's spy in the Gamma space. Jiang Fei asked. Aya. Bella frowned. Although she was still not very happy about it, the benefits that Aurelia had described were too great. She really could not refuse it. Right now, Jiang Fei did not have any clue about entering the Gamma dimension. If there was a spy there, then there might be a turning point in this matter. Chapter 2634, 2634. Translator, 549690339. All right. Anyway, I plan to ask brother you about the situation. Jiang Fei finally said. That's fine too. However, keep a close eye on her. Bella reminded him. Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Jiang Fei discussed some other things with Bella and Aurelia in the barrier space. He also told Aurelia about the future development of Star, as well as the matter of paying a few battleships to Eamon. He told Aurelia everything. Don't worry. I will take care of these things, Aurelia said. During the time that Jiang Fei was not on Star, she was not only the commander of the Empire's fleet, but also the butler of Star. Jiang Fei waved his hand and put away the barrier. Then, he was ready to let Little Nine send them back. However, at that moment, a white light suddenly flashed and a petite figure appeared. Natasha shouted. Jiang Fei did not leave immediately. Jiang Fei was stunned. Phew! Fortunately, I made it, Natasha said, panting. Jiang Fei asked. Phew! Natasha held Jiang Fei's arm and panted heavily. After a long while, she finally recovered and said to Jiang Fei, Handsome, this is for you. Natasha took out something that looked like a small doll. It was obviously a beginner's work. There was only one word to describe it. Ugly. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Don't worry about what it is. Big brother must carry it with him. Also, don't put it in the storage space. Natasha reminded him. Jiang Fei nodded. He was about to ask Natasha something. However, before he could open his mouth, Natasha spoke first. Handsome, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. After Natasha said that, a black light flashed. It was obvious that she had gone offline. Bella asked, I don't know either. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he stuffed the ugly doll into his arms. This thing was not very big. It was only the size of an adult's palm. Therefore, it did not take up too much space on him. Bella frowned and said, Forget it. Let's not bother about her for now. Jiang Fei also sighed. Recently, Natasha had been in such a hurry. Today, she had even forcefully logged off. It was as if something had happened in reality. That's true. Bella nodded. Little Nine, send us back to Star, Jiang Fei said. Little Nine nodded. Then, she activated her ability and sent Jiang Fei and the others back to the place where they had entered the 5 directions. After returning to Star, Jiang Fei said to Bella and Aurelia, Keep what happened today a secret for now. We'll talk about it after this matter is settled. Don't worry. Bella rolled her eyes. Ah Fei, don't worry. We won't say anything. Aurelia also promised. All right, let's have a reunion dinner later. Then, I'll leave, Jiang Fei said. Bella nodded. Then, she took Aurelia to look for other girls. After all, they were all busy with their dinner later. As the Five Directions world had a 12 times time flow gap with the outer universe, Jiang Fei and the others did not spend much time chatting outside. They had just started preparing for the dinner party. At noon, Jiang Fei and a large group of girls gathered together. Everyone had a happy reunion dinner. Yuanxio was also present this time. However, she was originally at the edge of the group of girls. She did not have much contact with Jiang Fei. Therefore, even after the change of people, the other girls did not notice anything unusual. In fact, if Ariel had not received the message from the development team, she would not have suspected Yuanxio. However, coincidentally, she was also someone who knew the inside story. Therefore, under careful observation, she discovered the matter of Yuanxio. During the banquet, Jiang Fei deliberately observed Yuanxio. As they did not talk much, Jiang Fei did not notice that Yuanxio was very different from before. He just felt that she was more silent than before. However, one thing that Jiang Fei could confirm was that Yuanxio was indeed a player. Moreover, he was also certain that Yuanxio had no connection with the apostles. After confirming Yuanxio's identity, Jiang Fei gave Bella and Aurelia a look. The two girls nodded secretly. At the same time, they did not show any expression on their faces. Jiang Fei stood up after the meal and said, "Yes." The girls nodded one by one. "All right, I'm going out in a while. I'm going to Brother Yu's place to take a look." In order not to alarm Yuanxio, Jiang Fei directly said to all the girls. Si Tang was the first to raise her hand. Hua Qingsheng and Sylvie said almost in unison, "We'll go too." "I'll go too." The other girls raised their hands one after another, including Bella and Aurelia. At that moment, Yuanxio looked at the people around her. All the girls had expressed that they wanted to go. If she did not raise her hand, it would be too abrupt. Yuanxio said, against her will. She did not want to have too much contact with Jiang Fei. She was no longer the Yuanxio of the past. She was completely unfamiliar with Jiang Fei. What if she was discovered? Even if she was not discovered, what if Jiang Fei wanted to sleep with her? Therefore, Yuanxio had been avoiding contact with Jiang Fei. However, all the girls had raised their hands today. She did not want to appear too obvious, so she could only raise her hand. "You can't all go." Jiang Fei was the first to reject Aurelia. Aurelia pretended to be disappointed. In fact, this was something that they had already discussed with Jiang Fei. "Bella, you can stay too. I'll bring you next time," Jiang Fei said. Bella rolled her eyes. As they had already discussed it beforehand, she did not say much. "You guys are too chatty. I'll bring two quiet ones. Milan, you and Yuanxio should come with me," Jiang Fei said casually. He was afraid that if he only brought Yuanxio along, she would become suspicious. Therefore, he brought Hua Milan, who was relatively stronger. Chapter 2635, 2635. Translator, 549690339 PFFT. Boring. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken the initiative. Seriously, he even despised me for being a little more enthusiastic. Although the girls grumbled a little, none of them pestered her too much. After all, Bella, who was also left behind, did not say anything, so it was even more inappropriate for them to say anything. However, Yuanxio, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Yuanxio exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, you're really lucky. If I had known earlier, I would have raised my hand in the end," Hua Qingchang said with pursed lips. Among the girls, she was the one who spoke more to Yuanxio. After all, she had also come from the world of Five Directions. Although Yuanxio was a human and she was born as a ferocious beast, so they did not have any interactions before. However, they were still from the same hometown after all. Then, Yuanxio wanted to say that she should go instead of me. However, when she saw that the girls were staring at her, she was afraid that her identity would be exposed. Therefore, she swallowed the second half of her words. "All right, hurry up and pack up. You rarely go out. Prepare more," Hua Qingsheng said with a smile. At this point, Yuanxio still had not recovered. She even regretted buying this carrier. This had cost her a year's worth of pocket money. She originally thought that by buying a good carrier, she would be able to play more smoothly. She could even get close to her idol and play games with her idol. She did not expect that after getting the carrier, she would not even have the chance to escape. The spaceship on Skodastar was controlled by Aurelia. Although she was very nice to the girls, there was no reasonable reason for her to let a girl travel alone in a spaceship. Moreover, Yuanchio's strength was not strong enough to rely on her own strength to escape the gravitational pull of the planet and travel alone in space. Therefore, without a spaceship, she could not leave and could only stay here. It was not that Yuanchio did not want to steal a spaceship these days. However, she had failed. Before she could even get close to the military area, she was blasted back. Although the soldiers were very weak and Yuanchio could easily kill them, there was no lack of experts like Bella and Hua Mulan among Jiang Fei's girls. Once they were alerted, Yuanchio would be finished. Although players would not really die, who would be willing to give up a carrier that cost a year's pocket money to buy? For the past month, it was really difficult for Yuanchio. She had to be online on time every day so that others would not think that she had disappeared. When she went offline to rest, she had to make sure that she was safe enough. Then when she went online again, she would not be able to explain herself. Therefore, Yuanchio had been having a hard time during this period of time. She had played a good role-playing game, but it had been forcefully turned into a game of decryption and escape. This had caused Yuanchio to be on the edge of her seat all day long. She was afraid that her secret would be exposed. Moreover, she had to look for an opportunity to escape from Skodastar. After she logged out, she had to worry that someone would look for her. Fortunately, Yuanchio was not very sociable to begin with. Therefore, the girls rarely looked for her. That was why this female player was able to hide it for so long. However, the problem today was that Jiang Fei wanted to take her out. This was an opportunity for Yuanchio. After leaving Skodastar, she would have a chance to escape. Even if she found a chance to use the bathroom, when no one was around to log off, the people here would think that she had disappeared into thin air. After a few days, Yuanchio would come back and log on. Then, she could find a chance to marry wherever she wanted to go and find her idol. It was also because of this plan that Yuanchio finally gave up the idea of giving the opportunity to Hua Qingsheng. If she did not take this opportunity to leave, it would be almost impossible for her to find the spaceship. It would be impossible for her to leave Skodastar. After hurriedly returning to her room, Yuanchio packed up her things. She brought all the equipment that she could bring along, including Yuanchio's treasured sword and other things. Anyway, the player's backpack was a magical space that could hold almost everything. Yuanchio, are you ready? At this moment, Hua Mulan's voice came from outside the door. Yuanchio checked again before opening the door. How is it? Hua Mulan asked. Everything is ready. Yuanchio took a deep breath and said. Hua Mulan did not say anything else. She did not know that Yuanchio had changed people. Moreover, she did not communicate much with Yuanchio, so she did not find anything wrong. Very soon, Hua Mulan brought Yuanchio to the airport. At this time, Jiang Fei was already waiting there. The conditions are a little tough. Let's make do with it, Jiang Fei said as he pointed at the shuttle on the tarmac. As his yacht needed major repairs, he would not be able to use it for a while. It's all right, Yuanchio said. Hua Mulan did not care about such details. As a soldier, she cared more about practical functions. This shuttle was more than enough for her. After boarding the shuttle, Jiang Fei directly stuck the ring on the interface of the central control computer and let Maleki transfer to the shuttle. Let's go. Let's go to New China, said Jiang Fei to Maleki. Maleki immediately accepted the order and drove the shuttle away from the airport. This place is small. Make do with it. We will reach New China in 2 to 3 days, Jiang Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he wanted to see if Yuanchio could last 2 to 3 days without logging off. My lord, the conditions here are already very good. 2 to 3 days will pass in a meditative state, Hua Mulan said as she sat down in a seat. Then, she immediately entered a meditative state. Yuanchio did not dare to face Jiang Fei alone. She was afraid that he would ask some questions that she would not be able to answer. Therefore, she quickly found an excuse and closed her eyes. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Hua Mulan was a cultivation maniac. When she had nothing to do, she would usually cultivate. However, Yuanxio was a player. She did not need to cultivate at all. However, Jiang Fei did not expose Yuanxio's lie. He sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he quietly observed Yuanxio with his spiritual power. Time passed day by day. The shuttle traveled through space. What surprised Jiang Fei was that Yuanxio insisted on not going offline. Moreover, she could pretend to be in a meditative state and maintain a posture for a sober person. It was not an easy task. Chapter 2636, 2636. Translator 549690339. Almost 3 days later, the shuttle finally arrived at the gravity well of planet Xianhua. A navigation ship came before Jiang Fei's shuttle. Jiang Fei showed his identification number. Grand Marshal, welcome to Xianhua. The navigation ship led Jiang Fei's shuttle to land and also informed Han Tianyu of Jiang Fei's arrival. All right, everyone get ready. We are here, said Jiang Fei. Hua Mulan opened her eyes and exited her training state. At the same time, Yuanxio also pretended to open her eyes. She had been holding back for more than 2 days. Fei is here. At the same time, Han Tianyu also received the news. He probably came to see you on the way, Lorna said from the side. At this time, her stomach was already very big. After all, not everyone was like the Phoenix spirit, who had to be pregnant for decades before giving birth to a baby. No way. I understand this brother of mine. Han Tianyu said. Sigh. He must be working hard. Aisha sighed from the side. Aisha, stay at home with Lorna. I'll go pick him up. Han Tianyu stood up and said. Okay, you go ahead. We'll eat at home for lunch. Aisha nodded and smiled. At that moment, she was like a gentle and virtuous little wife. An hour later, Jiang Fei met Han Tianyu at the airport. Oh, I thought you had something to talk to me about. Looks like I was really wrong. Han Tianyu smiled as soon as he saw her. Then, he turned to look at Hua Mulan and Yuanxio and said, both of you have worked hard on the journey. Let's go home. Your sister-in-law has already prepared food. I will welcome you home. You are too kind, big brother Han. Hua Mulan nodded and smiled. Yuanxio did not say anything. She just nodded at Han Tianyu. Brother Yu, let's go back and talk. Jiang Fei walked over and put his arm around Han Tianyu's shoulder. Fei, you guys go ahead. I'm going to the washroom, said Yuanxio. She was looking for an opportunity to escape. Now that she had left Skodastar, all she needed to do was to find a place where no one was around to log off. All right. However, there are quite a lot of people here. You haven't lived in the technological society much. Don't get lost. How about this, Mulan? You go with her, said Jiang Fei. Hua Mulan nodded immediately. Yuanxio was stunned for a moment. Then she said, it's okay. I can do it myself. Let's go. I'll go with you. Hua Mulan came to Yuanxio's side and said, okay. Yuanxio could not refuse anymore. If she had to leave alone, it would be too suspicious. As Hua Mulan and Yuanxio left, Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said to Han Tianyu, Brother Yu, I have something to ask of you this time. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes and said, if there's anything, let's talk about it at the dinner table. Jiang Fei gave them a look. Han Tianyu was stunned. Hua Mulan is fine. Jiang Fei then told Han Tianyu everything that had happened. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei and asked, isn't dealing with women your strong point? Jiang Fei said, don't tease me. It's true that I, Han Tianyu, am fond of flowers. However, I have a bottom line. There's a saying that you can't bully a friend's wife. I don't take drugs, nor do I have the surname Wang. I don't have the habit of covering my face. I can't do such a thing. Han Tianyu rejected on the spot. Stop fooling around. What friend's wife? There's nothing going on between me and Yuanxio. She's only with me in name. The two of us have never held hands, and we haven't even spoken much. Not to mention, she's not the same person anymore. Jiang Fei said, that won't do either. Don't joke about it. Han Tianyu said as he waved his hand. I don't care. I've already brought her to you anyway. Jiang Fei decided to play the scoundrel. D*MN. Why are you like this? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Who likes wearing hats? If anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll definitely fight them to the death. But the problem is this female player. What does that have to do with me? You're good at this. Hurry up and get rid of her. I can also have a helper over there, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei said seriously. Then I cannot agree to it, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. I have a family now. I have to go home and ask my wife, Han Tianyu said. Brother Yu, I suddenly looked down on you. Back then, my brother Yu was a man who never touched a single leaf. I did not expect him to have bronchitis now, said Jiang Fei. This is not called bronchitis. This is a sense of responsibility that a man should have. In the past, I was not married. How I play is up to me. Now it's different. I have a family now. So, even if I help you, I have to inform my family first, said Han Tianyu seriously. All right, I think the sisters-in-law will make an exception, Jiang Fei said with a shrug. He really did not expect a playboy like Han Tianyu to become a good man. Just as Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were chatting idly, Hua Mulan and Yu Wanqiu returned. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Wanqiu temporarily gave up the idea of forcefully logging off. This was because forcefully logging off would cause a black light to appear. Moreover, the character would temporarily stay in the game for a few minutes. She would still lose it. Therefore, in order to not spend her pocket money for this year in vain, Yu Wanqiu gave up on immediately logging off. She planned to wait for the rest of the night and look for an opportunity. Hua Mulan could not always stay by her side. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu when he saw that Hua Mulan and Yu Wanqiu had returned. Let's go. Han Tianyu had a smile on his face. He acted as if nothing had happened. He did not even look at Yu Wanqiu. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of a hover car. Then, Han Tianyu personally drove them back to his official residence. When they returned home, Aisha had already prepared a welcoming banquet. She was just waiting for Jiang Fei and the others to arrive so that the banquet could begin. Joe. Aisha smiled as she came forward to greet them. She had never seen Yu Wanqiu and Hua Mulan before. Chapter 2637. 2637. Translator 549690339. Hua Mulan walked forward and greeted her generously. Yu Wanqiu was much more awkward in comparison. Brother, you guys do it for a while. Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei looked at each other. Then, he pulled Aisha's sleeve and said, Come out with me for a while. Aisha was stunned. How could she leave the guest alone? However, she changed her mind. Jiang Fei was not an outsider, so she did not say anything and followed Han Tianyu out. You two take a seat first. Jiang Fei smiled and sat down on his own. Hua Mulan and Yu Wanqiu nodded and sat down beside Jiang Fei. While Jiang Fei was chatting with the two girls, Han Tianyu pulled Aisha out of the two courtyards. Aisha asked in confusion. Sai, Han Tianyu Sayid. Huh? Aisha was confused. Han Tianyu recounted Jiang Fei's words. Aisha frowned and asked. I'll listen to you, Han Tianyu said. Oomph. You're too embarrassed to say it. Aisha rolled her eyes and spat. Pfft. I still don't know what kind of person you are. Han Tianyu smiled aufgewandelt. Aisha sighed. As a woman, she was not mentally ill. Naturally, she did not want her husband to go out and hook up with other girls. However, this matter had to be settled now. If Han Tianyu refused, Jiang Fei would definitely be unhappy. Moreover, this matter involved a lot of things. Although Aisha and Lorna used to be people from the Gamma Dimension, they were now people from this universe. The Gamma Dimension no longer had anything to do with them. If the universe was destroyed, they would not be able to escape. In the past few months, Han Tianyu had already confessed everything to Aisha and Lorna, including the fact that he and Jiang Fei knew their identities from the start, although Aisha and Lorna were a little angry when they first found out about this matter. However, after a long time, they had given up on it. After all, they had already been left in the universe. This was already a done deal. It was too late to regret it, even if they wanted to. Secondly, ever since Han Tianyu had wooed them, there was nothing he could say to them. He was originally a playboy, but now he could spend all his time at home with his wife. This also touched Aisha and Lorna. Things had already turned out like this. The two sisters' hearts were also trapped by Han Tianyu. Although they knew that this guy had lied to them in the past, Aisha and Lorna could only choose to accept their fate. Moreover, they had indeed fallen deeply in love with Han Tianyu. Even if they were given a chance to go back on their words now, the two of them would probably never return to the Gamma space again. After returning to Lorna's room, Aisha had just finished talking about the matter when Lorna exploded. This girl's mind was simple. She would say whatever she had to say. It was fine to share her husband with her sister, but if this outsider wanted to take a share of the profits, of course she would not agree. Han Tianyu told her the severity of the situation. "Oof, I think you just like her beauty." Lorna pouted and said, "How about this? I'll pretend to approach her. Once I've helped Jiang Fei settle the matter, I'll dump her." Han Tianyu asked, although Lorna was unhappy that Jiang Fei had arranged such a job for Han Tianyu. As soon as Han Tianyu made the suggestion, she started worrying for Yu Wanqiu again. Listen to his nonsense. Aisha rolled her eyes. She thought that her sister was too naive to be fooled. "Then, what do you think we should do? That bastard Jiang Fei brought everyone here for me?" Han Tianyu was also troubled. Forget it, forget it. You could do whatever you want. Just don't forget about the two of us. Anyway, both of us have been trapped here by you." Aisha put on a look of resignation. Lorna, who was beside her, pouted and did not say a word. "Forget it. I don't care about this anymore." Han Tianyu took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out. Aisha stupid Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu turned around and asked. Aisha asked, "I'm going to reject Jiang Fei." Han Tianyu said. Aisha asked, "Not really. Jiang Fei is not that kind of person." "I know that about him," Han Tianyu said. Aisha asked, "If there's no other way, she must have been killed," Han Tianyu said. Aisha asked, "I don't know. Let's see what Yu Wanqiu knows. If she knows Jiang Fei's secret, Jiang Fei would probably have to keep her soul," Han Tianyu guessed. "Then, wouldn't her body be in a vegetative state in the Gamma dimension?" Lorna asked. Han Tianyu said, "But she didn't do anything. She died just like that." Lorna said, "Unfair? I don't think she's unfair. Do you know how many innocent people died because of these players? Do you know how cruel these people are?" His eyes were burning with anger. Lorna and Aisha were speechless. After all, they were once players before this. "I'm not talking about you, nor do I blame you. I know both of your personalities." Han Tianyu walked up and hugged Aisha and Lorna. "Tianyu, go and help Jiang Fei. Perhaps the earlier he can go to the Gamma space, the earlier he can resolve this dispute," Aisha said. "Brother Tianyu, go. That Yu Wanqiu might be a kind player like us." Lorna also said, "But if that's the case, you guys would be suffering too much," Han Tianyu said. "It doesn't matter. As long as you have us in your heart, it's fine as long as you don't like the new and dislike the old," Aisha said. Chapter 2638, 2638. Translator 549690339. When Han Tianyu brought Aisha back to the front hall, he nodded at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled. He knew that Han Tianyu's two daughters-in-law had agreed. Jiang Fei walked up and bowed to Aisha. Aisha sighed. Because of this matter, she was actually quite annoyed with Jiang Fei. However, she could not say anything. After all, she was still in front of Yu Wanqiu. Then, Aisha could not drag her own man down anymore. Kulme, Kulme, Kulme. Your sister-in-law has already prepared a banquet," Han Tianyu said with a smile. "Okay," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Soon, the group went to the restaurant. Then, they each had a meal with their own thoughts. During the meal, everyone present had something on their minds. However, on the surface, they pretended to be in harmony. Han Tianyu was observing Yu Wanqiu and thinking about how to act. Aisha was taking care of the two girls at the table. She sighed in her heart. Yu Wanqiu was carefully handling everything. She was afraid that others would see through her. Therefore, she ate the meal with trepidation. Jiang Fei was relatively relaxed. He believed in Han Tianyu's ability to pick up girls. He estimated that he would be able to settle this female player with some time. Hua Milan was probably the only one who did not know the situation. Therefore, she stayed by Jiang Fei's side and appeared very calm. Soon, the meal was over. Then, Jiang Fei stood up and said to Han Tianyu, "Brother Yu, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I have to leave with Hua Mulan for 2 days. Can you ask sister-in-law to take care of Wanqiu for me? Han Tianyu asked deliberately. It's not like I'm handing her over to you. Jiang Fei smiled and said, All right then. Aisha, you can help take care of Wanqiu. Han Tianyu smiled and said, Wanqiu, you stay here for 2 days. I'll come and pick you up in a few days. Jiang Fei smiled and said, Yes, of course. Wanqiu would be more than happy to do that. If Jiang Fei kept bringing her to his side, she would have even less chance to leave once she returned to Star. Now that Jiang Fei had something to do and had even taken Hua Mulan away, Wanqiu finally saw an opportunity. Therefore, she immediately agreed. Sister Wanqiu, don't worry. Sister-in-law will take good care of you, Aisha said with a smile. Wanqiu nodded. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei left with Hua Mulan. The two of them went straight to the airport. Then, Jiang Fei took Hua Mulan and boarded the shuttle. Hua Mulan asked, I haven't taken you out for a long time. This is a rare opportunity. Let me take you to the capital Star to play, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ah! Hua Mulan's face immediately turned red. She thought that Jiang Fei was taking her to do something important. However, she did not expect that Jiang Fei was taking her out to play alone. In an instant, the female general, who was originally valiant and heroic, suddenly became shy. I have not been home for a long time. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. The incident with Wanqiu had also alerted him. It seemed that he had to spend more time with the girls. The relationship between the girls and him gradually faded away. Hua Mulan was about to defend Jiang Fei when Jiang Fei pressed his finger on her small mouth. What I owe you is what I owe you. Jiang Fei shook his head. Then he said to Hua Mulan, Mulan, you have been brought out of the game by me for quite some time. I have never taken you out alone to play. Occasionally, we would go out together to do things. You don't blame me, right? Hua Mulan said. Silly girl, don't always say things like that. If you're embarrassed to call me that like Bella, just call me Ah Fei, Jiang Fei said with a smile. To Jiang Fei's surprise, Hua Mulan actually called him that with a red face. Jiang Fei laughed and pulled Hua Mulan into his arms. At that moment, Hua Mulan's face was as red as blood. Hua Mulan was a real girl. Not only did she not want to monopolize Jiang Fei, she also wanted to bring Wanqiu along. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly and told Hua Mulan the whole story. What? Hua Mulan was clearly shocked by this information. Yes, but it's not her fault. We did not have any feelings for each other. After she left the Five Directions world with me, I did not really care about her. She was unfamiliar with Star. Jiang Fei sighed. Hua Mulan sighed. Then she tightened her hands and made her body even closer to Jiang Fei. At the same time, she thought to herself, no matter how tempting the development team's conditions are, I will not leave my husband. Jiang Fei brought Hua Mulan directly to the capital Star, Pizerns. The two of them played there for 5 days. During these 5 days of being alone, Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan's relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. They even took the last step. It's about time. We should go back, Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan leaned on Jiang Fei's shoulder. The former female general was now acting like a little woman. When Jiang Fei brought Hua Mulan back to planet China, it had been almost 10 days since they left. After all, it would take more than 2 days to go from China to Pizerns. They had even played there for 5 days, therefore, it had been almost 10 days since they left. It has been such a long time, Jiang Fei thought to himself. After the shuttle stopped at the airport of planet China, Jiang Fei received a message from Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes and asked. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Han Tianyu said proudly, Yeah, how good are you? You fooled the little girl. Aisha's sour voice came from behind Han Tianyu. Wife, don't be angry. Han Tianyu turned around and smiled. Don't be modest. Both of us have fallen into your hands. Now, there's another victim, Aisha said jealously. However, as a woman, there was nothing that she would not mind about. Chapter 2639, 2639. Translator, 549690339. Brother you, sister-in-law, please stop quarreling. Jiang Fei tried to mediate the situation on the other end of the video. What are you quarreling about? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes in annoyance. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Get over here quickly." "All right." Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Then he cut off the communication and went straight to Han Tianyu's official residence. After arriving at Han Tianyu's official residence, Jiang Fei did not wait for Han Tianyu to come out to pick him up. He went in by himself. Anyway, with his relationship with Han Tianyu, coming here was like coming to his own home. Hua Mulan followed behind Jiang Fei. The two of them soon arrived at the hall. Aisha glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she ignored him. She directly held Hua Mulan's hand and said, "Let's go and see Lorna. Don't mind these men." Hua Mulan looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Hua Mulan nodded. Then, she held Aisha's hand and went to the backyard. "Not bad, brother. Han Tianyu lig hit." Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu looked at each other and smiled. However, both of them looked a little wretched. "Ah, come, sit." Han Tianyu saw that Aisha had left and smiled. He pulled Jiang Fei to sit at the wine table. However, everything that needed to be done was done. Aisha was a very smart person. She knew that it was okay for her to be angry with Han Tianyu. It was also okay for her to see Jiang Fei upset. However, in front of outsiders, she had to show that she was a man. This was the bottom line. "Brother Yu, how is it?" Jiang Fei asked Han Tianyu after clinking glasses with him. Han Tianyu said proudly. Jiang Fei asked. "Initially, she did want to leave forcefully after you left." Han Tianyu smiled. Although Aisha and Lorna had lost their external abilities, their carriers were still there. Both of them were at the true immortal level and above. Yuanqiu could not run away from them at all. Jiang Fei asked. "Don't ask about the process," Han Tianyu said as he took a sip of wine. Jiang Fei shrugged. He was not really interested in Han Tianyu's specific methods of picking up girls. Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei raised his big finger. Han Tianyu said proudly. However, after he said that, he quickly turned around and looked around. He was afraid that Aisha or Lorna would hear him. Jiang Fei asked. "She's offline. She should be back by tonight," Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei was shocked. "Don't worry. The woman I took care of did not betray me," said Han Tianyu confidently. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he chatted with Han Tianyu while drinking wine. After about 2 hours, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were full. At this time, Aisha came back with Hua Mulan. Jiang Fei bowed to Aisha. "Don't give me such useless things. Don't come to our Tianyu again." Aisha rolled her eyes and said. Jiang Fei quickly nodded. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "I corrupted him? It's more like he corrupted me." "All right, you guys talk," Aisha said to Jiang Fei and the others. No. Jiang Fei stopped Aisha, who was about to clean up the table. Hua Mulan took the initiative to clean up the table. "Sister, don't. You're a guest. How could Aisha let Hua Mulan clean up?" "Sai, don't worry about it. We're family." Han Tianyu pulled Aisha back. Aisha said. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm not being polite. I really have something to ask you." Seeing that, Aisha immediately stopped insisting. Anyway, with Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei's relationship, it was not a big deal to let Jiang Fei's wife clean up the mess. Soon, the three of them returned to the living room. After they sat down, Han Tianyu personally made some tea for them. At that moment, Jiang Fei asked, "Sister-in-law, there is actually another matter that I want to ask you about." Aisha asked. "It's about the gamma space," Jiang Fei said. Aisha was stunned for a moment. However, it made sense. If it was not about the gamma space, Jiang Fei would not have asked him. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he asked Aisha, "Sister-in-law, are the people on your side the same as us? They get married, get pregnant, and have children?" Aisha nodded. Jiang Fei was a little confused. The fertility rate of people in the gamma space is very low. Many people do not have children in their entire lives. In order to maintain the population, many children come from the Life Extension Center, said Aisha. Jiang Fei had heard this name from a certain player before. As far as I know, that place seems to be an orphanage. I know a person who came out from there. He said so. As for where the children came from, I'm not sure, Aisha said. So, you guys grew up little by little from a baby? Jiang Fei asked. Of course. What's so strange about that? Aisha asked curiously. It's nothing. I thought that people in the high-dimensional space would reproduce differently from us. In our novels, someone had imagined that some people would be able to inherit the memories of their parents when they were born. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Tis, Aisha said disdainfully. Jiang Fei smiled and thanked Aisha. It seems that Bella's guess is not unreasonable. Perhaps the development team was lying. The souls of those who left behind their physical bodies may have already been killed. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 2640-2640. Translator 549690339. After understanding the situation, Jiang Fei sighed. At that moment, he felt a little sorry for those people who were tempted by the development team. These people believed in the development team and gave up their physical bodies. However, in the end, they were either killed by the development team or reincarnated after all their memories were wiped out. What was the difference between that and death? If the development team was lying and they did not allow these people who had given up their bodies to go to the gamma space, then there was nothing much to say. These people's souls must have been wiped out. That was equivalent to being completely dead. Even if the development team had fulfilled their promise and allowed these people to go to a higher dimension, if their memories were wiped out and they had to start all over again, would that still be them? Jiang Fei did not know what other people thought of this problem. However, he definitely could not accept such an outcome. He would definitely not accept it. In the following period of time, Jiang Fei chatted with Han Tianyu about other things. From family matters to the Empire's policies, Jiang Fei had a discussion with Han Tianyu. Ah Fei, in the future, you can talk to your brother Yu about this. Aisha said to Jiang Fei. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Jiang Fei promised. Aisha nodded. When it was almost nighttime, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a subtle spatial fluctuation in the backyard of Han Tianyu's mansion. At the same time, a person's aura suddenly appeared out of thin air. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this person's aura. She was Yuanxiu. She's online. Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu and Aisha. How is it? Han Tianyu asked. Although it's a little awkward, let's meet. Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly. However, the two of them had a nominal relationship before. Therefore, now that she was Han Tianyu's wife, it would be a little awkward for the two of them to meet again. Han Tianyu wanted. I know. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Aisha laughed coldly. At the same time, her small hands reached out to Han Tianyu's waist without leaving a trace. Then, she forcefully made a 180-degree angle. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the living room. Yuanxiu walked in with a smile on her face. This was something that she had never seen before when she was with Jiang Fei. As soon as she entered the living room, Yuanxiu saw Jiang Fei. The smile on her face immediately disappeared and was replaced by an awkward expression. It's okay. Han Tianyu smiled as he walked over. Then, he held Yuanxiu's hand and walked into the living room. Yuanxiu, I'll have to call you sister-in-law from now on. Jiang Fei laughed. She's not Yuanxiu anymore. Her name is Lena. Han Tianyu waved his hand and said, Oh. Jiang Fei laughed. Since he'd already told her everything, there was no need for this female player to impersonate Yuanxiu anymore. She would be able to use her own name. Lena took the initiative to walk over and shake Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei smiled. After Lena returned to her original name, the awkwardness between Jiang Fei and her was lifted. After all, although she had already changed her name, she was still called Yuanxiu. This still made people think of their previous relationship. However, now that she was Lena, she had nothing to do with Yuanxiu. Naturally, the awkwardness between Jiang Fei and her was lifted. Han Tianyu said, Yes, we are all family. Lena said generously. Jiang Fei asked curiously. I'm still studying. My father is a sheriff, Lena said. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although he did not know how much authority this sheriff had over the gamma space, he was definitely not an ordinary person. If he had the authority, it would definitely be easy to get things done. The gamma space is actually very small. It is not as vast as our universe. How do you describe it? Their world is at most equivalent to our city. The total population is only a few million people. Han Tianyu added. His three wives were all from the gamma space, so they naturally knew more about it. Ah! Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never asked about this before. Yes, Lena said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know. I've never heard of this theory. It was never mentioned in the school or anyone else, Lena said. Aisha shook her head. She was born poor, so it was even more impossible for her to know about such things. Han Tianyu said with a hint of pride. Jiang Fei said to Lena with a smile. At the same time, he secretly pointed his big finger at Han Tianyu. He thought to himself that Han Tianyu would be able to hook up with a fair, rich, and beautiful woman of such a level. It was not something that an ordinary person could do to make her give up everything over there and fall in love with a low-dimensional creature. Don't worry. I heard from Brother Tianyu that you want to come over to our side. Lena said. Jiang Fei smiled and said, We're all family. Lena said as she leaned against Han Tianyu's side. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with Han Tianyu's family for a while. This time, his focus was on the social structure of the gamma space. From the conversation, he could tell that the gamma space's society was similar to a democratic system. The highest authority was in the hands of the Elder Council. Because there was only one regime, the military did not exist. Only the police were there to maintain order. Meanwhile, Lena's father was the sheriff. He could be said to be the highest official of the violent organization in the entire gamma space. After understanding this, Jiang Fei felt a little more confident. With Lena as a spy, if he really entered the gamma space, it would be much more convenient for him to move there. Chapter 2641. 2641. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan stayed in Han Tianyu's mansion for another day. During this time, Jiang Fei asked Aisha and Lena some questions. This allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the gamma space. After a day, Jiang Fei knew that he had to leave. This kind of leisurely life did not belong to him. All right, brother. I won't keep you anymore, Han Tianyu said after learning that Jiang Fei was leaving. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu smiled. Jiang Fei said goodbye to Han Tianyu's family, and then took the shuttle back. A few days later, he returned to Skodastar. Bella said unhappily, Do you think Brother Yu is a god? Jiang Fei shrugged and said. Bella looked at Hua Mulan, then at Jiang Fei, and then asked meaningfully. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Bella knew him too well. Moreover, her sense of smell in this area was unusually sharp, so it was impossible to hide it from her. All right, we're all on the same side anyway. Bella snorted, but she did not get angry. After all, Hua Mulan had followed Jiang Fei not long after she did. The two of them had just taken the last step. Jiang Fei came over and asked Bella. TCH. Bella rolled her eyes and asked, How's the work going? Jiang Fei smiled. Call Aurelia over later. Let's discuss it, Bella said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Hua Mulan, Mulan, go and call Aurelia over. Let's have a meeting. Hua Mulan nodded and left. HMPH, that's not bad. Bella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. All right, my little vinegar jar. Jiang Fei did not give Bella a chance to speak. He pulled her in front of him and kissed her. Bella struggled for a moment before she collapsed into Jiang Fei's arms and responded enthusiastically. After a long while, Jiang Fei kissed Bella until she was panting heavily. Oomph. Bella blushed and glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she turned her back to him and said, Jiang Fei said as he rubbed his waist. He knew Bella's strength. It would take at least 3 to 5 days. After 10 minutes, Hua Mulan came back with Aurelia. Aurelia asked, Yes. Jiang Fei called Little Nine and said to him, Little Nine, send us to Year Star. Little Nine activated her ability and sent Jiang Fei and the others to the Year Star. Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a barrier. He then told them everything that had happened before. Bella asked, Yes, for the sake of Brother Yu, She will definitely help me, Jiang Fei said. TSK, 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 said Bella. Jiang Fei did not understand what Bella meant, so he fell for her trap. Oof, you still want to learn from him, right? As expected, Bella's jealousy attribute exploded. Jiang Fei did not dare to say anything else at this time. Aurelia, who was standing beside Jiang Fei, quickly changed the topic. Yes, I have. Jiang Fei then shared the information that he had obtained from Lena and Aisha with Bella and the others. Bella and the others were also very curious. In the beginning, everyone, including Jiang Fei, thought that the gamma space should be like a three-dimensional world. It should be an almost infinite space in the universe. Their place was actually a closed and narrow space. Then, why did they invade our world? Asked Alir. I don't know. Jiang Fei shrugged and then added, but I think that things are not that simple. I think so too. They spent so much effort to run this game. Aurelia nodded. Jiang Fei sighed. However, as the daughter of the sheriff, Lena did not know the inside story. Therefore, the ordinary players that Jiang Fei had captured were even less likely to know. Previously, Jiang Fei had also interrogated some players and apostles. In the end, the information that he obtained was actually very little. Now, even if he dragged them out to interrogate them again, the results would probably not be too great. Bella asked, I'm going to talk to Vinylin now, Jiang Fei said. Look for Vinylin? Why are you looking for him? Bella asked. Ever since Jiang Fei had been targeted by the development team, Vinylin had started deliberately distancing himself from him. He had even stopped providing critical warnings. Clearly, in Vinylin's opinion, he would only be safe if Jiang Fei died. That's right. He does not want to work with me, but I have to work with him. I don't know what to do now. Jiang Fei said. Bella nodded. Jiang Fei looked at Hua Mulan and Aurelia. Hua Mulan shook her head regretfully. She was better at leading the charge. As for planning, these were not her strong points. I think we can look for Vinylin. Although he does not want to cooperate with you, he has something on you. So, as long as you force him, he will still release something. However, Ah Fei, you have to be careful. Do not be tricked by Vinylin. Now, he does not want to cooperate with you. If you die, it will be good for him, Aurelia warned. Well, Jiang Fei shrugged. Chapter 2642, 2642. Translator, 549690339. After giving a few more instructions to Bella and the rest, Jiang Fei asked Little Nine to send them all back to Skoda-Star. After returning to Skoda-Star, Jiang Fei was ready to find a place with many people to call out Vinylin. However, before he could take action, a soldier suddenly ran over. The soldier's tone was clearly wrong. Jiang Fei did not have to guess to know that Vinylin had come to him on his own accord. Jiang Fei frowned. He then greeted Bella and the others before following behind. Jiang Fei asked. Vinylin's first sentence was this. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. What else could he care about now? The development team had long since targeted him. They had even taken action against him. However, Jiang Fei was lucky. He completed the mission in time. If it was not for the fact that Datai, who was also an ethereal spirit, had volunteered to die, Jiang Fei would not have been able to do anything to him. By then, he would definitely be killed by the development team. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of now. If the development team wanted to make a move, they would have done so long ago. Now that Jiang Fei was able to get Vinylin to look for him, it meant that he was still valuable to the development team. No one was willing to give up something that was valuable. When Vinylin saw Jiang Fei's indifferent look, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Now that Jiang Fei had something on him, he would threaten him every other day. He would be dragged down by Jiang Fei sooner or later. Jiang Fei was still somewhat valuable to the development team. However, what about Vinylin? Once the development team found out that Jiang Fei already had self-awareness, it would be a matter of time before they killed him. Jiang Fei said calmly. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, then Jiang Fei said, It's like this. Previously, you organized the development team to kill Ariel, so they were very angry. They even planned to kill you. However, I secretly helped you, so they temporarily let you go. Vinolin's words were complete nonsense. The development team did not kill Jiang Fei because of the spatial compensation mechanism. Moreover, Jiang Fei himself still had some value. That was why they temporarily gave up on killing Jiang Fei, even if he had hindered them from wiping out Ariel. Vinolin had not played any role in this. He did not dare to intervene at this time. The reason why he said that a Jiang Fei was just to make Jiang Fei trust him again. Jiang Fei did not care about Vinolin at all. He just asked indifferently. Vinolin did not expect Jiang Fei to have such an attitude. This was completely different from the Jiang Fei that he knew in the past. Actually, Vinolin did not know that ever since Nina was trapped in the black hole and Jiang Fei had no choice but to send Ariel into the black hole, his personality had changed greatly. In the past, Jiang Fei not only had his own moral bottom line, he was even a bit of a good person. However, now, Jiang Fei only cared about him, his family and friends. As for the lives of others, that had nothing to do with him. Jiang Fei saw that Vinolin was stunned and wanted to leave on the spot. Vinolin quickly pulled Jiang Fei back and said to him, "The development team has given you a quest." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Until now, he did not know the spatial compensation rule. Therefore, he did not know that he could actually ignore the quest given to him by the development team. This was because Jiang Fei could not come into contact with any members of the development team. However, even if they were from the Gamma space, not everyone was a scientist, not everyone was able to come into contact with the law of space compensation. Most of the people in the Gamma dimension were the same as the people in the three-dimensional world. They spent their lives doing nothing. "Yes, the 11th Apostle Simon has appeared," said Vinolin. Jiang Fei paused for a moment and then asked Vinolin, "Do you have any information about him?" "Not yet. If I can find any information about him, I will inform you immediately," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei asked again. "Currently, I don't know either," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei asked. "Not this time," Vinolin said. "All right, I know about this." Jiang Fei saw that Vinolin could not provide any information about Simon, so he immediately told him to scram. Vinolin wanted to say something more, but seeing Jiang Fei like this, he did not say anything in the end. He just left. Grand. After Vinolin left, the soldier looked at Jiang Fei with a blank expression. When he came back to his senses, he was very scared. "You're done." Jiang Fei waved his hand. "Yes." The soldier ran away. When Jiang Fei returned to Bella's place, Hua Mulan had already left. However, Aurelia was still there. "How is it?" Bella asked. "The 11 apostles have appeared," Jiang Fei said. Bella asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. "Then don't be anxious. Take your time," Bella said. "I think so too." Jiang Fei sighed. Although the development team did not give him a time limit, they had plenty of ways to make him meet that Simon. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Right now, we do not know where that Simon is. We also do not know what kind of abilities he has. All we know is a name. We cannot prepare anything, Bella said with a sigh. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked Aurelia, "How has the Empire been running recently?" "Everything is normal. Jupiter has issued a series of orders to promote the economy. Now, the entire Empire is thriving. In comparison, the situation on Vizari's side is a little worse. Their economic situation is not as good as ours," Aurelia said. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Then, he said to Aurelia, "Shrink the Imperial fleet at the front line. If there is another battle, let Amon's player fleet take over. Don't give Vizari's army any more pressure." Aurelia nodded. She had been constantly reducing the scale of the battle between the two sides, trying to minimize the damage that the players would cause to the universe. Chapter 2643, 2643. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei had asked Aurelia to withdraw his troops from the front line mainly because he wanted to reduce the scale of the war. After all, the Vizari army was on the verge of collapse. Then, the Vizari army would be finished. In order to maintain the balance of the game, in order to allow the Imperial army and the players of the Resistance army to maintain the battle between factions, they would definitely support the remaining Vizari remnants and provide them with a large amount of equipment. This would allow them to have the ability to fight against the Universe Empire. Therefore, it was impossible for the Universe Empire to destroy the Vasily army in one fell swoop. On the contrary, it was also impossible for the Vasily army to destroy the Universe Empire. This was not only because they were not strong enough, moreover, the development team could not tolerate such a thing happening. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others would continue fighting like this. There was no end to it. In the end, they would still lose themselves. Jiang Fei and Aurelia, who had long discovered this, had been controlling the scale of the war. Since the development team could accept it, they would try their best to avoid losses. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei asked Little Nine to send them back to Star. Aurelia was busy dispatching troops while Jiang Fei was captured by Bella. He worked hard for a week as an old scalper. After a week, Jiang Fei's back was aching. However, he was happy and in pain. When he came out of Bella's room, he felt that the entire world was so beautiful. The air was so fresh, and everyone was smiling. If it was not for the threat of the Gamma Dimension human, Jiang Fei would really want to indulge in this atmosphere. This time, although the development team had given Jiang Fei a task, they did not set a time nor conditions. It was as if they could allow Jiang Fei to delay as much as he wanted. However, the truth was not as simple as Jiang Fei thought. The development team would never be kind and would never allow Jiang Fei to live his happy life. They had ways to push the game's storyline forward. It was unknown whether it was fate or the development team's encouragement. In just 3 days, he received a message from Aurelia. Aurelia said in the communication channel, "Looking for me? Is it Peter Zhu? Put me through the communication channel." Jiang Fei said casually, "It's not Peter Zhu. Moreover, the other party has already arrived at the gravity well on Star." Aurelia said, "Oh, uninvited?" Jiang Fei muttered. Then he asked, "Isn't the other party's identity simple? I can't confirm his identity." Aurelia said. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He did not seem to have such a person in his social circle. However, in an instant he remembered, "What? Simon?" Jiang Fei shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the girls nearby. "What's wrong, husband?" Huang Milan asked. Sylvie also came over. Jiang Fei made a gesture to silence. Then, he said to Aurelia, "Are you sure it's him?" "I don't know, but he specifically asked to see you," Aurelia said. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to Aurelia, "Let him in. I'll go to the airport to pick him up." Aurelia nodded and then cut off the communication. "Who is it that's worth you picking up personally?" "Citoyen guest. Impossible. That pig head is here. My husband will definitely not pick him up." Sylvie guessed. "All right, stop guessing. I'll go out first." Jiang Fei stood up and said. Sylvie immediately said, "I want to go too." Si Taiying and Hui Qingsheng came over. "Not this time. It's too dangerous. Next time. I'll bring you guys to play next time," Jiang Fei said. "Who?" Sylvie asked disdainfully. Jiang Fei said slowly, "What? He actually came looking for us?" This time, the girls were all shocked. Huang Milan stood up and said, "No need." Jiang Fei smiled. Although Huang Milan was the strongest among the girls besides the Phoenix Spirit, she was still too weak in front of the apostles. Not only would she not be able to help, but she would also distract Jiang Fei. On the contrary, it would also distract Jiang Fei. "All right then," Huang Milan warned. Ever since she had broken through the last obstacle with Jiang Fei, she had become more casual with her words. Previously, Huang Milan had always treated herself as Jiang Fei's subordinate. Therefore, she always did more work and spoke less. However, it was different now. Her identity in front of Jiang Fei had changed. She had become the mistress. Therefore, she naturally cared more about Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei gave the girl some advice, he left for the airport. When Jiang Fei arrived at the airport, Aurelia was already waiting for him. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked. "Not yet. I have asked the guided ship to stall for time," said Aurelia. She had been waiting for Jiang Fei to arrive. Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Let him land." Aurelia agreed. Then, she contacted the tower of the airport and began to arrange a landing pad for the spaceship of the West Gate. After more than 10 minutes, the spaceship of the West Gate landed in the airport of Skodastar. Jiang Fei asked Aurelia to stay in the command center while he walked to the landing pad to welcome them. Chi. As the cabin door opened, a young man walked out. Jiang Fei took 2 steps forward and opened his player privilege at the same time. Before he understood Simon's strength, he had to be careful. Although the player privilege could not increase attack and defense, it could render him immune to some insane skills, such as instant death spells. Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. Simon walked up and said. Jiang Fei asked. Simon replied, I don't know you. Jiang Fei asked. Haha, Jiang Fei, let's not beat around the bush. If you don't know who I am, why are you so nervous? Simon laughed loudly. Jiang Fei did not speak. He frowned. This Simon had exposed their relationship the moment they met. He really did not know what this Simon wanted to do. Chapter 2644, 2644. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei frowned and asked. Simon asked with a smile. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and turned around to bring Simon to the exit of the airport. Soon, the two of them left the airport. However, Jiang Fei did not bring Simon to his home. He only brought Simon to a coffee shop near the airport. There was no one on Skodastar who did not know Jiang Fei. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the coffee shop, a waiter greeted them warmly. Find me a quiet place, Jiang Fei said. The waiter brought Jiang Fei and Simon to a private room. The waiter asked. Jiang Fei did not ask Simon what he wanted to drink. Instead, he made the decision for him. Simon did not show any displeasure. His face was always smiling like a gentleman. The waiter went down and quickly brought a pot of tea over. Then, he brought Jiang Fei and Simon a cup each. The waiter said as he turned around and left. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Fei set up a soundproof barrier. Then, he asked Simon, Can I do it now? Simon smiled and said to Jiang Fei, I know that you are not a player. I also know that you are an apostle hunter. As soon as Simon opened his mouth, he gave Jiang Fei a warning. From his words, Jiang Fei could tell that he knew Jiang Fei's identity very well. However, he still dared to come to Jiang Fei. The meaning was obvious. I am not afraid of you. Jiang Fei asked calmly. When he was in the airport, Jiang Fei was indeed stunned by Simon. However, after a long time, Jiang Fei had already digested this reality. Therefore, he was no longer shocked. Why wouldn't I dare? We are not enemies. You killed those apostles because you were bewitched by the development team, or because they hurt your interests. Simon said with a smile. The second thing is that you have nothing to do with it for the time being. As Jiang Fei spoke, he revealed his killing intent without hesitation. Oh, they're quite fast. Shimon was unmoved. He only smiled faintly. You are so confident. Jiang Fei looked at Shimon in a daze. I'm not confident. The number of apostles who have died at your hands has already exceeded 2 figures. I do not think that I am much stronger than them. Shimon shrugged and said. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Simon laughed. Jiang Fei asked. That's right, because you're a smart person. Simon laughed. Jiang Fei said. First of all, I came to you with the intention of cooperating. Since it is a cooperation, it means a win-win situation. If you kill me, you will first lose a win-win situation. Secondly, there are not many apostles left. I can tell you clearly that other than our boss, there's only me and another person. You cannot defeat our boss. If you kill me and the other person, then you are meaningless to the development team. Simon said, You are right. However, I have already accepted the quest. Jiang Fei said as he looked directly into Simon's eyes. Simon said calmly, Oh, Jiang Fei asked. Simon said, What? This time, Jiang Fei could not remain calm no matter what. Simon said calmly. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I have more surprising news for you. Simon asked with a smile. Jiang Fei said. Simon said with a smile. What? This time, Jiang Fei lost his composure again because the news that Simon had brought was too explosive. All of the apostles' plugins were made by me, Simon repeated again. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. If this Simon was a member of the development team, as well as the compiler of the plugins, it was indeed very possible. He had access to the core code. If this Simon had the ability, it would not be a problem for him to make a plugin that even the development team could not do anything about. Simon nodded. But if you were the one who created the plugin, then why aren't you the leader of this group of apostles? Jiang Fei asked. I was indeed the one who created the plugin. However, it was not my idea to recruit the apostles into this game world. Simon said. A warm look flashed across his eyes. Jiang Fei asked. Simon waved his hand and said to Jiang Fei, What matters is that I have to fulfill her wish. That's why I came to look for you. Look for me, Jiang Fei asked. Simon said. Jiang Fei saw a familiar look in his eyes. This was the expression that Bella often showed when she was jealous. Protect this universe? Protect me? Are you kidding me? Jiang Fei said. You're right. Things have gotten a little out of control. She's too naive. She thinks that everyone shares the same ideals as her. However, most people have their own ideas after obtaining the plugin. Simon shrugged. Jiang Fei could tell from his expression that this guy did not care about the life and death of this universe. Everything he did was for her. Chapter 2645. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked. I want to take you away from here, Simon said directly. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, since she wants you to live, the best choice is to take you away from here, Simon said. Jiang Fei asked. Simon nodded. Jiang Fei asked again. Simon nodded. What about my family and friends? What about the people in this universe? Jiang Fei continued to ask. That's not something I can control. Let nature take its course, Simon shrugged and said. He did not care if this universe existed or not, much less what would happen to the living beings here. It was not because he valued Jiang Fei, but because of another person. That person did not want Jiang Fei to die. Jiang Fei asked. You guessed right. I will find a way to arrange for you to go to our world. Simon did not hide anything. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Hee, you know quite a lot. That's right, that's it. Simon said. I am sorry. If this is your so-called way out, then I'm sorry. Jiang Fei smiled. This is your only chance to enter our world. Simon stood up immediately. He did not care about Jiang Fei's life or death. However, he did not want that person to be sad. So what? Jiang Fei asked back. Simon said. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Simon asked, I cannot cooperate. Jiang Fei said, All right then. Simon did not say much. He stood up and prepared to leave. He did not care about Jiang Fei's life. He had only come to save Jiang Fei because he was asked to. Then, Simon could not wait for Jiang Fei to die here. Jiang Fei called out to Simon, who was about to leave. What? Simon asked. No, I just have a few questions to ask you, Jiang Fei said. But I'm not interested in answering them, Simon said and walked out without turning his head back. Jiang Fei was a little angry. This Simon had a condescending attitude the moment they met. This made Jiang Fei very unhappy. Right now, Jiang Fei had a lot of questions to ask Simon. After all, it was very difficult to meet people from the development team. If he missed Simon, Jiang Fei really did not know who to ask to verify these questions. Simon snorted coldly. Then, he walked straight to the door without even stopping Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was really angry. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of astral energy straight towards Simon's back. Normally, Jiang Fei would not bother with such a sneak attack. However, this time, Simon's attitude really infuriated him. Before Jiang Fei's attack could reach Simon's back, Simon waved his hand easily as if he was shooing away a fly. The gangshis that Jiang Fei had sent were dispersed. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. Then, he attacked again in disbelief. This time, he attacked with all his strength. The gangshis were extremely powerful. Simon did not turn his head back. He just waved his hand indifferently. Then his other hand was still in the mood to open the door. Then, something that shocked Jiang Fei happened. The energy that he had unleashed vanished into thin air once again. After all, even a master of Yu Ting's level would not be able to neutralize his attack so easily. Clearly, this should be Simon's cheat ability. Since all the cheat abilities were compiled by him, how could the one that he had left for himself be weak? Enough is enough. Simon turned around. You just need to answer a few questions, and I'll let you go, Jiang Fei said. To tell you the truth, my ability was very simple. It was to eliminate everything. Do you understand? Simon sneered. Jiang Fei clenched his fist after hearing Simon's words. This kind of cheat ability was too powerful. If he was unhappy with something, he could just eliminate it. There was no reason at all. It was just a matter of time. Other than the player who could enjoy the privilege, everything else in the mainland would disappear with a wave of Simon's hand. Therefore, I advise you not to provoke me. So what if you have the player privilege to protect you? I can easily eliminate any of your family and friends. I can even eliminate this planet. Simon threatened. Actually, unless it was absolutely necessary, Simon did not want to fight Jiang Fei. He did not do anything out of the ordinary. Although he was acting as a three-dimensional creature, he would not be punished by the spatial compensation mechanism. However, that person did not want Jiang Fei to die. He also did not want Jiang Fei to be sad. Therefore, in order to not disappoint her, Simon did not want to do anything out of the ordinary. Of course, if Jiang Fei continued to be aggressive, Simon would not mind getting rid of him. Although that would make her sad, it would just take a little more time to coax him. For the sake of a character in the game, could she still be angry with Simon for the rest of her life? Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. However, there was no other way. He had to lower his head when he was under a low roof. Simon was a member of the development team. Although he had compiled a cheat code behind the development team's back, this was not an excuse for Jiang Fei to threaten him. If Simon dared to come out and face Jiang Fei, he was not afraid that Jiang Fei would inform the development team, because God knew what Simon's real name was in the gamma space. Even if Jiang Fei told the development team about Simon, he might not be exposed immediately. On the contrary, Simon's revenge would come immediately. When that time came, just as he had said, he could easily eliminate the entire Skoda Star. But what about his family and friends? Chapter 2646. Translator 549690339. In the end, Simon left. Jiang Fei knew that he could not stop him. Moreover, once he was cornered, this guy would be a huge threat to Jiang Fei's family and friends. After Simon left, Jiang Fei slapped the table and shattered it. Meeting Simon today could be said to be the best opportunity for Jiang Fei to understand the secrets of the gamma space. In this universe, the probability of Jiang Fei meeting the members of the development team was so low that it was almost negligible. Jiang Fei was completely helpless. This guy's cheat ability was too powerful. It could actually eliminate all three-dimensional things. Only player privilege could resist this kind of abnormal power. Jiang Fei sat in the private room of the coffee shop and pondered for a few hours. However, he could not do anything. Simon's cheat was too perfect. He could almost not find any flaws. He could eliminate everything. Most importantly, he knew Jiang Fei too well. As a member of the development team, he could get almost all of Jiang Fei's information from Vinyl. Therefore, Jiang Fei's little tricks, including heart-devouring voodoo and innuendo, were clear to him. If Jiang Fei failed to trick him, he would have to pay a heavy price. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt as if he had sent his family and friends into a black hole. Other than that, Jiang Fei could not think of any other way to neutralize the threat posed by Simon. Finally, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh and walked out of the private room in the coffee shop. The table in the private room has been damaged. When Jiang Fei paid the bill, he gave a little more money. This money was enough to compensate for the room, let alone the table. Grand Marshal, it's just a table. There's no need to compensate. The manager of the coffee shop did not dare to ask for this money. Jiang Fei waved his hand and walked out of the coffee shop. At that moment, he had too many things on his mind. He did not have the time to talk nonsense with the manager. Actually, Jiang Fei's worries about Simon were unnecessary. After Simon left the coffee shop, he did not even return to the airport. As a black light flashed, the guy forcefully went offline. He did not have a time to waste in the game. He had never used his cheat before. This time, He came to find Jiang Fei specifically for that person. Since Jiang Fei refused to cooperate, there was no need for Simon to stay in the game anymore. Especially after so many previous experiences, he knew that no matter how powerful his cheat was, it was still risky to stay in the game. Now, Simon had already entered the game for that person and tried to take Jiang Fei away. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to leave, so it was not Simon's fault. After he had submitted to her, Simon did not plan to enter the game anymore. Therefore, the 11 apostles no longer existed. Therefore, Jiang Fei's obsession with Simon was meaningless. Although the development team had asked him to go after Simon, Simon had threatened him. He had even said that he wanted to eliminate the entire Skoda Star and destroy all of Jiang Fei's family and friends. However, if he never entered the game again, all of this would be meaningless. Although the development team had made an agreement with Jiang Fei to go after Shimin, if Jiang Fei failed to complete the quest while Shimin was in the game, it would be Jiang Fei's responsibility. The development team could naturally avoid the spatial compensation mechanism to deal with Jiang Fei. However, if Shimin was not in the game, it would be impossible for Jiang Fei to wipe out someone who did not exist. There was a problem with the agreement itself. If the development team wanted to directly kill Jiang Fei, they would have to face the spatial compensation mechanism. However, Jiang Fei did not know anything about this at the moment. He was still troubled by Simon's strength. Therefore, when he returned home, he had been unhappy. What's wrong? Bella and the others came over. At this time, they had already learned from Aurelia that Jiang Fei had gone to meet Simon. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded and then roughly explained the situation. Sylvie frowned and said in surprise, "Is it very new? Previously, that guard could make something out of nothing." Bella rolled her eyes and said, "That's easy for you to say." Sylvie also rolled her eyes at Bella. The two of them were always at loggerheads. Bella shrugged and said, "I can't help it," Sylvie said in a sarcastic tone. Jiang Fei sighed and said. Sylvie said discontentedly. Jiang Fei sighed. If he continued to argue with these women, he would not have to do anything else today. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Fei simply walked out of the room. Once Jiang Fei left, Aurelia followed him out. The other girls stayed in the room to advise Bella and Sylvie. Jiang Fei turned around and asked Aurelia. Aurelia pointed to the room behind him and said, "Of course, it's about Shimin. These two girls are spoiled and arrogant. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as they quarrel." Jiang Fei shrugged and said. Aurelia smiled. She sometimes envied Bella. After all, everyone could see that Jiang Fei doted on her. Jiang Fei frowned and said. Aurelia stopped smiling and said to Jiang Fei, "Ah Fei, actually, I think what Bella said is not unreasonable." Oh, Jiang Fei looked at Aurelia. "Look, although that Shimin is powerful, he does not seem to have any hostility toward you. He even came over with the intention of saving you." Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said, "That means that for a long period of time, you'll not have any conflicts. Although the development team has given you a quest, since they do not have a time limit, it means that they know how difficult it is to deal with Simon. If they use this as an excuse to kill you, then they will be the ones who will face Simon directly. Therefore, I think that they will not easily force you." Aurelia guessed. Chapter 2647, 2647. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked. "You can say that." Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Aurelia, Hee, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in a dead end again. However, don't let your guard down." Aurelia warned. "I know. These members of the development team definitely do not have any kind men and women. Sooner or later, he will become our enemy." Jiang Fei nodded. It's good that you have a plan in mind. Right now, we can't help you much. At most, we can help you to settle down in the rear." Aurelia sighed. "Don't say that. I have already owed you a lot." Jiang Fei sighed as well. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go." Aurelia squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry about them. It will be fine after they make a fuss for a while." Jiang Fei shrugged. After leaving Aurelia's place, he went straight to the time house. Now, Zhang Fei needed to clear his mind. Although he did not need to worry about Simon for the time being, Zhang Fei still had a lot of difficulties to face. He needed to clear his mind and think about what he needed to do next. After Zhang Fei entered the time house, Aurelia returned to the previous room. At this time, Bella and Sylvie had already stopped arguing. Although the two of them still ignored each other, the atmosphere in the room had eased up a lot. Bella asked when she saw Aurelia return. He said that he wanted to think quietly for a while, so he entered the time room. Aurelia said, "Oomph." Sylvie pouted. "All right, the two of you should stop fighting over being jealous. What time is it now?" Aurelia was the only one who dared to say these words. TCH. Sylvie rolled her eyes but did not say anything else. Bella asked, "Let's ignore him for now. This guy is too difficult to deal with," Aurelia said. Simon's ability itself had no flaws. However, this was not the main point. Zhang Fei had already killed several apostles who were stronger than him. The main point was that Simon's identity as the development team had allowed him to understand everything about Zhang Fei. As such, he had always been cautious of Zhang Fei. That way, Zhang Fei would not be able to trick him. Therefore, in the end, after Zhang Fei and Aurelia discussed it, they could only put Simon aside for now. Fortunately, Simon did not have any hostility toward them. Therefore, for now, Simon was considered safe. After Aurelia explained the situation to Bella and the others also nodded. There was no better way, so they could only do so. Just like that, another 3 days passed peacefully. One day, when Aurelia was checking the work in the command center, a military officer in charge of communications ran up to her with sweat all over his face. "Lord Aurelia, something bad has happened," the military officer said breathlessly. "What happened?" Aurelia asked. The officer said with a flustered look. "What?" Aurelia was stunned. Then she immediately asked, "Who did it? Is there any footage?" "The footage is back, but there are no traces of the enemy fleet," the officer reported. One had to know that the Skoda Star was located in the heart of the Universe Empire. The patrol fleet had been quietly destroyed by someone in the gravity well of the Skoda Star. They were all within the scanning range of the ground radar base station. It was impossible for any fleet to enter the gravity well of Skoda Star without making a sound. It was even more impossible for them to kill a few battleships without making a sound. Aurelia repeated the officer's words, and then she immediately reacted. "Oh no!" Aurelia cried out loud, and then immediately said to the officer, "Evacuate the fleet of Skoda Star. They can't face such an enemy." The officer asked in a panic. If the fleet was evacuated, then Skoda Star would be exposed to the enemy without any protection. "You don't have to care so much," Olayla said. The officer saw Olayla's firm attitude, so he gritted his teeth and ran back to his post, then passed down Olayla's orders. After Aurelia sent the officer away, he immediately picked up the communication device. Bella, it's Aurelia," Bella asked curiously. She had never seen Aurelia so flustered before. Aurelia said, "What? Someone is knocking on our door?" Bella's temper flared up. "I don't know yet, but he has already destroyed one of my patrol ships. Hurry up and inform Fei." Aurelia said, "There's no need for hubby to take action," Bella said eagerly. She had not participated in combat for too long, so she had long wanted to fight someone else. "Bella, stop fooling around. The person's strength is unknown," Aurelia said anxiously. "It's fine. I'll get someone to inform my husband." After saying that, Bella did not wait for Aurelia to reply and directly cut off the communication. Aurelia sighed with worry. She really could not leave now, so she could only let Bella come over. However, Aurelia had already thought it through. Even if Bella came over, she would also stop her. She definitely could not let Bella take the risk. About 2 minutes later, a space ripple flashed, and Bella appeared in front of Aurelia. Chapter 2648. 2648. Translator 549690339. Bella asked. "We don't know yet. Ever since the scout fleet was destroyed, we haven't received any follow-up reports yet," Aurelia replied. Bella nodded. Aurelia asked. "I've asked what Ching to call him," Bella said. Aurelia nodded and continued to contact the various scout fleets, hoping to obtain the latest information. Lord Aurelia, the 4th Scout Fleet has been destroyed. The communications officer transmitted the latest information. Aurelia frowned. The other party had already reached the low Earth orbit of Skoda Star, so they should be arriving here very soon. What's wrong? Bella asked. Aurelia was a little anxious. Once this guy landed on Skoda Star, their losses would be huge. Although they did not know who was coming, the fact that he was able to kill his way here and destroy 2 patrol fleets in succession meant that he was not an ally. However, the battle between 2 supermasters was enough to completely destroy a planet. Therefore, at that moment, Aurelia was a little anxious. She turned around and asked Bella, "Haven't you already gone to look for Ah Fei? Why isn't he here yet?" "I don't know. I asked what Ching Chung to go as fast as possible," Bella said. Aurelia gritted her teeth. Then, she picked up the communicator and issued an order to the planet's guards on planet Skoda. All fighter jets, take off immediately and patrol the planet's orbit near the Earth. If you find any suspicious signs, don't report it. Aurelia practically shouted the order. After receiving Aurelia's order, the fighter jets that were already prepared to set off. After these road-based fighter jets took off, they immediately rushed into the blue sky and then rushed out of the atmosphere. They headed straight for outer space. After arriving in outer space, these fighter aircraft formed a group and then began to patrol in space, looking for any suspicious signs. After seeing these fighter aircraft take off, Aurelia sighed. Once that guy landed on Skoda Star, then the loss would definitely not be a few fighter jets. A few pilots would be able to measure it. A few minutes later, the radar monitored the scene of 3 fighter jets being destroyed. The other fighter jets immediately rushed in that direction. Another 3 fighter jets were destroyed. We can't continue like this. Bella could not stand it anymore. Although she was usually arrogant and domineering, her nature was still kind. What can I do? Aurelia was also in pain, and she had no other choice. Bella volunteered. Aurelia asked, "Even if I can't hold him off, I have to hold him off." Bella did not wait for Aurelia's reply. She immediately teleported to the outer space. Aurelia shouted. However, there was no way to stop her. Bella's strength had already exceeded 20 million combat power. She was definitely a true immortal master. Aurelia's combat power had barely increased. Ever since Jiang Fei met her, she had relied on her race talent to have a strength of 10 million combat power. Aurelia's combat power was still at this level. There was no other way. Aurelia's interest was no longer in training. She preferred the class of fleet commander. Therefore, she had devoted all her attention to this. She could not even reach the level of 10 million combat power. So at this time, Bella teleported away. Aurelia could only be anxious. With her strength, she could not catch up even if she wanted to. At the same time, Bella had already arrived in outer space. In the distance, fighter jets were being destroyed, but they still charged towards that tiny enemy without any regrets. One fighter jet after another burst into flames and exploded, turning into fireworks in space. Bella gritted her teeth and charged forward. When she got close to the target, Bella saw the true face of this fellow. This was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary, but his strength was very shocking. In front of him, those warplanes were like paper. Before they could get close to attack, they were all blown up by him. Bella let out an angry roar through her spiritual power. Oh, that person smiled slightly, then turned to look at Bella. Aurelia, get your warplanes to leave. Bella sent a message to Aurelia. Sigh. At this point, Aurelia could not say anything else. She immediately ordered the fighters to retreat. At this time, the person had already arrived in front of Bella. Bella asked. The person revealed a disappointed look. Then, he said to Bella, "Then go back. Let Jiang Fei come out and face his death." How dare you? When Bella heard the man's words, she immediately flew into a rage. Although Bella was always jealous, her love for Jiang Fei was definitely the deepest. Therefore, when she heard the man say that he wanted to kill Jiang Fei, she immediately became furious. With a roar, Bella transformed into a ball of green light and charged straight at the man. Kill me? Oomph. The man snorted coldly. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, Bella was sent flying back. What? Bella was confused. She had no idea what had happened. She had originally charged towards the man, but she was sent flying back. Bella was certain that she was not hit back by the man's power. She did not feel any collision of power at all. Moreover, she was not injured at all. She was forced back just like that. Let's go. I don't kill women, the person said calmly. Bella was even angrier. She charged at the enemy again. This time, Bella was even faster and stronger. The enemy only waved his hand lightly. Bella was once again sent flying back. Chapter 2649, 2649. Translator 549690339. After being pushed back twice for no reason, Bella was no longer impulsive. She knew that she was no match for the other party. If she continued to attack recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Bella was aggressive, she was not stupid. Even though she knew that she was far from the other party, she would not blindly charge forward. You don't deserve to know who I am, the person said coldly. Oh. Jiang Fei appeared on the spot as a wave of spiritual energy was transmitted. Bella retreated behind Jiang Fei. You can go back first, Jiang Fei said to Bella. You have to be careful. This person is very strange, Bella said. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Bella turned around and returned to Star. Phew. When Aurelia, who was anxious, saw that Bella had returned, she was slightly relieved. Don't worry. I'll be fine, Bella said with a smile. Aurelia asked. I'm not sure, but at least I'm not his opponent, Bella said. Then what should we do? Aurelia hesitated for a moment. There's no need. My husband has already gone over, Bella said. Really? Aurelia immediately asked his men to push the radar lens over. He also sent a large number of reconnaissance satellites over to Jiang Fei and the others. Very soon, a group of miniature reconnaissance satellites flew over to where Jiang Fei and the others were. At that moment, Jiang Fei and the person were standing opposite each other. Jiang Fei looked at the person calmly. At that moment, his strength had already reached a certain level. Therefore, when facing an enemy, he was very confident. That's right. Someone is paying for your dog life, the person said with a smile. Oh, Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Of course not, the person said with a cold smile. Jiang Fei asked again. That's fine. Remember your master's name, the person said proudly. Jiang Fei had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have heard of this name before. In the next moment, Jiang Fei remembered it. He had indeed heard of Judas before. Moreover, he had heard of it from Vinolin. When he was talking to Vinolin, he had mentioned this name before. Moreover, he had told Jiang Fei that this was one of the 3 remaining apostles. Now, Jiang Fei had already met 2 of the final 3 apostles. Simon did not have any direct conflict with Jiang Fei. Although the development team had ordered Jiang Fei to get rid of Simon, Jiang Fei had weighed the pros and cons. It was obvious that he had no reason to provoke this traitor of the development team. It had only been a few days since Simon had left, and Judas had already come knocking on Jiang Fei's door. Moreover, he had repeatedly said that he wanted to kill Jiang Fei. There was no need to ask. He must have taken money from the development team and come to work for them. Actually, Jiang Fei's guess was not right either. Judas was indeed sent by the development team. However, he had only been used as a gun by someone in the development team. After Shimin left Jiang Fei's place, he immediately went offline. After returning to the Gamma space, the more Shimin thought about it, the more she felt that Jiang Fei could not stay. First of all, she was so concerned about Jiang Fei. This made Shimin jealous. Just the word love rival gave Simon the reason to kill Jiang Fei. Secondly, Jiang Fei knew too much. Although he did not know Simon's real identity in the Gamma dimension, if he told the development team about it, the others would also know that there was a mole among them. If this investigation was carried out, Simon would also bear the risk. Simon did not kill Jiang Fei in the game because he did not want Jiang Fei to die by his own hands. After she found out about it, she would definitely not forgive Simon. However, if he did not use Simon's identity to kill Jiang Fei, Once he returned to the Gamma dimension, Simon would have to kill Jiang Fei by killing him. However, if he did that, he would have to accept the punishment of the spatial compensation rule. This was not worth it for Simon, who was a high-dimensional creature. After hesitating for a long time, Simon decided to kill Jiang Fei by using someone else. He used his identity in the development team to find Judas and bribed him to get rid of Jiang Fei. She could not blame Simon. At most, Simon would deal with Judas again. Then, everything would be happy. Therefore, when Judas came to kill Jiang Fei, he was not carrying out the development team's order to kill Jiang Fei. Instead, he was carrying out Simon's personal orders. However, in Judas' heart, he was only working for the development team. After Jiang Fei learned Judas' identity, he had no choice but to pay attention to the enemy in front of him. Although he did not know what Judas' cheat was, since he was an apostle, none of them were easy to deal with. However, compared to Simon, Judas at least did not know Jiang Fei's identity. Therefore, he should not be completely on guard against him. This was Jiang Fei's greatest reliance. If he knew everything like Simon, he would be constantly on guard against Jiang Fei. That would be the real problem. Judas said very confidently. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was just a relatively strong NPC. Moreover, he was not only a player who could not die. Moreover, he was an apostle with a cheat. Therefore, dealing with an NPC should be a piece of cake. Wait a minute. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he quietly took out the apostle detector. He needed to confirm Judah's ability before he could make a move. After all, only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Judah asked curiously. He did not realize that Jiang Fei was stalling for time. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At that moment, he had already detected Judah's cheat attribute. Name: Judah. Ability: conflict of cause and effect. Jiang Fei did not have much information. Moreover, it was difficult to understand the specific effect of this ability. However, at that moment, Judah had clearly realized that he had been tricked. In his rage, Judas immediately launched an attack. He swung his fist, and a stream of astral energy shot towards Jiang Fei's face. Judas did not activate his ability. However, his carrier was also at the true immortal level and above. Therefore, the power of this punch was also quite strong. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Although this true immortal level attack was powerful, it was not in his eyes. Jiang Fei casually shot out a stream of Gang Qi. With just a casual attack, he could easily destroy Judas' attack. Moreover, he continued to move forward and destroy the enemy in front of him. Chapter 2650-2650. Translator 549690339. Just when Jiang Fei thought that his casual attack would be able to cause great trouble to his opponent, something happened that left him dumbfounded. When Jiang Fei's Gang Qi met Judas' Gang Qi, it did not easily destroy it. Instead, it merged with Judas' Gang Qi and attacked Jiang Fei together. Jiang Fei was shocked. Judas' attack could be ignored, but the Qi that he had just unleashed was not something to be trifled with. With no other choice, Jiang Fei could only hold his breath and focus. He waved his palm in a serious manner, and an even more powerful energy shot into the distance. Jiang Fei wanted to use this energy to block the previous Qi. However, after a moment, Jiang Fei was even more shocked. The energy that he once again shot out was still fused with the other party's Gang Qis and continued to attack him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei had no time to shoot out a third energy to block it. Moreover, even if he could, Jiang Fei did not dare to come again because the other party's ability was too strange. Logically speaking, even if both parties' powers could fuse, the direction of the energy should be based on the one Jiang Fei had used. However, the energy that Jiang Fei had used had actually fused with the opponent's energy. Moreover, it was attacking him together with the opponent's power. This did not make sense. Clearly, this was the opponent's cheat ability. Facing the energy that was mixed with his two attacks, Jiang Fei did not dare to take it head-on. He teleported to the side to avoid it. However, something shocking happened again. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei indeed disappeared from where he was. However, the place where he appeared was not where Jiang Fei had wanted to go before. Instead, it was in front of the energy. Jiang Fei was hit by the energy. He was sent flying by his own power on the spot. F***CK. Jiang Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been badly beaten up. How is it? Judas smiled calmly. Jiang Fei frowned and asked, this is not a sorcery. In Judas' understanding, Jiang Fei was an NPC. Therefore, he was too lazy to explain to Jiang Fei about the cheat. Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. This Judas was not scary. His strength was only around that of a true immortal. However, this cheat was too ruthless. The current situation was completely Jiang Fei hitting himself. Jiang Fei frowned as he thought about it. However, if he did not make a move, although the opponent might not be able to use his strength anymore, he would not be able to hurt the opponent at all. At this moment, Judas laughed coldly. When he saw that Jiang Fei was no longer taking the initiative to attack, he used 2 streams of energy to attack Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was hit by 2 streams of energy consecutively. He did not put up any resistance because he did not want Judas to use his strength. Jiang Fei was sent flying. He felt that his 5 internal organs had been greatly shaken. His entire body was almost shattered. How is this possible? Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. With Judas' strength, it was impossible for his attacks to break through Jiang Fei's protective chi. Even if he did not have chi, with Jiang Fei's physical strength, it was impossible for him to be so heavily injured under such a level of attack. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was indeed injured. He was injured for no reason at all. He had no idea how Judas did it. What kind of cheat is this guy? The opposite of karma. The opposite of karma. Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. Suddenly, Jiang Fei understood the meaning of these words. It was very obvious that Judas' cheat was an ability that could change karma. For example, Judas' strength was only that of an ordinary true immortal. After his attack hit Jiang Fei, it would not have any effect at all. Therefore, Judas attacked because Jiang Fei was unharmed because of karma. However, under Judas' cheat ability, the karma had changed. Jiang Fei, who was supposed to be unharmed, had been severely injured. This was the opposite of karma. Reality would be the complete opposite of normal logic. Previously, when Jiang Fei was blocking Judas' attack, he was like this. His chi should have devoured Judas' energy and attacked Judas. However, the result was the opposite. Jiang Fei's energy had been devoured and fused. Then, he would attack Judas in the opposite direction. Next, Jiang Fei tried to teleport to dodge the attack. However, under Judas' cheat, Jiang Fei bumped into the attack after teleporting. All of the results were contrary to Jiang Fei's expectations. This was the terrifying power of Judas' cheat. Jiang Fei's brain was working quickly. Although he understood how Judas' cheat worked, it was not easy to break the trap. Judas' cheat was clearly controllable. It was not in the Halo mode that was always on. If it was on a fixed mode, it would be easy. As long as Jiang Fei killed himself, he would be immortal. However, the problem was that the cheat was controllable. As long as Judas did not activate it, Jiang Fei would not gain any benefits even if he hurt himself. Instead, he would be hurt for no reason. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although there was a way, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take a lot of planning. However, would Judas give Jiang Fei time? The answer was obviously no. Judas roared and sent another wave of energy. What should I do? Jiang Fei called out his name. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. However, Judas' attack had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei was sent flying. He had thought of testing his idea and using the opposite method to fight against Judas' ability. However, in the end, he gave up. Now, Jiang Fei's biggest advantage was that he already knew the characteristics of Judas' cheat. Judas did not know that. If Jiang Fei used this flaw to counter Judas, he would be able to avoid the pain of being injured again. However, Judas would be wary. Once Judas knew that Jiang Fei had a way to counter his cheat, he would be even more careful when using the cheat. When that time came, it would not be easy for Jiang Fei to trick him. Therefore, in order to kill Judas in one fell swoop, Jiang Fei finally held back. He did not make any moves and was directly sent flying by Judas' attack. As Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, he was seriously injured. Chapter 2651. 2651. Translator 549690339. Judas laughed proudly. Jiang Fei frowned. He was still looking for an opportunity because Jiang Fei knew that he only had one chance. Then there would be no chance at all. Hee, you still want to resist? Judas laughed coldly. Then he swung his fist again and sent a punch at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was once again sent flying. He gritted his teeth and endured it, hoping to find an opportunity. However, Judas was very vigilant. Even if he had the victory in his hands, he would only attack from afar. He refused to get close to Jiang Fei at all. Jiang Fei suddenly exerted strength and charged toward Judas. Trying to trick me? Judas waved his hand. Jiang Fei was flung away, just like Bella from before. Jiang Fei frowned. Since he could not get close, he could at least run away. Therefore, Jiang Fei began to accelerate in the opposite direction. It looked like he was trying to escape. Escape? Judas laughed coldly. Then he snapped his fingers. After that, he saw that Jiang Fei's speed was getting slower and slower. Then, he flew toward Judas at high speed. This plug-in that contradicted cause and effect was too ridiculous. Anything that was affected by it would have the opposite effect. This often caught people off guard. Jiang Fei counted down silently in his heart. At the same time, he was calculating the time. He did not really want to escape just now. After all, if he ran away, what would happen to his family on Skodastar? When Jiang Fei failed to get close to Judas, he thought of using Judas' cheat in the opposite direction. Therefore, he ran at full speed. His goal was to use Judas' cheat's power to get close to Judas. As expected, Jiang Fei's idea worked. As expected, he was pulled toward Judas by the cheat's power. Just as Jiang Fei was about to reach Judas, Judas suddenly turned around. He wanted to catch Judas off guard. However, when Jiang Fei turned around, he realized that Judas was not in his previous position. Judas laughed proudly from afar. I know that you have already tricked many people. There are many apostles like me among them. However, I know your background. Judas was extremely pleased with himself. Jiang Fei thought of this person almost instantly. Not many people knew about his background. The only person who could tell Judas about it was Simon, the traitor of the development team. Although the development team knew about Jiang Fei's background, they obviously would not tell the apostles about it. Although some of the apostles were working for them, the development team seemed to be worried about something. That was why they kept it a secret from the apostles. Simon was clearly desperate. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei, but he was not willing to do it himself. Therefore, Judas became the knife. Simon did not hesitate to expose the core secrets of the development team. He told Judas a part of the information about Jiang Fei. It was precisely because he knew Jiang Fei's methods that Judas refused to let Jiang Fei get close to him. He only used his cheat ability to suppress Jiang Fei. He did not expect to be able to kill Jiang Fei quickly. He just needed to slowly kill Jiang Fei. After completing the quest, he would be able to get a large sum of money. At that moment, Jiang Fei's face was filled with despair. He knew that his chances of defeating Judas were very slim. The other party knew about his background. With a cheat that was even stronger than Simon, it would not be easy to kill Judas. At that moment, Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. He had to quickly get along with Judas. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Then Skodastar and his family and friends would be finished. What should I do? What should I do? Jiang Fei kept calling out his name. However, he could not think of any good ideas at that moment. At that moment, Judas launched another attack. A ball of energy came at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei was really at his wit's end. He could not block it. If he did not block it, he would also be injured. Jiang Fei cursed angrily. Then, he threw a punch as well. The moment Jiang Fei's energy ball came into contact with Judas' attack, it was devoured. Then, The ball of mixed energy continued to come at Jiang Fei in the same direction as before. Jiang Fei was finally sent flying. Aurelia and Bella, who were watching the battle through the reconnaissance satellite, cried out in grief. Although the person who was hit was Jiang Fei, their hearts hurt even more. No, Bella could not stand it anymore. Bella, you will only cause more trouble if you go, Aurelia shouted. Bella stopped in her tracks. She was about to activate her teleportation skill, but she finally stopped. Just as Aurelia had said, Jiang Fei was no match for the enemy. If she went up, she would be a burden. When the time came, Jiang Fei would not only have to deal with the enemy, but he would also have to take care of her. If that happened, Jiang Fei would really be in trouble. Bella said anxiously, "Call the girls over." Aurelia said, "Okay." Bella teleported away. A moment later, Bella, Sylvie, and the others brought all the girls over. Aurelia then told the girls about what had happened. Bella finally asked. Hui Qingcheng frowned and said, "Yeah, cheats are everywhere." Sylvie also complained. "That's right, the development team." Si Tying suddenly said, "Development team? Can they help?" Bella frowned. "Let's try our best now." Si Tying said, "That's true. Si Tying has a point." Aurelia suddenly stood up to support Si Tying's idea. Bella asked. Sylvie said, "Right?" Aurelia directly turned on the broadcast in the command center. "Vinlon, I know you can hear me. If something happens to Off Fei, I will definitely expose your matter. I want the whole universe to know about this matter. By then, it's impossible for the development team to not discover it." And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.